Section 1 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 1. The Teaching of Nature-Study. What Nature Study is. 2. The relation of Nature Study to science. In Nature's infinite book of secrecy, a little can I read. Shakespeare. What Nature Study is. Nature Study is, despite all discussions and perversions, a study of nature. It consists of simple, truthful observations that may, like beads on a string, finally be threaded upon the understanding, and thus held together as a logical and harmonious whole. Therefore, the object of the nature study teacher should be to cultivate in the children powers of accurate observation and to build up within them understanding. What nature study should do for the child. First, but not most important, nature study gives the child practical and helpful knowledge. It makes him familiar with nature's ways and forces, so that he is not so helpless in the presence of natural misfortune and disasters. Nature study cultivates the child's imagination, since there are so many wonderful and true stories that he may read with his own eyes, which affect his imagination as much as does fairy lore. At the same time, nature study cultivates in him a perception and a regard for what is true, and the power to express it. All things seem possible in nature, yet this seeming is always guarded by the eager quest of what is true. Perhaps half the falsehood in the world is due to lack of power to detect the truth and to express it. Nature study aids both in discernment and expression of things as they are. Nature study cultivates in the child a love of the beautiful. It brings to him early a perception of color, form, and music. He sees whatever there is in his environment, whether it be the thunderhead piled up in the western sky, or the golden flash of the oriole in the elm, whether it be the purple of the shadows on the snow, or the azure glint on the wing of the little butterfly. Also, what there is of sound he hears. He reads the music score of the bird orchestra, separating each part and knowing which bird sings it. And the patter of the rain, the gurgle of the brook, the sighing of the wind in the pine, he notes and loves, and becomes enriched thereby. But, more than all, nature study gives the child a sense of companionship with life out of doors, and an abiding love of nature. Let this latter be the teacher's criterion for judging his or her work. If nature study, as taught, does not make the child love nature and the out-of-doors, then it should cease. Let us not inflict permanent injury on the child by turning him away from nature instead of toward it. However, if the love of nature is in the teacher's heart, there is no danger. Such a teacher, no matter by what method, takes the child gently by the hand and walks with him in paths that lead to the seeing and comprehending of what he may find beneath his feet or above his head. And these paths, whether they lead among the lowliest plants, or whether to the stars, finally converge and bring the wanderer to that serene peace and hopeful faith that is the sure inheritance of all those who realize fully that they are working units of this wonderful universe. Nature study as a help to health. Perhaps the most valuable practical lesson the child gets from nature study is a personal knowledge that nature's laws are not to be evaded. Wherever he looks, he discovers that attempts at such evasion result in suffering and death. A knowledge thus naturally attained of the immutability of nature's must and shall not is in itself a moral education. That the fool as well as the transgressor fares ill in breaking natural laws makes for wisdom in morals as well as in hygiene. Out-of-door life takes the child afield and keeps him in the open air, which not only helps him physically and occupies his mind with sane subjects, but keeps him out of mischief. It is not only during childhood that this is true, for love of nature counts much for sanity in later life. This is an age of nerve tension, and the relaxation which comes from the comforting companionship found in woods and fields is, without doubt, the best remedy for this condition. Too many men who seek the out-of-doors for rest at the present time can only find it with a gun in hand. To rest and heal their nerves, they must go out and try to kill some unfortunate creature, the old story of sacrificial blood. Far better will it be when, through properly training the child, the man shall be enabled to enjoy nature through seeing how creatures live rather than watching them die. It is the sacred privilege of nature study to do this for future generations, and for him thus trained shall the words of Longfellow's poem to Agassiz apply. And he wandered away and away, with nature the dear old nurse, who sang to him night and day the rhymes of the universe. And when the way seemed long, and his heart began to fail, she sang a more wonderful song, or told a more wonderful tale. What nature study should do for the teacher. During many years, I have been watching teachers in our public schools in their conscientious and ceaseless work, and so far as I can foretell, the fate that awaits them finally is either nerve exhaustion or nerve atrophy. The teacher must become either a neurasthenic or a clam. I have had conversations with hundreds of teachers in the public schools of New York State concerning the introduction of nature study into the curriculum, and most of them declared, "Oh, we have not time for it. Every moment is full now." Their nerves were at such a tension that with one more thing to do, they must fall apart. The question in my own mind during these conversations was always, how long can she stand it? I asked some of them, did you ever try a vigorous walk in the open air in the open country every Saturday or every Sunday of your teaching year? "Oh, no," they exclaimed, in despair of making me understand. "On Sunday we must go to church or see our friends, and on Saturday we must do our shopping or our sewing. We must go to the dressmaker's lest we go unclad. We must mend and darn stockings. We need Saturday to catch up." Yes, catch up with more cares, more worries, more fatigue, but not with more growth, more strength, more vigor, and more courage for work. In my belief, there are two, and only two occupations, for Saturday afternoon or forenoon for a teacher. One is to be out of doors, and the other is to lie in bed, and the first is best. Out in this, God's beautiful world, there is everything waiting to heal lacerated nerves, to strengthen tired muscles, to please and content the soul that is torn to shreds with duty and care. To the teacher who turns to nature's healing, nature study in the schoolroom is not a trouble. It is a sweet fresh breath of air, blown across the heat of radiators and the noisome odor of overcrowded small humanity. She who opens her eyes and her heart nature-ward, even once a week, finds nature study in the schoolroom a delight and an abiding joy. What does such a one find in her schoolroom, instead of the terrors of discipline, the eternal watching and eternal nagging to keep the pupils quiet and at work? She finds, first of all, companionship with her children, and second, she finds that, without planning or going on a far voyage, she has found health and strength. When and why the teacher should say, "I do not know." No science professor in any university, if he be a man of high attainment, hesitates to say to his pupils, "I do not know," if they ask for information beyond his knowledge. The greater his scientific reputation and erudition, the more readily, simply, and without apology he says this. He, better than others, comprehends how vast is the region that lies beyond man's present knowledge. It is only the teacher in the elementary schools, who has never received enough scientific training to reveal to her how little she does know, who feels that she must appear to know everything, or her pupils will lose confidence in her. But how useless is this pretense in nature study! The pupils, whose younger eyes are much keener for details than hers, will soon discover her limitations, and then their distrust of her will be real. In nature study, any teacher can with honor say, "I do not know," for perhaps the question asked is as yet unanswered by the great scientists. But she should not let her lack of knowledge be a wet blanket thrown over her pupils' interest. She should say frankly, "I do not know. Let us see if we cannot together find out this mysterious thing. Maybe no one knows it as yet, and I wonder if you will discover it before I do." She thus conveys the right impression, that only a little about the intricate life of plants and animals is yet known, and at the same time she makes her pupils feel the thrill and zest of investigation. Nor will she lose their respect by doing this, if she does it in the right spirit. For 3 years I had for comrades in my walks afield 2 little children, and they kept me busy saying, "I do not know." But they never lost confidence in me or in my knowledge. They simply gained respect for the vastness of the unknown. The chief charm of nature study would be taken away if it did not lead us through the borderland of knowledge into the realm of the undiscovered. Moreover, the teacher, in confessing her ignorance, and at the same time her interest in a subject, establishes between herself and her pupils a sense of companionship which relieves the strain of discipline, and gives her a new and intimate relation with her pupils, which will surely prove a potent element in her success. The best teacher is always one who is the good comrade of her pupils. Nature Study, the Elixir of Youth. The old teacher is too likely to become didactic, dogmatic, and bossy if she does not constantly strive with herself. Why? She has to be thus 5 days in the week, and, therefore, she is likely to be so 7. She knows arithmetic, grammar, and geography to their uttermost, and she is never allowed to forget that she knows them, and finally her interests become limited to what she knows. After all, what is the chief sign of growing old? Is it not the feeling that we know all there is to be known? It is not years which make people old. It is ruts and a limitation of interests. When we no longer care about anything except our own interests, we are then old. It matters not whether our years be 20 or 80. It is rejuvenation for the teacher, thus growing old, to stand ignorant as a child in the presence of one of the simplest of nature's miracles, the formation of a crystal, the evolution of the butterfly from the caterpillar, the exquisite adjustment of the silken lines in the spider's orb web. I know how to make magic for the teacher who is growing old. Let her go out with her youngest pupil and fall on her knees before the miracle of the blossoming violet and say, "Dear nature, I know not of the wondrous life of these, your smallest creatures. Teach me," and she will suddenly find herself young. Nature study as a help in school discipline. Much of the naughtiness in school is a result of the child's lack of interest in his work, augmented by the physical inaction that results from an attempt to sit quietly. The best teachers try to obviate both of these, rather than to punish because of them. Nature study is an aid in both respects, since it keeps the child interested and also gives him something to do. In the nearest approach to an ideal school that I have ever seen, for children of 2nd grade, the pupils were allowed, as a reward of merit, to visit the aquaria, or the terrarium, for periods of 5 minutes, which time was given to the blissful observation of the fascinating prisoners. The teacher also allowed the reading of stories about the plants and animals under observation to be regarded as a reward of merit. As I entered the schoolroom, there were 8 or 10 of the children at the windows watching eagerly what was happening to the creatures confined there in various cages. There was a mud aquarium for the frogs and salamanders, an aquarium for fish, many small aquaria for insects, and each had one or two absorbingly interested spectators who were quiet, well-behaved, and were getting their nature study lessons in an ideal manner. The teacher told me that the problem of discipline was solved by this method, and that she was rarely obliged to rebuke or punish. In many other schools, watching the living creatures in the aquaria or terrarium has been used as a reward for other work well done. The relation of nature study to science. Nature study is not elementary science as so taught, because its point of attack is not the same. Error in this respect has caused many a teacher to abandon nature study, and many a pupil to hate it. In elementary science, the work begins with the simplest animals and plants, and progresses logically through to the highest forms. At least, this is the method pursued in most universities and schools. The object of the study is to give the pupils an outlook over all the forms of life and their relation one to another. In nature study, the work begins with any plant or creature which chances to interest the pupil. It begins with the robin, when it comes back to us in March promising spring, or it begins with the maple leaf which flutters to the ground in all the beauty of its autumnal tints. A course in biological science leads to the comprehension of all kinds of life upon our globe. Nature study is for the comprehension of the individual life of the bird, insect, or plant that is nearest at hand. Nature study is perfectly good science within its limits, but it is not meant to be more profound or comprehensive than the capabilities of the child's mind. More than all, nature study is not science belittled as if it were to be looked at through the revered opera glass in order to bring it down small enough for the child to play with. Nature study, as far as it goes, is just as large as is science for grown-ups, and may deal with the same subject matter, and should be characterized by the same accuracy. It simply does not go so far. To illustrate, if we are teaching the science of ornithology, we take the first, the Archaeopteryx, then the swimming and the scratching birds, and finally reach the songbirds, studying each as a part of the whole. Nature study begins with the robin, because the child sees it and is interested in it, and he notes the things about the habits and appearance of the robin that may be perceived by intimate observation. In fact, he discovers for himself all that the most advanced book of ornithology would give concerning the ordinary habits of this one bird. The next bird studied may be the turkey in the barnyard, or the duck on the pond, or the screech owl in the spruces, if any of these happen to impinge upon his notice and interest. However, such nature study makes for the best of scientific ornithology, because by studying the individual birds thus thoroughly, the pupil finally studies a sufficient number of forms so that his knowledge, thus assembled, gives him a better comprehension of birds as a whole than could be obtained by the routine study of the same. Nature study does not start out with the classification given in books, but in the end it builds up a classification in the child's mind which is based on fundamental knowledge. It is a classification like that evolved by the first naturalists. It is built on careful personal observations of both form and life. End of Section 1. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 2 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 1. The Teaching of Nature Study. Nature Study Not for Drill. 2. The Story as a Supplement to the Nature Study Lesson. Nature Study Not for Drill. If nature study is made a drill, its pedagogic value is lost. When it is properly taught, the child is unconscious of mental effort or that he is suffering the act of teaching. As soon as nature study becomes a task, it should be dropped. But how could it ever be a task to see that the sky is blue, or the dandelion golden, or to listen to the oriole in the elm? The child not interested in nature study. What to do with the pupil not interested in nature study subjects is a problem that confronts many earnest teachers. Usually the reason for this lack of interest is the limited range of subjects used for the nature study lessons. Often the teacher insists upon flowers as the lesson subject, when toads or snakes would prove the key to the door of the child's interest. But whatever the cause may be, there is only one right way out of this difficulty. The child not interested should be kept at his regular schoolwork, and not admitted as a member of the nature study class, where his influence is always demoralizing. He had much better be learning his spelling lesson than learning to hate nature through being obliged to study subjects in which he is not interested. In general, it is safe to assume that the pupil's lack of interest in nature study is owing to a fault in the teacher's method. She may be trying to fill the child's mind with facts when she should be leading him to observe these for himself, which is a more entertaining occupation for the child. It should always be borne in mind that mere curiosity is always impertinent, and that it is never more so than when exercised in the realm of nature. A genuine interest should be the basis of the study of the lives of plants and lower animals. Curiosity may elicit facts, but only real interest may mold these facts into wisdom. When to give the lesson. There are two theories concerning the time when a nature study lesson should be given. Some teachers believe that it should be a part of the regular routine. Others have found it of greatest value if reserved for that period of the school day when the pupils are weary and restless, and the teacher's nerves strained to the snapping point. The lesson on a tree, insect, or flower at such a moment affords immediate relief to everyone. It is a mental excursion from which all return refreshed and ready to finish the duties of the day. While I am convinced that the use of the nature study lesson for mental refreshment makes it of greatest value, yet I realize fully that if it is relegated to such periods, it may not be given at all. It might be better to give it a regular period, late in the day, for there is strength and sureness in regularity. The teacher is much more likely to prepare herself for the lesson if she knows that it is required at a certain time. The length of the lesson. The nature study lesson should be short and sharp, and may vary from 10 minutes to a half hour in length. There should be no dawdling. If it is an observation lesson, only a few points should be noted and the meaning for the observations made clear. If an outline be suggested for field observation, it should be given in an inspiring manner, which shall make each pupil anxious to see and read the truth for himself. The nature story, when properly read, is never finished. It is always at an interesting point, continued in our next. The teacher may judge as to her own progress in nature study by the length of time she is glad to spend in reading from nature's book what is therein written. As she progresses, she finds those hours spent in studying nature speed faster, until a day thus spent seems but an hour. The author can think of nothing she would so gladly do as to spend days and months with the birds, bees, and flowers, with no obligation for telling what she should see. There is more than mere information in hours thus spent. Lowell describes them well when he says, "Those old days when the balancing of a yellow butterfly or a thistle bloom was spiritual food and lodging for the whole afternoon." The nature study lesson always new. A nature study lesson should not be repeated unless the pupils demand it. It should be done so well the first time that there is no need of repetition, because it has thus become a part of the child's consciousness. The repetition of the same lesson in different grades was, to begin with, a hopeless incubus upon nature study. One disgusted boy declared, "Darn germination! I had it in the primary and last year, and now I'm having it again. I know all about germination." The boy's attitude was a just one, but if there had been revealed to him the meaning of germination, instead of the mere process, he would have realized that until he had planted and observed every plant in the world, he would not know all about germination, because each seedling has its own interesting story. The only excuse for repeating a nature study lesson is in recalling it for comparison and contrast with other lessons. The study of the violet will naturally bring about a review of the pansy, the dandelion, of the sunflower, the horse, of the donkey, the butterfly, of the moth. Nature study and object lessons. The object lesson method was introduced to drill the child to see a thing accurately, not only as a whole, but in detail, and to describe accurately what he saw. A book or a vase or some other object was held up before the class for a moment and then removed. Afterwards the pupils described it as perfectly as possible. This is an excellent exercise, and the children usually enjoy it as if it were a game. But if the teacher has in mind the same thought when she is giving the nature study lesson, she has little comprehension of the meaning of the latter, and the pupils will have less. In nature study it is not desirable that the child see all the details, but rather those details that have something to do with the life of the creature studied. If he sees that the grasshopper has the hind legs much longer than the others, he will inevitably note that there are 2 other pairs of legs, and he will in the meantime have come into an illuminating comprehension of the reason the insect is called grasshopper. The child should see definitely and accurately all that is necessary for the recognition of a plant or animal. But in nature study, the observation of form is for the purpose of better understanding life. In fact, it is form linked with life, the relation of being to doing. Nature study in the schoolroom. Many subjects for nature study lessons may be brought into the schoolroom. Whenever it is possible, the pupils should themselves bring the material, as the collecting of it is an important part of the lesson. There should be in the schoolroom conveniences for caring for the little prisoners brought in from the field. The terrarium and breeding cages of different kinds should be provided for the insects, toads, and little mammals. Here they may live in comfort when given their natural food, while the children observe their interesting ways. The ant's nest and the observation hive yield fascinating views of the marvelous lives of the insect socialists, while the cheerful prisoner in the bird cage may be made a constant illustration of the adaptations and habits of all birds. The aquaria for fishes, tadpoles, and insects afford the opportunity for continuous study of these water creatures, and are a never-failing source of interest to the pupils, while the window garden may be made not only an ornament and an aesthetic delight, but a basis for interesting study of plant growth and development. A schoolroom thus equipped is a place of delight as well as enlightenment to the children. Once a boy whose luxurious home was filled with all that money could buy and educated tastes select, said of a little nature study laboratory, which was in the unfinished attic of his school building, but which was teeming with life, "I think this is the most beautiful room in the world." Nature study and museum specimens. The matter of museum specimens is another question for the nature study teacher to solve, and has a direct bearing on an attitude toward taking life. There are many who believe the stuffed bird or the case of pinned insects have no place in nature study, and certainly these should not be the chief material. But let us use our common sense. The boy sees a bird in the woods or field, and does not know its name. He seeks the bird in the museum, and thus is able to place it and read about it, and is stimulated to make other observations concerning it. Wherever the museum is a help to the study of life in the field, it is well and good. Some teachers may give a live lesson from a stuffed specimen, and other teachers may stuff their pupils with facts about a live specimen. Of the two, the former is preferable. There is no question that making a collection of insects is an efficient way of developing the child's powers of close observation, as well as of giving him manual dexterity in handling fragile things. Also, it is a false sentiment which attributes to an insect the same agony at being impaled on a pin that we might suffer at being thrust through by a stake. The insect nervous system is far more conveniently arranged for such an ordeal than ours, and, too, the cyanide bottle brings immediate and painless death to the insects placed within it. Moreover, the insects usually collected have short lives anyway. So far as the child is concerned, he is thinking of his collection of moths or butterflies, and not at all of taking life. So it is not teaching him to wantonly destroy living creatures. However, an indiscriminate encouragement of the making of insect collections cannot be advised. There are some children who will profit by it, and some who will not. And unquestionably, the best kind of study of insects is watching their interesting ways while they live. To kill a creature in order to prepare it for a nature study lesson is not only wrong, but absurd, for nature study has to do with life rather than death, and the form of any creature is interesting only when its adaptations for life are studied. But again, a nature study teacher may be an opportunist, if without any volition on her part or the pupils, a freshly killed specimen comes to hand. She should make the most of it. The writer remembers most illuminating lessons from a partridge that broke a window and its neck simultaneously during its flight one winter night, a yellowhammer that killed itself against an electric wire, and a muskrat that turned its toes to the sky for no understandable reason. In each of these cases, the creature's special physical adaptations for living its own peculiar life were studied, and the effect was not the study of a dead thing, but of a successful and wonderful life. The lens, microscope, and field glass as helps in nature study. In elementary grades, nature study deals with objects which the children can see with the naked eye. However, a lens is a help in almost all of this work, because it is such a joy to the child to gaze at the wonders it reveals. There is no lesson given in this book which requires more than a simple lens for seeing the most minute parts discussed. An excellent lens may be bought for $1, and a fairly good one for 50 cents or even 25 cents. The lens should be chained to a table or desk where it may be used by the pupils at recess. This gives each an opportunity for using it, and obviates the danger of losing it. If the pupils themselves own the lenses, they should be fastened by a string or chain to the pocket. A microscope has no legitimate part in nature study, but if there is one available, it reveals so many wonders in the commonest objects that it can be made a source of added interest ofttimes. For instance, to thus see the scales on the butterfly's wing affords the child pleasure as well as edification. Field or opera glasses, while indispensable for bird study, are by no means necessary in nature study. However, the pupils will show greater interest in noting the bird's colors if they are allowed to make the observations with the help of a glass. Uses of pictures, charts, and blackboard drawings. Pictures alone should never be used as the subjects for nature study lessons, but they may be of great use in illustrating and illuminating a lesson. Books well illustrated are more readily comprehended by the child, and are often very helpful to him, especially after his interest in the subject is thoroughly aroused. If charts are used to illustrate the lesson, the child is likely to be misled by the size of the drawing, which is also the case in blackboard pictures. However, this error may be avoided by fixing the attention of the pupil on the object first. If the pupils are studying the ladybird and have it in their hands, the teacher may use a diagram representing the beetle as a foot long, and it will still convey the idea accurately. But if she begins with the picture, she probably can never convince the children that the picture has anything to do with the insect. In making blackboard drawings illustrative of the lesson, It is best, if possible, to have one of the pupils do the drawing in the presence of the class, or, if the teacher does the drawing, she should hold the object in her hand while doing it and look at it often so that the children may see that she is trying to represent it accurately. Taking everything into consideration, however, nature study charts and blackboard drawings are of little use to the nature study teacher. The uses of scientific names. Disquieting problems relative to scientific nomenclature always confront the teacher of nature study. My own practice has been to use the popular names of species, except in cases where confusion might ensue, and to use the scientific names for anatomical parts. However, this matter is of little importance if the teacher bears in mind that the purpose of nature study is to know the subject under observation and to learn the name incidentally. If the teacher says, "I have a pink hepatica. Can anyone find me a blue one?" the children, who naturally like grown-up words, will soon be calling these flowers hepaticas. But if the teacher says, "These flowers are called hepaticas. Now, please everyone remember the name, write it in your books as I write it on the blackboard, and in half an hour I shall ask you again what it is," the pupils naturally look upon the exercise as a word lesson, and its real significance is lost. This sort of nature study is dust and ashes, and there has been too much of it. The child should never be required to learn the name of anything in the nature study work, but the name should be used so often and so naturally in his presence that he will learn it without being conscious of the process. The story as a supplement to the nature study lesson. Many of the subjects for nature lessons can be studied only in part, since but one phase may be available at the time. Often, especially if there is little probability that the pupils will find opportunity to complete the study, it is best to round out their knowledge by reading or telling the story to supplement the facts which they have discovered for themselves. This story should not be told as a finality or as a complete picture, but as a guide and inspiration for further study. Always leave at the end of the story an interrogation mark that will remain aggressive and insistent in the child's mind. To illustrate, once a club of junior naturalists brought me rose leaves injured by the leaf-cutter bee, and asked me why the leaves were cut out so regularly. I told them the story of the use made by the mother bee of these oval and circular bits of leaves, and made the account as vital as I was able. But at the end I said, "I do not know which species of bee cut these leaves. She is living here among us and building her nest with your rose leaves, which she is cutting every day almost under your very eyes. Is she then so much more clever than you that you cannot see her nor find her nest?" For 2 years following this lesson I received letters from members of this club. 2 carpenter bees and their nests were discovered by them and studied before the mysterious leaf-cutter was finally ferreted out. My story had left something interesting for the young naturalists to discover. The children should be impressed with the fact that the nature story is never finished. There is not a weed, nor an insect, nor a tree so common that the child, by observing carefully, may not see things never yet recorded in scientific books. Therefore, the supplementary story should be made an inspiration for keener interest and further investigation on the part of the pupil. The supplementary story simply thrusts aside some of the obscuring underbrush, thus revealing more plainly the path to further knowledge. End of Section 2. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 3 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 1. The Teaching of Nature-Study. The Nature-Study Attitude Toward Life and Death. 2. Pets as Nature-Study Subjects. The nature study attitude toward life and death. Perhaps no greater danger besets the pathway of the nature study teacher than the question involved in her pupil's attitude toward life and death. To inculcate in the child a reverence for life, and yet to keep him from becoming mawkish and morbid, is truly a problem. It is almost inevitable that the child should become sympathetic with the life of the animal or plant studied, since a true understanding of the life of any creature creates an interest which stimulates a desire to protect this particular creature and make its life less hard. Many times within my own experience have I known boys who began by robbing birds' nests for egg collections, to end by becoming most zealous protectors of the birds. The humane qualities within these boys budded and blossomed in the growing knowledge of the lives of the birds. At Cornell University, it is a well-known fact that those students who turn aside so as not to crush the ant, caterpillar, or cricket on the pavement are almost invariably those that are studying entomology. And in America, it is the botanists themselves who are leading the crusade for flower protection. Thus, the nature study teacher, if she does her work well, is a sure aid in inculcating a respect for the rights of all living beings to their own lives, and she needs only to lend her influence gently in this direction to change carelessness to thoughtfulness, and cruelty to kindness. But with this impetus toward a reverence for life, the teacher soon finds herself in a dilemma from which there is no logical way out, so long as she lives in a world where lamb chop, beefsteak, and roast chicken are articles of ordinary diet. A world, in fact, where every meal is based upon the death of some creature. For if she places much emphasis upon the sacredness of life, the children soon begin to question whether it be right to slay the lamb or the chicken for their own food. It would seem that there is nothing for the consistent nature study teacher to do but become a vegetarian, and even then there might arise refinements in this question of taking life. She might have to consider the cruelty to asparagus in cutting it off in plump infancy, or the ethics of devouring in the turnip the food laid up by the mother plant to perfect her seed. In fact, a most rigorous diet would be forced upon the teacher, who should refuse to sustain her own existence at the cost of life, and if she should attempt to teach the righteousness of such a diet, she would undoubtedly forfeit her position. And yet what is she to do? She will soon find herself in the position of a certain lady who placed sheets of sticky fly-paper around her kitchen to rid her house of flies, and then in mental anguish picked off the buzzing, struggling victims and sought to clean their too adhesive wings and legs. In fact, drawing the line between what to kill and what to let live requires the use of common sense rather than logic. First of all, the nature study teacher, while exemplifying and encouraging the humane attitude toward the lower creatures, and repressing cruelty which wantonly causes suffering, should never magnify the terrors of death. Death is as natural as life, and the inevitable end of physical life on our globe. Therefore, every story and every sentiment expressed which makes the child feel that death is terrible is wholly wrong. The one right way to teach about death is not to emphasize it one way or another, but to deal with it as a circumstance common to all. It should be no more emphasized than the fact that creatures eat or fall asleep. Another thing for the nature study teacher to do is to direct the interest of the child so that it shall center upon the hungry creature rather than upon the one which is made into the meal. It is well to emphasize the fact that one of the conditions imposed upon every living being in the woods and fields is that it is entitled to a meal when it is hungry, if it is clever enough to get it. The child naturally takes this view of it. I remember well as a child, I never thought particularly about the mouse which my cat was eating. In fact, the process of transmuting mouse into cat seemed altogether proper. But when the cat played with the mouse, that was quite another thing, and was never permitted. Although no one appreciates more deeply than I the debt to which we owe Thompson Seton, and writers of his kind, who have placed before the public the animal story from the animal point of view, and thus set us all to thinking, yet it is certainly wrong to impress this view too strongly upon the young and sensitive child. In fact, this process should not begin until the judgment and the understanding is well developed, for we all know that although seeing the other fellow's standpoint is a source of strength and breadth of mind, yet living the other fellow's life is, at best, an enfeebling process and a futile waste of energy. Should the nature study teacher teach how to destroy life? It is probably within the proper scope of the nature study teacher to place emphasis upon the domain of man, who, being the most powerful of all animals, asserts his will as to which ones shall live in his midst. From a standpoint of abstract justice, the stray cat has just as much right to kill and eat the robin which builds in the vines of my porch as the robin has to pull and eat the earthworms from my lawn. But the place is mine, and I choose to kill the cat and preserve the robin. When emphasizing the domain of man, we may have to deal with the killing of creatures which are injurious to his interests. Nature study may be tributary to this, in a measure and indirectly, but it is surely not nature study. For example, the child studies the cabbage butterfly in all its stages, the exquisitely sculptured yellow egg, the velvety green caterpillar, the chrysalis with its protecting colors, the white-winged butterfly, and becomes interested in the life of the insect. Not under any consideration, when the attention of the child is focused on the insect, should we consider a remedy for it when a pest. Let the life story of the butterfly stand as a fascinating page of nature's book. But later, when the child enters on his career as a gardener, when he sets out his row of cabbage plants, and waters and cultivates them, and does his best to bring them to maturity, along comes the butterfly, now an arch enemy, and begins to rear her progeny on the product of his toil. Now the child's interest is focused on the cabbage, and the question is not one of killing insects so much as saving plants. In fact, there is nothing in spraying the plants with Paris green which suggests cruelty to innocent caterpillars, nor is the process likely to harden the child's sensibilities. To gain knowledge of the life story of insects or other creatures is nature study. To destroy them as pests is a part of agriculture or horticulture. The one may be of fundamental assistance to the other, but the two are quite separate and should never be confused. The Field Notebook. A field notebook may be made a joy to the pupil and a help to the teacher. Any kind of blank book will do for this, except that it should not be too large to be carried in the pocket, and it should always have the pencil attached. To make the notebook a success, the following rules should be observed. A. The book should be considered the personal property of the child, and should never be criticized by the teacher, except as a matter of encouragement, for the spirit in which the notes are made is more important than the information they cover. B. The making of drawings should be encouraged for illustrating what is observed. A graphic drawing is far better than a long description of a natural object. C. The notebook should not be regarded as a part of the work in English. The spelling, language, and writing of the notes should all be exempt from criticism. D. As occasion offers, outlines for observing certain plants or animals may be placed in the notebook previous to the field excursion, so as to give definite points for the work. E. No child should be compelled to have a notebook. The field notebook is a veritable gold mine for the nature study teacher to work in securing voluntary and happy observations from the pupils concerning their out-of-door interests. It is a friendly gate which admits the teacher to a knowledge of what the child sees and cares for. Through it, she may discover where the child's attention impinges upon the realm of nature, and thus may know where to find the starting point for cultivating larger intelligence and a wider interest. I have examined many field notebooks kept by pupils in the intermediate grades, and have been surprised at their plenitude of accurate observation and graphic illustration. These books ranged from blank account books, furnished by the family grocer, up to a quarto, the pages of which were adorned with many marginal illustrations, made in passionate admiration of Thompson Seton's books, and filled with carefully transcribed text that showed the direct influence of Thoreau. These books, of whatever quality, are precious beyond price to their owners. And why not? For they represent what cannot be bought or sold, personal experience in the happy world of out-of-doors. The Field Excursion. Many teachers look upon the field excursion as a precarious voyage, steered between the Scylla of hilarious seeing too much and the Charybdis of seeing nothing at all, because of the zest which comes from freedom in the fields and wood. This danger can be obviated if the teacher plans the work definitely before starting and demands certain results. It is a mistake to think that a half-day is necessary for a field lesson, since a very efficient field trip may be made during the 10 or 15 minutes at recess, if it is well planned. Certain questions and lines of investigation should be given the pupils before starting, and given in such a manner as to make them thoroughly interested in discovering the facts. A certain teacher in New York State has studied all the common plants and trees in the vicinity of her school with these recess excursions, and the pupils have been enthusiastic about the work. The half-hour excursion should be preceded by a talk concerning the purposes of the outing, and the pupils must know that certain observations are to be made, or they will not be permitted to go again. This should not be emphasized as a punishment, but they should be made to understand that a field excursion is only, naturally enough, for those who wish to see and understand outdoor life. For all field work, the teacher should make use of the field notebook, which should be a part of the pupil's equipment. Pets as nature study subjects. Little attention has been given to making the child understand what would be the lives of his pets if they were in their native environment, or to relating their habits and lives as wild animals. Almost any pet, if properly observed, affords an admirable opportunity for understanding the reasons why its structure and peculiar habits may have made it successful among other creatures and in other lands. Moreover, the actions in the daily life of the pet make interesting subject matter for a notebook. The lessons on the dog, rabbit, and horse as given in this volume may suggest methods for such study, and, with apologies that it is not better and more interesting, I have placed with the story of the squirrel a few pages from one of my own notebooks regarding my experiences with Furry. I include this record as a suggestion for the children that they should keep notebooks of their pets. It will lead them to closer observation and to a better and more natural expression of their experiences. End of Section 3. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 4 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 1. The Teaching of Nature-Study. The Correlation of Nature-Study with Language Work. 2. Gardening and Nature Study. The correlation of nature study with language work. Nature study should be so much a part of the child's thought and interest that it will naturally form a thought core for other subjects quite unconsciously on his part. In fact, there is one safe rule for correlation in this case. It is legitimate and excellent training as long as the pupil does not discover that he is correlating. But there is something in human nature which revolts against doing one thing to accomplish quite another. A boy once said to me, "I'd rather never go on a field excursion than have to write it up for English," a sentiment I sympathize with keenly. Ulterior motive is sickening to the honest spirit. But But if that same boy had been a member of a field class and had enjoyed all the new experiences and had witnessed the interesting things discovered on this excursion, and if later his teacher had asked him to write for her an account of some part of it because she wished to know what he had discovered, the chances are that he would have written his story joyfully and with a certain pride that would have counted much for achievement in word expression. When Mr. John Spencer, known to so many children in New York State as Uncle John, was conducting the junior naturalist clubs, the teachers allowed letters to him to count for language exercises, and the eagerness with which these letters were written should have given the teachers the key to the proper method of teaching English. Mr. Spencer requested the teachers not to correct the letters, because he wished the children to be thinking about the subject matter rather than the form of expression. But so anxious were many of the pupils to make their letters perfect that they earnestly requested their teachers to help them write correctly, which was an ideal condition for teaching them English. Writing letters to Uncle John was such a joy to the pupils that it was used as a privilege and a reward of merit in many schools. One rural teacher reduced the percentage of tardiness to a minimum by giving the first period in the morning to the work in English, which consisted of letters to Uncle John. Why do pupils dislike writing English exercises? Simply because they are not interested in the subject they are asked to write about, and they know that the teacher is not interested in the information contained in the essay. But when they are interested in the subject and write about it to a person who is interested, the conditions are entirely changed. If the teacher, overwhelmed as she is by work and perplexities, could only keep in mind that the purpose of a language is, after all, merely to convey ideas, some of her perplexities would fade away. A conveyance, naturally, should be fitted for the load it is to carry, and if the pupil acquires the load first, he is very likely to construct a conveyance that will be adequate. How often the conveyance is made perfect through much effort and polished through agony of spirit, and the load entirely forgotten. Nature study lessons give much excellent subject matter for stories and essays, but these essays should never be criticized or defaced with the blue pencil. They should be read with interest by the teacher. The mistakes made in them, so transformed as to be unrecognizable, may be used for drill exercises in grammatical construction. After all, grammar and spelling are only gained by practice, and there is no royal road leading to their acquirement. The correlation of nature study and drawing. The correlation of nature study and drawing is so natural and inevitable that it needs never be revealed to the pupil. When the child is interested in studying any object, he enjoys illustrating his observations with drawings. The happy absorption of children thus engaged is a delight to witness. At its best, drawing is a perfectly natural method of self-expression. The savage and the young child, both untutored, seek to express themselves and their experiences by this means. It is only when the object to be drawn is foreign to the interests of the child that drawing is a task. Nature study offers the best means for bridging the gap that lies between the kindergarten child, who makes drawings because he loves to and is impelled to from within, and the pupil in the grades who is obliged to draw what the teacher places before him. From making crude and often meaningless pencil strokes, which is the entertainment of the young child, the outlining of a leaf or some other simple and interesting natural object is a normal step full of interest for the child, because it is still self-expression. Miss Mary E. Hill gives every year in the Goodyear School of Syracuse an exhibition of the drawings made by the children in the nature study classes, and these are universally so excellent that most people regard them as an exhibition from the art department, and yet many of these pupils have never had lessons in drawing. They have learned to draw because they like to make pictures of the living objects which they have studied. One year there were many pictures of toads in various stages in this exhibit, and although their anatomy was sometimes awry in the pictures, yet there was a certain vivid expression of life in their representation. One felt that the toads could jump. Miss Hill allows the pupils to choose their own medium, pencil, crayon, or watercolor, and says that they seem to feel which is best. For instance, when drawing the outline of trees in winter, they choose pencil, but when representing the trillium or iris, they prefer watercolor, while for bittersweet and crocuses, they choose the colored crayons. It is through this method of drawing that which interests him that the child retains and keeps as his own what should be an inalienable right, a graphic method of expressing his own impressions. Too much have we emphasized drawing as an art. It may be an art if the one who draws is an artist, but if he is not an artist, he still has a right to draw, if it pleases him to do so. We might as well declare that a child should not speak unless he put his words into poetry, as to declare that he should not draw because his drawings are not artistic. The correlation of nature study with geography. Life depends upon its environment. Geographical conditions and limitations have shaped the mold into which plastic life has been poured and by which its form has been modified. It may be easy for the untrained mind to see how the deserts and oceans affect life. Cattle may not roam in the former because there is nothing there for them to eat, nor may they occupy the latter because they are not fitted for breathing air in the water. And yet the camel can endure thirst and live on the scant food of the desert, and the whale is a mammal fitted to live in the sea. The question is, how are we to impress the child with the have to, which lies behind all these geographical facts? If animals live in the desert, they have to subsist on scant and peculiar food which grows there. They have to get along with little water. They have to endure heat and sandstorms. They have to have eyes that will not become blinded by the vivid reflection of the sunlight on the sand. They have to be of sand color, so that they may escape the eyes of their enemies or creep upon their prey unperceived. All these have-tos are not mere chance, but they have existed so long that the animal, by constantly coming in contact with them, has attained its present form and habits. There are just as many have-tos in the stream or the pond back of the schoolhouse, on the dry hillside behind it, or in the woods beyond the creek, as there are in desert or ocean. And when the child gets an inkling of this fact, he has made a great step into the realm of geography. When he realizes why water lilies can grow only in still water that is not too deep and which has a silt bottom, and why the cattails grow in swamps where there is not too much water, and why the mullein grows in the dry pasture, and why the hepatica thrives in the rich, damp woods, and why daisies grow in the meadows, he will understand that this partnership of nature and geography illustrates the laws which govern life. Many phases of physical geography belong to the realm of nature study. The brook, its course, its work or erosion and sedimentation, the rocks of many kinds, the soil, the climate, the weather, are all legitimate subjects for nature study lessons. The correlation of nature study with history. There are many points where nature study impinges upon history in a way that may prove the basis for an inspiring lesson. Many of our weeds, cultivated plants, and domestic animals have been introduced from Europe and are a part of our colonial history, while there are many of the most commonly seen creatures which have played their part in the history of ancient times. For instance, the bees, which gave to man the only means available to him for sweetening his food until the 17th century, were closely allied to the home life of ancient peoples. The buffalo, which ranged our western plains, had much to do with the life of the red man. The study of the grasshopper brings to the child's attention stories of the locusts' invasion mentioned in the Bible, and the stars which witness our creation, and of which Job sang, and the ancients wrote, shine over our heads every night. But the trees, through the lengthy span of their lives, cover more history individually than do other organisms. In glancing across the wood-covered hills of New York, one often sees there, far above the other trees, the gaunt crowns of the old white pines. Such trees belong to the forest primeval, and may have attained the age of 2 centuries. They stand there, looking out over the world, relics of another age when America belonged to the red man, and the bear and the panther played or fought beneath them. The cedars live longer than do the pines, and the great scarlet oak may have attained the age of 4 centuries before it yields to fate. Perhaps in no other way may the attention of the pupils be turned so naturally to past events as through the thought that the life of such a tree has spanned so much of human history. The life history of one of these ancient trees should be made the center of local history. Let the pupils find when the town was settled by the whites, and where they came from, and how large the tree was then. What Indian tribes roamed the woods before that, and what animals were common in the forests when this tree was a sapling. Thus may be brought out the chief events in the history of the county and township, when they were established, and for whom or what they were named, and a comparison of the present industries may be made with those of 100 years ago. The correlation of nature study with arithmetic. The arithmetical problems presented by nature study are many. Some of them are simple, and some of them are complicated, and all of them are illuminating. Seed distribution especially lends itself to computation. A milkweed pod contains 140 seeds. There are 5 such pods on one plant. Each milkweed plant requires at least 1 square foot of ground to grow on. How much ground would be required to grow all of the seeds from this one plant? Or count the seeds in 1 dandelion head, multiply by the number of flower heads on the plant, and estimate how many plants can grow on a square foot. Then ask a boy how long it would take for 1 dandelion plant to cover his father's farm with its progeny, or count the blossoms on 1 branch of an apple tree. Later, count the ripened fruit. What percentage of blossoms matured into fruit? Measuring trees, their height and thickness, and computing the lumber they will make, combines arithmetic and geometry, and so on ad infinitum. As a matter of fact, the teacher will find in almost every nature lesson an arithmetic lesson, and when arithmetic is used in this work, it should be vital and inherent and not tacked on. The pupils should be really interested in the answers to their problems, and as with all correlation, the success of it depends upon the genius of the teacher. Gardening and nature study. Erroneously, some people maintain that gardening is nature study. This is not so necessarily, nor ordinarily. Gardening may be a basis for nature study, but it is rarely made so to any great extent. Even the work in children's gardens is so conducted that the pupils know little or nothing of the flowers or vegetables which they grow, except their names, their uses to man, and how to cultivate them. They are taught how to prepare the soil, but the reason for this from the plant's standpoint is never revealed, and if the child becomes acquainted with the plants in his garden, he makes the discovery by himself. All this is nothing against gardening. It is a wholesome and valuable experience for a child to learn how to make a garden, even if he remains ignorant of the interesting facts concerning the plants which he there cultivates. But if the teachers are so inclined, they may find in the garden and its products the most interesting material for the best of nature lessons. Every plant the child grows is an individual with its own peculiarities, as well as those of its species in manner of growth. Its roots, stems, and leaves are of certain form and structure, and often the special uses to the plant of its own kind of leaves, stems, and roots are obvious. Each plant has its own form of flower, and even its own tricks for securing pollination, and its own manner of developing and scattering its seeds. Every weed of the garden has developed some special method of winning and holding its place among the cultivated plants, and in no other way may the child so fully and naturally come into a comprehension of that term, the survival of the fittest, as by studying the ways of the fit as exemplified in the triumphant weeds of his garden. Every earthworm working below the soil is doing something for the garden. Every bee that visits the flowers there is on an errand for the garden, as well as for herself. Every insect feeding on leaf or root is doing something to the garden. Every bird that nests nearby or that ever visits it is doing something which affects the life and the growth of the garden. What all of these uninvited guests are doing is one field of garden nature study. Aside from all this study of individual life in the garden, which even the youngest child may take part in, there are the more advanced lessons on the soil. What kind of soil is it? From what sort of rock was it formed? What renders it mellow and fit for the growing of plants? Moreover, what do the plants get from it? How do they get it? What do they do with what they get? This leads to the subject of plant physiology, the elements of which may be taught simply by experiments carried on by the children themselves, experiments which should demonstrate the sap currents in the plant, the use of water to carry food and in making the plant rigid, the use of sunshine in making the plant food in the leaf laboratories, the nourishment provided for the seed and its germination, and many other similar lessons. A child who makes a garden, and thus becomes intimate with the plants he cultivates, and comes to understand the interrelation of the various forms of life which he finds in his garden, has progressed far in the fundamental knowledge of nature's ways, as well as in the practical knowledge of agriculture. End of Section 4. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 5 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 1. The Teaching of Nature-Study. Nature-Study and Agriculture. 2. How to use this book. Nature-Study and Agriculture. Luckily, thumb rule agriculture is being pushed to the wall in these enlightened days. Thumb rules would work much better if nature did not vary her performances in such a confusing way. Government experiment stations were established because thumb rules for farming were unreliable and disappointing, and all the work of all the experiment stations has been simply advanced nature study and its application to the practice of agriculture. Both nature study and agriculture are based upon the study of life and the physical conditions which encourage or limit life. This is known to the world as the study of the natural sciences, and if we see clearly the relation of nature study to science, we may understand better the relation of nature study to agriculture, which is based upon the sciences. Nature study is science brought home. It is a knowledge of botany, zoology, and geology, as illustrated in the dooryard, the cornfield, or the woods back of the house. Some people have an idea that to know these sciences one must go to college. They do not understand that nature has furnished the material and laboratories on every farm in the land. Thus, by beginning with the child in nature study, we take him to the laboratory of the wood or garden, the roadside or the field, and his materials are the wildflowers or the weeds, or the insects that visit the goldenrod, or the birds that sing in the maple tree, or the woodchuck whistling in the pasture. The child begins to study living things anywhere or everywhere, and his progress is always along the various tracks laid down by the laws of life, along which his work as an agriculturist must always progress if it is to be successful. The child, through nature study, learns the way a plant grows, whether it be an oak, a turnip, or a pigweed. He learns how the roots of each is adapted to its needs, how the leaves place themselves to get the sunshine, and why they need it, and how the flowers get their pollen carried by the bee or wind, and how the seeds are finally scattered and planted. Or he learns about the life of the bird, whether it be a chicken, an owl, or a bobolink. He knows how each bird gets its food, and what its food is, where it lives, where it nests, and its relation to other living things. He studies the bumblebee, and discovers its great mission of pollen carrying for many flowers, and in the end would no sooner strike it dead than he would voluntarily destroy his clover patch. This is the kind of learning we call nature study, and not science or agriculture. But the country child can never learn anything in nature study that has not something to do with science, and that has not its own practical lesson for him, when he shall become a farmer. Some have argued, why not make nature study along the lines of agriculture solely? Why should not the child begin nature study with the cabbage rather than the wildflowers? This argument, carried out logically, provides recreation for a boy in hoeing corn rather than in playing ball. Many parents in the past have argued thus and have, in consequence, driven thousands of splendid boys from the country to the city with a loathing in their souls for the drudgery which seemed all there was to farm life. The reason why the wildflowers may be selected for beginning the nature study of plants is because every child loves these woodland posies, and his happiest hours are spent in gathering them. Never yet have we known of a case where a child, having gained his knowledge of the way a plant lives through studying the plants he loves, has failed to be interested and delighted to find that the wonderful things he discovered about his wildflower may be true of the vegetable in the garden, or the purslane which fights with it for ground to stand upon. Some have said, we as farmers care only to know what concerns our pocketbooks. We wish only to study those things which we must, as farmers, cultivate or destroy. We do not care for the butterfly, but we wish to know the plum weevil. We do not care for the trillium, but we are interested in the onion. We do not care for the meadowlark, but we cherish the gosling. This is an absurd argument, since it is a mental impossibility for any human being to discriminate between two things when he knows or sees only one. In order to understand the important economic relations to the world of one plant or animal, it is absolutely necessary to have a wide knowledge of other plants and animals. One might as well say, I will see the approaching cyclone, but never look at the sky. I will look at the clover, but not see the dandelion. I will look for the sheriff when he comes over the hill, but will not see any other team on the road. Nature study is an effort to make the individual use his senses instead of losing them, to train him to keep his eyes open to all things, so that his powers of discrimination shall be based on wisdom. The ideal farmer is not the man who by hazard and chance succeeds. He is the man who loves his farm and all that surrounds it, because he is awake to the beauty as well as to the wonders which are there. He is the man who understands as far as may be the great forces of nature which are at work around him, and therefore he is able to make them work for him. For what is agriculture, save a diversion of natural forces for the benefit of man? The farmer who knows these forces only when restricted to his peltry crops, and has no idea of their larger application, is no more efficient as a farmer than would a man be as an engineer who knew nothing of his engine except how to start and stop it. In order to appreciate truly his farm, the farmer must needs begin as a child with nature study. In order to be successful and make the farm pay, he must needs continue in nature study. And to make his declining years happy, content, full of wide sympathies and profitable thought, he must needs conclude with nature study. For nature study is the alphabet of agriculture, and no word in that great vocation may be spelled without it. Nature Study Clubs. The organizing of a club by the pupils for the purpose of studying out-of-door life is a great help and inspiration to the work in nature study in the classroom. The essays and the talks before the club prove efficient aid in English composition, and the varied interests of the members of the club furnish new and vital material for study. A button or a badge may be designed for the club, and, of course, it must have constitution and bylaws. The proceedings of the club meetings should be conducted according to parliamentary rules, but the field excursions should be entirely informal. The meetings of the Junior Naturalist Clubs, as organized in the schools of New York State by Mr. John W. Spencer, were most impressive. The school session would be brought to a close, the teacher stepping down and taking a seat with the pupils, The president of the club, some bashful boy or slender slip of a girl, would take the chair and conduct the meeting with a dignity and efficiency worthy of a statesman. The order was perfect, the discussion much to the point. I confess to a feeling of awe when I attended these meetings, conducted so seriously and so formally by such youngsters. Undoubtedly, the parliamentary training and experience in speaking impromptu are among the chief benefits of such a club. These clubs may be organized for special study. In one bird club of which I know there have been contests. Sides were chosen, and the number of birds seen from May 1st to 31st, inclusive, was the test of supremacy. Notes on the birds were taken in the field with such care that when at the end of the month each member handed in his notes, they could be used as evidence of accurate identification. An umpire, with the help of bird manuals, decided the doubtful points. This year the score stood 79 to 81. The programs of the Nature Club should be varied so as to be continually interesting. Poems and stories concerning the objects studied help make the program attractive. How to use this book. First, and indispensably, the teacher should have at hand the subject of the lesson. She should make herself familiar with the points covered by the questions and read the story before giving the lesson. If she does not have the time to go over the observations suggested before giving the lesson, she should take up the question with the pupils as a joint investigation and be boon companion in discovering the story. The story should not be read to the pupils. It is given as an assistance to the teacher and is not meant for direct information to the pupils. If the teacher knows a fact in nature's realm, she is then in a position to lead her pupils to discover this fact for themselves. Make the lesson an investigation, and make the pupils feel that they are investigators. To tell the story to begin with inevitably spoils this attitude and quenches interest. The leading thought embodies some of the points which should be in the teacher's mind while giving the lesson. It should not be read or declared to the pupils. The outlines for observation herein given by no means cover all of the observations possible. They are meant to suggest to the teacher observations of her own, rather than to be followed slavishly. The suggestions for observation have been given in the form of questions, merely for the sake of saving space. The direct questioning method, if not employed with discretion, becomes tiresome to both pupil and teacher. If the questions do not inspire the child to investigate, they are useless. To grind out answers to questions about any natural object is not nature study. It is simply grind, a form of mental activity which is of much greater use when applied to spelling or the multiplication table than to the study of nature. The best teacher will cover the points suggested for observations with few direct questions. To those who find the questions inadequate, I will say that, although I have used these outlines once, I am sure I should never be able to use them again without making changes. The topics chosen for these lessons may not be the most practical, nor the most interesting, nor the most enlightening that are to be found. They are simply those subjects which I have used in my classes, because we happened to find them at hand the morning the lessons were given. While an earnest attempt has been made to make the information in this book accurate, it is to be expected and to be hoped that many discrepancies will be found by those who follow the lessons. No two animals or plants are just alike, and no two people see things exactly the same way. The chief aim of this volume is to encourage investigation rather than to give information. Therefore, if mistakes are found, the object of the book will have been accomplished, and the author will feel deeply gratified. If the teacher finds that the observations made by her and her pupils do not agree with the statements in the book, I earnestly enjoin upon her to trust to her own eyes rather than to any book. No teacher is expected to teach all the lessons in this book. A wide range of subjects is given, so that congenial choice may be made. End of Part 1. End of Section 5. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 6 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. Bird Study Intro and Beginning Bird Study in the Primary Grades. The reason for studying any bird is to ascertain what it does. In order to accomplish this, it is necessary to know what the bird is, learning what it is being simply a step that leads to a knowledge of what it does. But to hear some of our bird devotees talk, one would think that to be able to identify a bird is all of bird study. On the contrary, the identification of birds is simply the alphabet to the real study, the alphabet by means of which we may spell out the life habits of the bird. To know these habits is the ambition of the true ornithologist, and should likewise be the ambition of the beginner, even though the beginner be a young child. Several of the most common birds have been selected as subjects for lessons in this book. Other common birds, like the phoebe and wrens, have been omitted purposely. After the children have studied the birds, as indicated in the lessons, they will enjoy working out lessons for themselves with other birds. Naturally, the sequence of these lessons does not follow scientific classification. In the first 10 lessons, an attempt has been made to lead the child gradually into a knowledge of bird life. Beginning with the chicken, there follow naturally the lessons with pigeons and the canary. Then there follows the careful and detailed study of the robins, and constant comparison of them with the bluebirds. This is enough for the first year in the primary grades. The next year the work begins with the birds that remain in the north during the winter, the chickadee, nuthatch, and downy woodpecker. After these have been studied carefully, the teacher may be an opportunist when spring comes, and select any of the lessons when the bird subjects are at hand. The classification suggested for the woodpeckers and the swallows is for more advanced pupils, as are the lessons on the geese and turkeys. It is to be hoped that these lessons will lead the child directly to the use of the bird manuals, of which there are several excellent ones. Beginning bird study in the primary grades. The hen is especially adapted as an object lesson for the young beginner of bird study. First of all, she is a bird, notwithstanding the adverse opinions of 2 of my small pupils, who stoutly maintained that a robin is a bird, but a hen is a hen. Moreover, the hen is a bird always available for nature study. She looks askance at us from the crates of the world's marts. She comes to meet us in the country barnyard, stepping toward us sedately, looking at us earnestly with one eye, then turning her head so as to check up her observations with the other. Meantime she asks us a little question in a wheedling, soft tone, which we understand perfectly to mean, "Have you perchance brought me something to eat?" Not only is the hen an interesting bird in herself, but she is a bird with problems, and by studying her carefully we may be introduced into the very heart and center of bird life. This lesson may be presented in 2 ways. First, if the pupils live in the country, where they have poultry at home, the whole series of lessons may best be accomplished through interested talks on the part of the teacher, which should be followed on the part of the children by observations, which should be made at home, and the results given in school in oral or written lessons. Second, if the pupils are not familiar with fowls, a hen and a chick, if possible, should be kept in a cage in the schoolroom for a few days, and a duck or gosling should be brought in one day for observation. The crates in which fowls are sent to market make very good cages. One of the teachers of the Elmira, New York schools introduced into the basement of the schoolhouse a hen, which there hatched her brood of chicks, much to the children's delight and edification. After the pupils have become thoroughly interested in the hen and are familiar with her ways, after they have fed her and watched her, and have for her a sense of ownership, the following lessons may be given in an informal manner. as if they were naturally suggested to the teacher's mind through watching the fowl. End of Section 6. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 7 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. Feathers as Clothing. Teacher's Story. The bird's clothing affords a natural beginning for bird study, because the wearing of feathers is a most striking character distinguishing birds from other creatures. Also, feathers in flying are the first things the young child notices about birds. The purpose of all these lessons on the hen are a. To induce the child to make continued and sympathetic observations on the habits of the domestic birds. b. To cause him involuntarily to compare the domestic with the wild birds. c. To induce him to think for himself why the shape of the body, wings, head, beak, feet, legs, and feathers are adapted in each species to protect the bird and assist it in getting its living. The overlapping of the feathers on a hen's back and breast is a pretty illustration of nature's method of shingling, so that the rain, finding no place to enter, drips off, leaving the bird's underclothing quite dry. It is interesting to note how a hen behaves in the rain. She droops her tail and holds herself so that the water finds upon her no resting place, but simply a steep surface down which to flow to the ground. Each feather consists of 3 parts: the shaft or quill, which is the central stiff stem of the feather, giving it strength. From this quill come off the barbs, which, toward the outer end, join together in a smooth web, making the thin, fan-like portion of the feather. At the base is the fluff, which is soft and downy, and near to the body of the fowl. The teacher should put on the blackboard this figure, so that incidentally the pupils may learn the parts of a feather and their structure. If a microscope is available, show both the web and the fluff of a feather under a 3/4 objective. The feathers on the back of a hen are longer and narrower in proportion than those on the breast, and are especially fitted to protect the back from rain. The breast feathers are shorter and have more of the fluff, thus protecting the breast from the cold as well as the rain. It is plain to any child that the soft fluff is comparable to our woolen underclothing, while the smooth overlapping web forms a rain and windproof outer coat. Down is a feather with no quill. Young chicks are covered with down. A pin feather is simply a young feather rolled up in a sheath, which bursts later and is shed, leaving the feather free to assume its form. Take a large pin feather and cut the sheath open, and show the pupils the young feather lying within. When a hen oils her feathers, it is a process well worth observing. The oil gland is on her back, just at the base of the tail feathers. She squeezes the gland with her beak to get the oil, and then rubs the beak over the surface of her feathers, and passes them through it. She spends more time oiling the feathers on her back and breast than those on the other parts, so that they will surely shed water. Country people say when the hen oils her feathers, it is a sure sign of rain. The hen sheds her feathers once a year, and is a most untidy-looking bird meanwhile, a fact that she seems to realize, and is as shy and cross as a young lady caught in company in curl papers. But she seems very pleased with herself when she finally gains her new feathers. Lesson 1. Feathers as Clothing. Leading Thought. Feathers grow from the skin of a bird, and protect the bird from rain, snow, wind, and cold. Some of the feathers act as cloaks or mackintoshes, and others as underclothing. Method. The hen should be at close range for this lesson, where the children may observe how and where the different kinds of feathers grow. The pupils should also study separately the form of a feather from the back, from the breast, from the underside of the body, and a pin feather. Observations for the pupils. 1. How are the feathers arranged on the back of the hen? Are they like shingles on the roof? If so, what for? 2. How does a hen look when standing in the rain? 3. How are the feathers arranged on the breast? 4. Compare a feather from the back and one from the breast, and note the difference. 5. Are both ends of these feathers alike? If not, what is the difference? 6. Is the fluffy part of the feather on the outside or next to the bird's skin? What is its use? 7. Why is the smooth part of the feather, the web, on the outside? 8. Some feathers are all fluff and are called down. At what age was the fowl all covered with down? 9. What is a pin feather? What makes you think so? 10. How do hens keep their feathers oily and glossy so they will shed water? 11. Where does the hen get the oil? Describe how she oils her feathers, and which one does she oil most? Does she oil her feathers before a rain? How beautiful your feathers be, the redbird sang to the tulip tree, new garbed in autumn gold. Alas, the bending branches sighed, they cannot, like your leaves, abide to keep us from the cold. John B. Tabb. End of Section 7. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 8 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. Feathers as Ornament. Teacher's Story. The ornamental plumage of birds is one of the principal illustrations of a great principle of evolution. The theory is that the male birds win their mates because of their beauty, those that are not beautiful being doomed to live single and leave no progeny to inherit their dullness. On the other hand, the successful wooer hands down his beauty to his sons. However, another quite different principle acts upon the coloring of the plumage of the mother birds, for if they should develop bright colors themselves, they would attract the eyes of the enemy to their precious hidden nests. Only by being inconspicuous are they able to protect their eggs and nestlings from discovery and death. The mother partridge, for instance, is so nearly the color of the dead leaves on the ground about her that we may almost step upon her before we discover her. If she were the color of the oriole or tanager, she would very soon be the center of attention to every prowler. Thus, it has come about that among the birds the feminine love of beauty has developed the gorgeous colors of the males, while the need for protection of the home has kept the female plumage modest and unnoticeable. The curved feathers of the rooster's tail are weak and mobile, and could not possibly be of any use as a rudder, but they give grace and beauty to the fowl, and cover the useful rudder feathers underneath by a feather fountain of iridescence. The neck plumage of the cock is also luxurious and beautiful in color, and quite different from that of the hen. Among the ducks, the brilliant blue-green iridescent head of the drake and his wing bars are beautiful, and make his wife seem Quaker-like in contrast. As an object lesson to instill the idea that the male bird is proud of his beautiful feathers, I know of none better than that presented by the turkey gobbler, for he is a living expression of self-conscious vanity. He spreads his tail to the fullest extent and shifts it this way and that to show the exquisite play of colors over the feathers in the sunlight, meanwhile throwing out his chest to call particular attention to his blue and red wattles. And to keep from bursting with pride, he bubbles over in vainglorious gobbles. The hen with her chicks and the turkey hen with her brood, if they follow their own natures, must wander in the fields for food, If they were bright in color, the hawks would soon detect them, and their chances of escape would be small. This is another instance of the advantage to the young of adopting the colors of the mother rather than of the father. A fact equally true of the songbirds in cases where the males are brilliant in color at maturity. The Baltimore Oriole does not assist his mate in brooding, but he sits somewhere on the home tree and cheers her by his glorious song and by glimpses of his gleaming orange coat. Some have accused him of being lazy. On the contrary, he is a wise householder, for instead of attracting the attention of crow or squirrel to his nest, he distracts their attention from it by both color and song. A peacock's feather should really be a lesson by itself. It is so much a thing of beauty. The brilliant color of the purple eye-spot and the graceful flowing barbs that form the setting to the central gem are all a training in aesthetics as well as in nature study. After the children have studied such a feather, let them see the peacock either in reality or in picture, and give them stories about this bird of Juno. A bird so inconspicuous, if it were not for his great spread of tail, that a child seen it first cried, "Oh, oh, see this old hen all in bloom!" The whole question of sexual selection may be made as plain as need be for the little folks, by simply telling them that the mother bird chooses for her mate the one which is most brightly and beautifully dressed, and make much of the comb and wattles of the rooster and gobbler, as additions to the brilliancy of their appearance. Lesson 2. Feathers as Ornament. Leading Thought. The color of feathers, and often their shape, are for the purpose of making birds more beautiful, while in others the color of the feathers protects them from the observation of their enemies. Methods. While parts of this lesson relating to fowls may be given in primary grades, it is equally fitting for pupils who have a wider knowledge of birds. Begin with a comparison of the plumage of the hen and the rooster. Then, if possible, study the turkey gobbler and a peacock in life or in pictures. Also the plumage of a Rouen duck and drake, and if possible the Baltimore Oriole, the Goldfinch, the scarlet tanager, and the Cardinal. Observations. 1. Note difference in shape and color of the tail feathers of hen and rooster. 2. Do the graceful curved tail feathers of the rooster help him in flying? Are they stiff enough to act as a rudder? 3. If not of use in flying, what are they for? Which do you think the more beautiful, the hen or the rooster? 4. In what respects is the rooster a more beautiful fowl? 5. What other parts of the rooster's plumage is more beautiful than that of the hen? 6. If a turkey gobbler sees you looking at him, he begins to strut. Do you think he does this to show off his tail feathers? Note how he turns his spread tail this way and that, so that the sunshine will bring out the beautiful changeable colors. Do you think he does this so you can see and admire him? 7. Describe the difference in plumage between the hen turkey and the gobbler. Does the hen turkey strut? 8. Note the beautiful blue-green iridescent head and wing patches on the wings of the Rouen duck. Is the drake more beautiful than the duck? 9. What advantage is it for these fowls to have the father bird more beautiful and bright in color than the mother bird? 10. In case of the Baltimore Oriole, is the mother bird as bright in color as the father bird? Why? 11. Study a peacock's feather. What color is the eye spot? What color around that? What color around that? What color and shape are the outside barbs of the feather? Do you blame a peacock for being proud when he can spread a tail of 100 eyes? Does the pea-hen have such beautiful tail feathers as the peacock? The bird of Juno glories in his plumes. Pride makes the fowl to preen his feathers so. His spotted train fetched from old Argus' head, with golden rays like to the brightest sun, inserteth self-love in the silly bird, till midst its hot and glorious fumes he spies his feet and then lets fall his plumes. The Peacock, by Robert Greene, 1560. End of Section 8. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 9 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. How Birds Fly. Teacher's Story. To convince the children that a bird's wings correspond to our arms, they should see a fowl with its feathers off, prepared for market or oven, and they will infer the fact at once. The bird flies by lifting itself through pressing down upon the air with its wings. There are several experiments which are needed to make the child understand this. It is difficult for children to conceive that the air is really anything, because they cannot see it. So the first experiment should be to show that the air is something we can push against, or that pushes against us. Strike the air with a fan, and we feel there is something which the fan pushes. We feel the wind when it is blowing, and it is very difficult for us to walk against a hard wind. If we hold an open umbrella in the hand while we jump from a step, we feel buoyed up because the umbrella presses down upon the air. The bird presses down upon the air with the wings, just as the open umbrella does. The bird flies by pressing down upon the air with its wings, just as a boy jumps high by pressing down with his hands on his vaulting pole. Study wing and note A. That the wings open and close at the will of the bird. B. That the feathers open and shut on each other like a fan. C. When the wing is open, the wing quills overlap, so that the air cannot pass through them. D. When the wing is open, it is curved, so that it is more efficient, for the same reason that an umbrella presses harder against the atmosphere when it is open than when it is broken by the wind and turned wrong side out. A wing feather has the barbs on the front edge lying almost parallel to the quill, while those on the hind edge come off at a wide angle. The reason for this is easy to see, for the feather has to cut the air as the bird flies, and if the barbs on the front side were like those on the other side, they would be torn apart by the wind. The barbs on the hind side of the feather form a strong, close web, so as to press down on the air and not let it through. The wing quill is curved. The convex side is up, and the concave side below during flight. The concave side, like the umbrella, catches more air than the upper side. The down stroke of the wing is forward and down, while on the up stroke, as the wing is lifted, it bends at the joint like a fan turned sidewise, and offers less surface to resist the air. Thus, the upstroke does not push the bird down. Observations should be made on the use of the bird's tail in flight. The hen spreads her tail like a fan when she flies to the top of the fence. The robin does likewise when in flight. The fact that the tail is used as a rudder to guide the bird in flight, as well as to give more surface for pressing down upon the air, is hard for the younger pupils to understand, and perhaps can be best taught by watching the erratic, unbalanced flight of young birds, whose tail feathers have not yet grown. The tail feather differs from the wing feather in that the quill is not curved, and the barbs on each side are of about equal length and lie at about the same angle on each side the quill. Lesson 3. How Birds Fly. Leading Thought. A bird flies by pressing down upon the air with its wings, which are made especially for this purpose. The bird's tail acts as a rudder during flight. Method. The hen, it is hoped, will by this time be tame enough so that the teacher may spread open her wings for the children to see. In addition, have a detached wing of a fowl, such as are used in farmhouses, instead of a whisk broom. Observations. 1. Do you think a bird's wings correspond to our arms? If so, why? 2. Why do birds flap their wings when they start to fly? 3. Can you press against the air with a fan?
4. Why do you jump so high with a vaulting pole? Do you think the bird uses the air as you use the pole? 5. How are the feathers arranged on the wing so that the bird can use it to press down on the air? 6. If you carry an umbrella on a windy morning, which catches more wind, the under or the top side? Why is this? Does the curved surface of the wing act in the same way? 7. Take a wing feather. Are the barbs as long on one side of the quill as on the other? Do they lie at the same angle from the quill on both sides? If not, why? 8. Which side of the quill lies on the outer side, and which on the inner side of the wing? 9. Is the quill of the feather curved? 10. Which side is uppermost in the wing, the convex or the concave side? Take a quill in one hand and press the tip against the other. Which way does it bend easiest, toward the convex or the concave side? What had this to do with the flight of the bird? 11. If the bird flies by pressing the wings against the air on the downstroke, why does it not push itself downward with its wings on the upstroke? 12. What is the shape and arrangement of the feathers, so as to avoid pushing the bird back to earth when it lifts its wings? 13. Why do you have a rudder to a boat? 14. Do you think a bird could sail through the air without something to steer with? What is the bird's rudder? 15. Have you ever seen a young bird whose tail is not yet grown try to fly? If so, how did it act? 16. Does the hen, when she flies, keep the tail closed or open like a fan? 17. Compare a tail feather with a wing feather and describe the difference. End of Section 9. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 10 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. Eyes and Ears of Birds. Teacher's Story. The hen's eyes are placed at the side of the head so that she cannot see the same object with both eyes at the same time, and thus she has a habit of looking at us first with one eye and then the other to be sure she sees correctly. Also, the position of the hen's eyes give her a command of her entire environment. All birds have much keener eyes than have we, and they can adjust their eyes for either near or far vision much more effectively than we can. The hawk, flying high in the air, can see the mouse on the ground. There is a wide range of colors found in the eyes of birds. White, red, blue, yellow, brown, gray, pink, purple, and green are found in the iris of different species. The hen's eye consists of a black pupil at the center, which must always be black in any eye, since it is a hole through which enters the image of the object. The iris of the hen's eye is yellow. There is apparently no upper lid, but the lower lid comes up during the process of sleeping. When the bird is drowsy, the little film lid comes out from the corner of the eye and spreads over it like a veil. Just at the corner of our own eye, next the nose, is the remains of this film lid, although we cannot move it as the hen does. The hearing of birds is very acute, although the ear is simply a hole in the side of the head in most cases, and is more or less covered with feathers. The hen's ear is like this in many varieties, but in others and in the roosters there are ornamental ear lobes. Lesson 4. Eyes and Ears of Birds. Leading Thought. The eyes and ears of birds are peculiar and very efficient. Methods. The hen or chicken and the rooster should be observed for this lesson. Notes may be made in the poultry yard, or in the schoolroom when the birds are brought there for study. Observations. 1. Why does the hen turn her head, first this side and that, as she looks at you? Can she see an object with both eyes at once? Can she see well? 2. How many colors are there in a hen's eye? Describe the pupil and the iris. 3. Does the hen wink as we do? Has she any eyelids? 4. Can you see the film lid? Does it come from above or below, or the inner or outer corner? When do you see this film lid? 5. Where are the hen's ears? How do they look? How can you tell where the rooster's ears are? 6. Do you think the hen can see and hear well? End of Section 10. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 11 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Form and Use of Beaks. Teacher's Story. Since the bird uses its arms and hands for flying, it has been obliged to develop other organs to take their place, and of their work the beak does its full share. It is well to emphasize this point by letting the children at recess play the game of trying to eat an apple or to pick up their books and pencils with their arms tied behind them. Such an experiment will show how naturally the teeth and feet come to the aid when the hands are useless. The hen feeds upon seeds and insects, which she finds on or in the ground. Her beak is horny and sharp, and acts not only as a pair of nippers, but also as a pick as she strikes it into the soil to get the seed or insect, having already made bare the place by scratching away the grass or surface of the soil with her strong, stubby toes. The hen does not have any teeth, nor does she need any, for her sharp beak enables her to seize her food, and she does not need to chew it, since her gizzard does this for her after the food is swallowed. The duck's bill is broad, flat, and much softer than the hen's beak. The duck feeds upon water insects and plants. It attains these by thrusting its head down into the water, seizing the food, and holding it fast while the water is strained out through the sieve at the edges of the beak. For this use a wide, flat beak is necessary. It would be quite as impossible for a duck to pick up hard seeds with its broad, soft bill, as it would for the hen to get the duck's food out of the water with her narrow, horny bill. Both the duck and hen use their bills for cleaning and oiling their feathers, and for fighting also. The hen strikes a sharp blow with her beak, making a wound like a dagger, while the duck seizes the enemy and simply pinches hard. Both fowls also use their beaks for turning over the eggs when incubating, and also as an aid to the feet when they make nests for themselves. The nostrils are very noticeable, and are situated in the beak near the base. However, we do not believe that birds have a keen sense of smell, since their nostrils are not surrounded by a damp, sensitive, soft surface, as are the nostrils of the deer and dog, this arrangement aiding these animals to detect odor in a marvelous manner. Lesson 5. The Beak of a Bird. Leading Thought. Each kind of bird has a beak especially adapted for getting its food. The beak and feet of a bird are its chief weapons and implements. Methods. Study first the beak of the hen or chick, and then that of the duckling or gosling. Observations. 1. What kind of food does the hen eat, and where and how does she find it in the field or garden? How is her beak adapted to get this food? If her beak were soft like that of a duck, could she peck so hard for seeds and worms? Has the hen any teeth? Does she need any? 2. Compare the bill of the hen with that of the duck. What are the differences in shape? Which is the harder? 3. Note the saw teeth along the edge of the duck's bill. Are these for chewing? Do they act as a strainer? Why does a duck need to strain its food? 4. Could a duck pick up a hen's food from the earth, or the hen strain out a duck's food from the water? For what other things than getting food do these fowls use their bills? 5. Can you see the nostrils in the bill of a hen? Do they show plainer in the duck? Do you think the hen can smell as keenly as the duck? It is said that nature study teaching should be accurate, a statement that every good teacher will admit without debate. But accuracy is often interpreted to mean completeness, and then the statement cannot pass unchallenged. To study the dandelion, the robin, with emphasis on the particle the, working out the complete structure, may be good laboratory work in botany or zoology for advanced pupils, but it is not an elementary educational process. It contributes nothing more to accuracy than does the natural order of leaving untouched all those phases of the subject that are out of the child's reach. While it may take out the life and spirit of the work, and the spiritual quality may be the very part that is the most worth the while, other work may provide the formal drill. This should supply the quality and vivacity. Teachers often say to me that their children have done excellent work with these complete methods, and they show me the essays and drawings. But this is no proof that the work is commendable. Children can be made to do many things that they ought not to do, and that lie beyond them. We all need to go to school, to children. The Outlook of Nature, by L. H. Bailey. Weather and wind and waning moon, plain and hilltop under the sky, evening, morning, and blazing noon, brother of all the world am I. The pine tree, linden, and the maize, the insect squirrel and the kine, all natively they live their days, as they live theirs, so I live mine. I know not where, I know not what, believing none and doubting none, whate'er befalls it counteth not, nature and time and I are one. L. H. Bailey. End of section 11. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 12 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Feet of Birds. Teacher's Story. Obviously the hen is a digger of the soil. Her claws are long, strong, and slightly hooked, and her feet and legs are covered with horny scales as a protection from injury when used in scratching the hard earth, in order to lay bare the seeds and insects hiding there. The hen is a very good runner indeed. She lifts her wings a little to help, much as an athletic runner uses his arms, and so can cover ground with amazing rapidity, her strong toes giving her a firm foothold. The track she makes is very characteristic. It consists of 3 toe marks projecting forward and 1 backward. A bird's toes are numbered thus. A duck has the same number of toes as the hen, but there is a membrane, called the web, which joins the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th toes, making a fan-shaped foot. The first, or the hind toe, has a little web of its own. A webbed foot is first of all a paddle for propelling its owner through the water. It is also a very useful foot on the shores of ponds and streams, since its breadth and flatness prevent it from sinking into the soft mud. The duck's legs are shorter than those of the hen, and are placed farther back and wider apart. The reason for this is they are essentially swimming organs, and are not fitted for scratching nor for running. They are placed at the sides of the bird's body, so that they may act as paddles, and are farther back so that they may act like the wheel of a propeller in pushing the bird along. We often laugh at a duck on land, since its short legs are so far apart and so far back that its walk is necessarily an awkward waddle. But we must always remember that the duck is naturally a water bird, and on the water its movements are graceful. Think once how a hen would appear if she attempted to swim. The duck's body is so illy balanced on its short legs that it cannot run rapidly, and if chased even a short distance, it will fall dead from the effort, as many a country child has discovered to his sorrow when he tried to drive the ducks home from the creek or pond to coop. The long hind claw of the hen enables her to clasp a roost firmly during the night. A duck's foot could not do this, and the duck sleeps squatting on the ground. However, the Muscovy ducks, which are not good swimmers, have been known to perch. Lesson 6. The Feet of Birds. Leading Thought. The feet of birds are shaped so as to assist the bird in getting its food, as well as for locomotion. Methods. The pupil should have opportunity to observe the chicken or hen and a duck as they move about. They should also observe the duck swimming. Observations. 1. Are the toes of the hen long and strong? Have they long, sharp claws at their tips? 2. How are the legs and feet of the hen covered and protected? 3. How are the hen's feet and legs fitted for scratching the earth, and why does she wish to scratch the earth? 4. Can a hen run rapidly? What sort of track does she make? 5. You number your fingers with the thumb as number 1 and the little finger as 5. How do you think the hen's toes are numbered? 6. Has the duck as many toes as the hen? What is the chief difference between the feet of the duck and the hen? 7. Which of the duck's toes are connected by a web? Does the web extend to the tips of the toes? What is the web for, and how does it help the duck? 8. Are the duck's legs as long as the hen's? Are they placed farther forward or farther back than those of the hen? Are they farther apart? 9. Can a duck run as well as a hen? Can the hen swim at all? 10. Where does the hen sleep, and how does she hold on to her perch? Could the duck hold on to a perch? Does the duck need to perch while sleeping? End of Section 12. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 13 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. Chicken Ways. Teacher's Story. Dame Nature certainly pays close attention to details, and an instance of this is the little tooth on the tip of the upper mandible of the young chick to aid it in breaking out of its eggshell prison. And since a tooth in this particular place is of no use later, it disappears. The children are delighted with the beauty of a fluffy little chick, with its bright questioning eyes and its life of activity as soon as it is freed from the shell. What a contrast to the blind, bare, scrawny young robin, which seems to be all mouth. The difference between the two is fundamental, since it gives a character for separating ground birds from perching birds. The young partridge, quail, turkey, and chick are clothed and active and ready to go with the mother in search of food as soon as they are hatched, while the young of the perching birds are naked and blind, being kept warm by the brooding mother, and fed and nourished by food brought by their parents until they are large enough to leave the nest. The down which covers the young chick differs from the feathers which come later. The down has no quill, but consists of several flossy threads coming from the same root. Later on, this down is pushed out and off by the true feathers, which grow from the same sockets. The pupils should see that the down is so soft that the little fluffy wings of the chick are useless until the real wing feathers appear. We chew food until it is soft and fine, then swallow it. But the chick swallows it whole, and after being softened by juices from the stomach, it passes into a little mill, in which is gravel that the chicken has swallowed, which helps to grind the food. This mill is called the gizzard, and the pupils should be taught to look carefully at this organ the next time they have chicken for dinner. A chicken has no muscles in the throat, like ours, to enable it to swallow water as we do. Thus, it has first to fill its beak with water, then hold it up so the water will flow down the throat of itself. As long as the little chick has its mother's wing to sleep under, it does not need to put its head under its own wing. But when it grows up and spends the night upon the roost, it always tucks its head under its wing while sleeping. The conversation of the barnyard fowl covers many elemental emotions and is easily comprehended. It is well for the children to understand from the first that the notes of birds mean something definite. The hen clucks when she is leading her chicks afield, so that they will know where she is in the tall grass. The chicks follow cheeping or peeping, as the children say, so that she will know where they are. But if a chick feels itself lost, its peep becomes loud and disconsolate. On the other hand, there is no sound in the world so full of cozy contentment as the low notes of the chick as it cuddles under the mother's wing. When a hen finds a bit of food, she utters rapid notes, which call the chicks in a hurry, and when she sees a hawk, she gives a warning crrr, which makes every chick run for cover and keep quiet. When hens are taking their sun and dust baths together, they evidently gossip, and we can almost hear them saying, "Did you not think Madame Dorking made a great fuss over her egg today?" Or, "That overgrown young rooster has got a crow to match his legs, has he not?" Contrast these low tones to the song of the hen as she issues forth in the first warm days of spring, and gives to the world one of the most joyous songs of all nature. There is quite a different quality in the triumphant cackle of a hen telling to the world that she has laid an egg, and the cackle which comes from being startled. When a hen is sitting, or is not allowed to sit, she is nervous and irritable and voices her mental state by scolding. When she is afraid, she squalls, and when seized by an enemy, she utters long, horrible squawks. The rooster crows to assure his flock that all is well. He also crows to show other roosters what he thinks of himself and of them. The rooster also has other notes. He will question you as you approach him and his flock, and he will give a warning note when he sees a hawk. When he finds some dainty tidbit, he calls his flock of hens to him, and they usually arrive just in time to see him swallow the morsel. When roosters fight, they confront each other with their heads lowered, and then try to seize each other by the back of the neck with their beaks, or strike each other with the wing spurs, or tear with the leg spurs. Weasels, skunks, rats, hawks, and crows are the most common enemies of the fowls, and often a rooster will attack one of these invaders and fight valiantly. The hen will also fight if her brood is disturbed. Lesson 7. Chicken Ways. Leading Thought. Chickens have interesting habits of life and extensive conversational powers. Method. For this lesson, it is necessary that the pupils observe the inhabitants of the poultry yard and answer these questions a few at a time. Observations. 1. Did the chick get out of the egg by its own efforts? For what use is the little tooth which is on the tip of the upper part of the young chicken's beak? Does this remain? 2. What is the difference between the down of the chick and the feathers of the hen? The little chick has wings. Why can it not fly? 3. Why is the chick just hatched so pretty and downy, while the young robin is so bare and ugly? Why is the young chick able to see, while the young robin is blind? 4. How does a young chick get its food? 5. Does the chick chew its food before swallowing? If not, why? 6. How does the chick drink? Why does it drink this way? 7. Where does the chick sleep at night? Where will it sleep when it is grown up? 8. Where does the hen put her head when she is sleeping? 9. How does the hen call her chicks when she is with them in the field? 10. How does she call them to food? 11. How does she tell them that there is a hawk in sight? 12. What notes does a chick make when it is following its mother? When it gets lost? When it cuddles under her wing? 13. What does a hen say when she has laid an egg? When she is frightened? When she is disturbed while sitting on eggs? When she is grasped by an enemy? How do hens talk together? Describe a hen's song. 14. When does the rooster crow? What other sounds does he make? 15. With what weapons does the rooster fight his rivals and his enemies? 16. What are the natural enemies of the barnyard fowls, and how do they escape them? End of section 13. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 14 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. Pigeons. Teacher's Story. There is a mention of domesticated pigeons by writers 3,000 years ago, and Pliny relates that the Romans were fervent pigeon fanciers at the beginning of the Christian era. All of our domestic varieties of pigeons have been developed from the rock pigeon, a wild species common in Europe and Asia. The carrier pigeon was probably the first to be specifically developed because of its usefulness. Its love and devotion to mate and young, and its homesickness when separated from them, were used by man for his own interests. When a knight of old started off on a crusade or to other wars, he took with him several pigeons from the home coat, and after riding many days he wrote a letter, and tied it to the neck or under the wing of one of the birds, which he then set free, and it flew home with its message. Later he would set free another in like manner. The drawback to this correspondence was that it went only in one direction. No bird from home brought message of cheer to the wandering knight. Nowadays, mail routes, telegraph wires, and wireless currents enmesh our globe, and the pigeon as a carrier is out of date. But fanciers still perfect the Homer breed, and train pigeons for very difficult flight competitions, some of them a distance of hundreds of miles. Recently a Homer made 1,000 miles in 2 days, 5 hours, and 50 minutes. Read the pupils Arnaud in Animal Heroes by Thompson Seton to give them an idea of the life of a homing pigeon. The natural food of pigeons is grain. We feed them cracked corn, wheat, peas, Kaffir corn, millet, and occasionally hemp seed. It is best to feed mixed rations, as the birds tire of the monotonous diet. Pigeons should be fed twice a day. The pigeon is the only bird which can drink like a horse, that is, with the head lowered. The walk of a pigeon is accompanied by a peculiar nodding, as if the head were in some way attached to the feet, and this movement sends waves of iridescent colors over the bird's plumage. The flight of the pigeon is direct without soaring. The wings move rapidly and steadily, the birds circling and sailing as they start or alight. The crow flaps hard and then sails for a distance when it is inspecting the ground, while the hawk soars on motionless wings. It requires closer attention to understand the language of the pigeon than that of the hen, nor has it so wide a range of expression as the latter. However, some emotions are voiced in the cooing, which the children will understand. The nest is built of grass and twigs. The mother pigeon lays 2 eggs for a sitting, but in some breeds a pair will raise from 7 to 12 broods per year. The eggs hatch in from 16 to 18 days, and both parents share the labors of incubating. In the case of the Homer, the father bird sits from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and the mother the remainder of the day and night. The devotion of pigeons to their mates and to their young is great, and has been sung by the poets and praised by the philosophers during many ages. Some breeds mate for life. The young pigeons, or squabs, are fed in a peculiar manner. In the crops of both parents is secreted a cheesy substance known as pigeon milk. The parent seizes the beak of the squab in its own and pumps the food from its own crop into the stomach of the young. This nutritious food is given to the squab for about 5 days, and then replaced by grain which is softened in the parents' stomachs, until the squabs are old enough to feed themselves. Rats, mice, weasels, and hawks are the chief enemies of the pigeons, since pigeons cannot fight, their only safety lies in flight. As the original rock pigeon built in caves, our domesticated varieties naturally build in the houses we provide for them. A pigeon house should not be built for more than 50 pairs. It should be well ventilated and kept clean. It should face the south or east and be near a shallow running stream if possible. The nest boxes should be 12 inches square and 9 inches in height with a door at one side, so that the nest may remain hidden. In front of each door there should be a little shelf to act as a balcony on which the resting parent bird may sit and coo to relieve the monotony of the sitter. Some breeders make a double compartment instead of providing a balcony, while in Egypt branches are inserted in the wall just below the doors of the very ornamental pigeon houses. The houses should be kept clean and whitewashed with lime, to which carbolic acid is added in the proportion of 1 teaspoonful of acid to 2 gallons of the wash. The leaf stems of tobacco should be given to the pigeons as material for building their nests, so as to help keep in check the bird lice. There should be near the pigeon house plenty of fresh water for drinking and bathing, also a box of table salt, and another of cracked oyster shells, and another of charcoal as fine as ground coffee. Salt is very essential to the health of pigeons. The house should be high enough from the ground to keep the inmates safe from rats and weasels. Lesson 8. Pigeons. Leading thought. The pigeons differ in appearance from other birds, and also in their actions. Their nesting habits are very interesting, and there are many things that may be done to make the pigeons comfortable. They were, in ancient days, used as letter carriers. Methods. If there are pigeons kept in the neighborhood, it is best to encourage the pupils to observe these birds out of doors. Begin the work with an interesting story, and with a few questions which will arouse the pupils' interest in the birds. A pigeon in a cage in the schoolroom, for a special lesson on the bird's appearance, is desirable but not necessary. Observations. 1. For an out-of-door exercise during recess, let the pupils observe the pigeon and tell the colors of the beak, eyes, top of the head, back, breast, wings, tail, feet, and claws. This exercise is excellent training to fit the pupil to note quickly the colors of the wild birds. 2. On what do pigeons feed? Are they fond of salt? 3. Describe how a pigeon drinks. How does it differ in this respect from other birds? 4. Describe the peculiar movement of the pigeon when walking. 5. Describe the pigeon's flight. Is it rapid, high in the air? Do the wings flap constantly, etc.? What is the chief difference between the flight of pigeons, crows, or hawks? 6. Listen to the cooing of a pigeon and see if you can understand the different notes. 7. Describe the pigeon's nest. How many eggs are laid at a time? 8. Describe how the parents share the labors in hatching the eggs, and how long after the eggs are laid before the young hatch. 9. How do the parents feed their young, and on what material? 10. What are the enemies of pigeons, and how do they escape from them? How can we protect them? 11. Describe how a pigeon house should be built. 12. What must you do for pigeons to keep them healthy and comfortable? 13. How many breeds of pigeons do you know? Describe them. For my own part, I readily concur with you in supposing that house doves are derived from the small blue rock pigeon, Columba livia, for many reasons. But
What is worth 100 arguments is the instance you give in Sir Roger Mostyn's house-doves in Carnarvonshire, which, though tempted by plenty of food and gentle treatment, can never be prevailed on to inhabit their cote for any time, but as soon as they began to breed betake themselves to the fastnesses of Ormshed, and deposit their young in safety amidst the inaccessible caverns and precipices of that stupendous promontory. You may drive nature out with a pitchfork, but she will always return. Naturam expellis furca, taminusque recurret. Virgil, as a familiar occurrence, by way of simile, describes a dove haunting the cavern of a rock in such engaging numbers that I cannot refrain from quoting the passage. Qualis spelunca subito commota columba, qui domus et dulcis latabros in pumice nidi, fertul in arvo volans, plazuque sterita penis, dat tecto ingentem, mox aer regulaps quieto, radit iter liquidum, celeres neque commovet oles. Virgil's Aeneid, Book 5, 213-217. As when a dove her rocky hold forsakes, roused in a fright her sounding wings she shakes, the cavern rings with clattering, out she flies, and leaves her callow care, and cleaves the skies. At first she flutters, but at length she springs to smoother flight, and shoots upon her wings. Dryden's translation. White of Selborne. End of section 14. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 15 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Canary and the Goldfinch. Teacher's Story. In childhood, the language of birds and animals is learned unconsciously. What child who cares for a canary does not understand its notes, which mean loneliness, hunger, eagerness, joy, scolding, fright, love, and song? The pair of canaries found in most cages are not natural mates. The union is one de convenance, forced upon them by people who know little of bird affinities. We could hardly expect that such a mating would be always happy. The singer, as the male is called, is usually arbitrary and tyrannical, and does not hesitate to lay chastising beak upon his spouse. The expression of affection of the two is usually very practical, consisting of feeding each other with many beguiling notes and much fluttering of wings. The singer may have several songs. Whether he has many or few depends upon his education. He usually shows exultation when singing by throwing the head back like a prima donna to let the music well forth. He is usually brighter yellow in color, with more brilliantly black markings than his mate. She usually has much gray in her plumage. But there are about 50 varieties of canaries, and each has distinct color and markings. Canaries should be given a more varied diet than most people think. The seeds we buy or that we gather from the plantain or wild grasses they eat eagerly. They like fresh green leaves of lettuce and chickweed and other tender herbage. They enjoy bread and milk occasionally. There should always be a piece of cuttlefish bone or sand and gravel where they can get it, as they need grit for digestion. Above all, they should have fresh water. Hard-boiled egg is given them while nesting. The canary seed which we buy for them is the product of a grass in the Canary Islands. Hemp and rapeseed are also sold for canary food. The canary's beak is wide and sharp, and fitted for shelling seeds. It is not a beak fitted for capturing insects. The canary, when drinking, does not have to lift the beak so high in the air in order to swallow the water as do some birds.
The nostrils are in the beak and are easily seen. The ear is hidden by the feathers. The canary is a fascinating little creature when it shows interest in an object. It has such a knowing look, and its perfectly round black eyes are so intelligent and cunning. If the canary winks, the act is so rapid as to be seen with difficulty. But, when drowsy, the little inner lid appears at the inner corner of its eye, and the outer lids close so that we may be sure that they are there. The lower lid covers more of the eye than the upper. The legs and toes are covered with scale armor. The toes have long curved claws that are neither strong nor sharp, but are especially fitted for holding to the perch. The long hind toe with its stronger claw makes complete the grasp on the twig. When the canary is hopping about on the bottom of the cage, we can see that its toes are more fitted for holding to the perch than for walking. When the canary bathes, it ducks its head and makes a great splashing with its wings and likes to get thoroughly wet. Afterward it sits all bedraggled and humped up for a time, and then usually preens its feathers as they dry. When going to sleep, it at first fluffs out its feathers and squats on the perch, draws back its head, and looks very drowsy. Later it tucks its head under its wing for the night, and then looks like a little ball of feathers on the perch. Canaries make a great fuss when building their nest. A pasteboard box is usually given them with cotton and string for lining. Usually one pulls out what the other puts in, and they both industriously tear the paper from the bottom of the cage to add to their building material. Finally, a makeshift of a nest is completed, and the eggs are laid. If the singer is a good husband, he helps incubate the eggs and feeds his mate and sings to her frequently. But often he is quite the reverse, and abuses her abominably. The nest of the caged bird is very different in appearance from the neat nests of grass, plant down, and moss, which the wild ancestors of these birds made in some safe retreat in the shrubs or evergreens of the Canary Islands. The canary eggs are pale blue, marked with reddish brown. The incubation period is 13 to 14 days. The young are as scrawny and ugly as most little birds, and are fed upon food partially digested in the parents' stomachs. Their first plumage resembles that of the mother usually. In their wild state in the Canary and Azores Islands, the canaries are olive green above, with golden yellow breasts. When the heat of spring begins, they move up the mountains to cooler levels, and come down again in the winter. They may rear 3 or 4 broods on their way up the mountains, stopping at successive heights as the season advances, until finally they reach the high peaks. The goldfinch, or thistlebird. The goldfinches are bird midgets, but their songs are so sweet and reedy that they seem to fill the world with music more effectually than many larger birds. They are fond of the seeds of wild grass, and especially so of thistle seed, and they throng the pastures and fence corners where the thistles hold sway. In summer the male has bright yellow plumage, with a little black cap pulled down over his nose, like that of a grenadier. He has also a black tail and wings, with white-tipped coverts and primaries. The tail feathers have white on their inner webs also, which does not show when the tail is closed. The female has the head and back brown, and the underparts yellowish-white, with wings and tail resembling those of the male, except that they are not so vividly black. In winter, the male dons a dress more like that of his mate. He loses his black cap, but keeps his black wings and tail. The song of the goldfinch is exquisite, and he sings during the entire period of his golden dress. He sings while flying as well as when at rest. The flight is in itself beautiful, being wave-like up and down in graceful curves. Mr. Chapman says, when on the down half of the curve, the male sings "per-chick-a-ree." The goldfinch's call notes and alarm notes are very much like those of the canary. Since the goldfinches live so largely upon seeds of grasses, they stay with us in small numbers during the winter. During this period both parents and young are dressed in olive green, and their sweet call notes are a surprise to us of a cold, snowy morning, for they are associated in our memory with summer. The male dons his winter suit in October. The goldfinch nest is a mass of fluffiness. These are the only birds that make feather beds for their young, but perhaps we should say beds of down, since it is the thistle down which is used for this mattress. The outside of the nest consists of fine shreds of bark or fine grass closely woven, but the inner portion is a mat of thistle down, an inch and a half thick of cushion for a nest which has an opening of scarcely 3 inches. Sometimes the outside is ornamented with lichens. The nest is usually placed in some bush or tree, often in an evergreen, and not more than 5 or 6 feet from the ground, but sometimes it is placed 30 feet high. The eggs are from 4 to 6 in number and bluish-white in color. The female builds the nest, her mate cheering her with song meanwhile. He feeds her while she is incubating and helps feed the young. A strange thing about the nesting habits of the goldfinches is that the nest is not built until August. It has been surmised that this nesting season is delayed until there is an abundance of thistledown for building material. Audubon leaflet number 17 gives special information about these birds and also furnishes an outline of the birds for the pupils to color. Lesson 9. The Canary and the Goldfinch. Leading thought. The canary is a very close relative of the common wild goldfinch. If we compare the habits of the two, we can understand how a canary might live if it were free. Method. Bring a canary to the schoolroom and ask for observations. Request the pupils to compare the canary with the goldfinches, which are common in the summer. The canary offers opportunity for very close observation, which will prove excellent training for the pupils for beginning bird study. Observations. 1. If there are 2 canaries in the cage, are they always pleasant to each other? Which one is the boss? How do they show displeasure or bad temper? How do they show affection for each other? 2. Which one is the singer? Does the other one ever attempt to sing? What other notes do the canaries make besides singing? How do they greet you when you bring their food? What do they say when they are lonesome and hungry? 3. Does the singer have more than one song? How does he act while singing? Why does he throw back his head like an opera singer when singing? 4. Are the canaries all the same color? What is the difference in color between the singer and the mother bird? Describe the colors of each in your notebook as follows: top and sides of head, back, tail, wings, throat, breast, and underparts. 5. What does the canary eat? What sort of seeds do we buy for it? What seeds do we gather for it in our garden? Do the goldfinches live on the same seeds? What does the canary do to the seeds before eating them? What tools does he use to take off the shells? 6. Notice the shape of the canary's beak. Is it long and strong like a robin's? Is it wide and sharp so that it can shell seeds? If you should put an insect in the cage, would the canary eat it? 7. Why do we give the canary cuttle bone? Note how it takes off pieces of the bone. Could it do this if its beak were not sharp? 8. Note the actions of the birds when they drink. Why do they do this? 9. Can you see the nostrils? Where are they situated? Why can you not see the ear? 10. When the canary is interested in looking at a thing, how does it act? Look closely at its eyes. Does it wink? How does it close its eyes? When it is drowsy, can you see the little inner lid come from the corner of the eye nearest the beak? Is this the only lid? 11. How are the legs and feet covered? Describe the toes. Compare the length of the claw with the length of the toe. What is the shape of the claw? Do you think that such shaped claws and feet are better fitted for holding to a branch than for walking? Note the arrangement of the toes when the bird is on its perch. Is the hind toe longer and stronger? If so, why? Do the canaries hop or walk about the bottom of the cage? 12. What is the attitude of the canary when it goes to sleep at night? How does it act when it takes a bath? How does it get the water over its head? over its back. What does it do after the bath? If we forget to put in the bath dish, how does the bird get its bath? Nesting habits to be observed in the spring. 13. When the canaries are ready to build a nest, what material do we furnish them for it? Does the father bird help the mother to build the nest? Do they strip off the paper on the bottom of the cage for nest material? Describe the nest when it is finished. 14. Describe the eggs carefully. Does the father bird assist in sitting on the eggs? Does he feed the mother bird when she is sitting? 15. How long after the eggs are laid before the young ones hatch? Do both parents feed the young? Do they swallow the food first and partially digest it before giving it to the young? 16. How do the very young birds look? What is their appearance when they leave the nest? Does the color of their plumage resemble that of the father or the mother? 17. Where did the canaries originally come from? Find the place on the map. The goldfinch. Leading thought. Goldfinches are seen at their best in late summer or September, when they appear in flocks wherever the thistle seeds are found in abundance. Goldfinches so resemble the canaries in form, color, song, and habits that they are called wild canaries. Method. The questions for this lesson should be given to the pupils before the end of school in June. The answers to the questions should be put in their field notebooks, and the results be reported to the teacher in class when the school begins in the autumn. Observations. 1. Where do you find the goldfinches feeding? How can you distinguish the father from the mother birds and from the young ones in color? 2. Describe the colors of the male goldfinch and also of the female as follows: crown, back of head, back, tail, wings, throat, breast, and lower parts. Describe in particular the black cap of the male. 3. Do you know the song of the goldfinch? Is it like the song of the canary? What other notes has the goldfinch? 4. Describe the peculiar flight of the goldfinches. Do they fly high in the air? Do you see them singly or in flocks usually? 5. Where do the goldfinches stay during the winter? What change takes place in the coat of the male during the winter? Why? What do they live upon during the winter? 6. At what time of year do the goldfinches build their nests? Why do they build these so much later than other birds? Describe the nest. Where is it placed? How far above the ground? How far from a stream or other water? Of what is the outside made? The lining? What is the general appearance of the nest? Do you think the goldfinches wait until the thistles are ripe in order to gather plenty of food for their young, or to get the thistle down for their nests? What is the color of the eggs? Sometimes goldfinches, one by one, will drop from low-hung branches. Little space they stop, but sip and twitter, and their feathers sleek, then off at once, as in a wanton freak. Or perhaps to show their black and golden wings, pausing upon their yellow flutterings. John Keats. End of section 15. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 16 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Robin. Teacher's Story. Most of us think we know the robin well, but very few of us know definitely the habits of this our commonest bird. The object of this lesson is to form in the pupils a habit of careful observation, and enable them to read for themselves the interesting story of this little life which is lived every year before their eyes. Moreover, a robin notebook, if well kept,
is a treasure for any child, and the close observation necessary for this lesson trains the pupils to note in a comprehending way the habits of other birds. It is the very best preparation for bird study of the right sort. A few robins occasionally find a swamp where they can obtain food to nourish them during the northern winter, but for the most part they go in flocks to our southern states, where they settle in swamps and cedar forests and live upon berries. They are killed in great number by the native hunters, who eat them or sell them for table use, a performance not understandable to the northerner. The robins do not nest nor sing while in Southland, and no wonder. When the robins first come to us in the spring, they feed on wild berries, being especially fond of those of the Virginia creeper. As soon as the frost is out of the ground, they begin feeding on earthworms, cutworms, white grubs, and other insects. The male robins come first, but do not sing until their mates arrive. The robin is 10 inches long, and the English sparrow is only 6 1/3 inches long. The pupils should get the sizes of these two birds fixed in their minds for comparison in measuring other birds. The father robin is much more decided in color than his mate. His beak is yellow. There is a yellow ring about the eye and a white spot above it. The head is black, and the back slaty brown. The breast is brilliant reddish brown or bay, and the throat is white, streaked with black. The mother bird has paler back and breast, and has no black upon the head. The wings of both are a little darker than the back. The tail is black, with the 2 outer feathers tipped with white. These white spots do not show except when the bird is flying, and are call colors, that is, they enable the birds to see each other, and thus keep together when flying in flocks during the night. The white patch made by the under tail coverts serves a similar purpose. The feet and legs are strong and dark in color. The robin has many sweet songs, and he may be heard in the earliest dawn and also in the evenings. If he wishes to cheer his mate, he may burst into song at any time. He feels especially songful before the summer showers, when he seems to sing, "I have a theory, it's going to rain." And he might well say that he also has a theory, based on experience, that a soaking shower will drive many of the worms and larvae in the soil up to the surface where he can get them. Besides these songs, the robins have a great variety of notes, which the female shares, although she is not a singer. The agonizing, angry cries they utter when they see a cat or squirrel must express their feelings fully, while they give a very different warning note when they see crow or hawk, a note hard to describe, but which is a long, not very loud squeak. A robin can run or hop as pleases him best, and it is interesting to see one, while hunting earthworms, run a little distance, then stop to bend the head and listen for his prey. And when he finally seizes the earthworm, he braces himself on his strong legs and tugs manfully until he sometimes almost falls over backward as the worm lets go its hold. The robins, especially at nesting time, eat many insects as well as earthworms. The beginning of a robin's nest is very interesting. Much strong grass, fine straw, leaves, and rootlets are brought and placed on a secure support. When enough of this material is collected and arranged, the bird goes to the nearest mud puddle, or stream margin, and fills its beak with soft mud, and going back, peppers it into the nest material, and after the latter is soaked, the bird gets into it, and molds it to the body by nestling and turning around and around. In one case which the author watched, the mother bird did this part of the building, although the father worked industriously in bringing the other materials. After the nest is molded, but not yet hardened, it is lined with fine grass or rootlets. If the season is very dry, and there is no soft mud at hand, the robins can build without the aid of this plaster. There are usually 4 eggs laid, which are exquisite greenish-blue in color. Both parents share the monotonous business of incubating, and in the instance under the eyes of the author, the mother bird was on the nest at night. The period of incubating is from 11 to 14 days. The most noticeable thing about a very young robin is its wide yellow-margined mouth, which it opens like a satchel every time the nest is jarred. This wide mouth cannot but suggest to anyone that it is meant to be stuffed, and the two parents work very hard to fill it. Both parents feed the young, and often the father feeds the mother bird while she is brooding. Professor Treadwell experimented with young robins and found that each would take 68 earthworms daily. These worms, if laid end to end, would measure about 14 feet. Think of 14 feet of earthworm being wound into the little being in the nest. No wonder that it grows so fast. I am convinced that each pair of robins about our house has its own special territory for hunting worms, and that any trespasser is quickly driven off. The young bird's eyes are unsealed when they are from 6 to 8 days old, and by that time the feather tracts, that is, the place where the feathers are to grow, are covered by the spine-like pin feathers. These feathers push the down out, and it often clings to their tips. In 11 days the birds are pretty well feathered. Their wing feathers are fairly developed, but alas, they have no tail feathers. When a young robin flies from the nest, he is a very uncertain and tippy youngster, not having any tail to steer him while flying, nor to balance him when alighting. It is an anxious time for the old robins when the young ones leave the nest, and they flutter about and scold at anyone who comes in sight, so afraid are they that injury will come to their inexperienced young ones. For some time the parents care for the fledglings, solicitously feeding them, and giving them warnings of danger. The young robin shows in its plumage its relation to the thrush family, for it is yellowish and very spotted and speckled, especially the breast. The parents may raise several broods, but they never use the same nest for 2 consecutive broods, both because it may be infested with parasites, and because it is more or less soiled, although the mother robin works hard to keep it clean, carrying away all waste matter in her beak and dropping it. Robins do not sing much after the breeding season is over, until after they have molted. They are fond of cherries and other pulped fruits, and often do much damage to such crops. The wise orchardist will plant a few Russian mulberry trees at a reasonable distance from his cherry trees, and thus, by giving the robins a fruit which they like better, and which ripens a little earlier, he may save his cherries. It has been proven conclusively that the robins are far more beneficial than damaging to the farmer. They destroy many noxious insects, 2/3 of their food the entire year consisting of insects. During April and May they do a great work in destroying cutworms. The robins stay with us later than most migrating birds, not leaving us entirely before November. Their chief enemies in northern climates are cats, crows, and squirrels. Cats should be taught to let birds alone. See lesson on cats. Or should be killed. The crows have driven the robins into villages, where they can build their nests under the protection of man. If crows venture near a house to attack the robins, firing a gun at them once or twice will give them a hint, which they are not slow to take. The robins of an entire neighborhood will attack a nest-robbing crow, but usually too late to save the nestlings. The robins can defend themselves fairly well against the red squirrel, unless he steals the contents of the nest while the owners are away. There can be no doubt that the same pair of robins return to the same nesting place year after year. On the Cornell campus, a robin, lacking the white tip on one side of his tail, was noted to have returned to the same particular feeding ground for several years, and we are very certain that the same female bird built in the vines of our piazza for 7 consecutive years. It took 2 years to win her confidence, but after that she seemed to feel as if we were part of the family, and regarded us all as friends. We were sure that during her 5th year she brought a new young husband to the old nesting site. Probably her faithful old husband had been served for a dinner in some Tennessee hotel during the previous winter. Lesson 10. The Robin. Leading Thought. To understand all we can about the life and ways of the robin. Methods. For 1st and 2nd grades this work may be done by means of an extra blackboard, or, what is far better, sheets of ordinary buff manila wrapping paper fastened together at the upper end.
so that they may be hung and turned over like a calendar. On the outside page, make a picture of a robin in colored chalk or crayons, coloring according to the children's answers to questions of Series B. Devote each page to one series of questions as given below. Do not show these questions to the pupils until the time is ripe for the observations. Those pupils giving accurate answers to these questions should have their names on a roll of honor on the last page of the chart. For third or higher grades, the pupils should have individual notebooks, in which each one may write his own answers to the questions of the successive series, which should be written on the blackboard at proper time for the observations. This notebook should have a page about 6 by 8 inches and may be made of any blank paper. The cover, or first page, should show the picture of the robin colored by the pupil, and may contain other illustrative drawings, and any poems or other literature pertinent to the subject. If prizes are awarded in this school, a bird book should be given as award for the best notebook in the class. Observations by pupils. Series A, to be given in March. 1. At what date did you see the first robin this year? 2. Where did the robin spend the winter? Did it build a nest or sing when in its winter quarters? 3. What does it find to eat when it first comes in the spring? How does this differ from its ordinary food? 4. Does the robin begin to sing as soon as it comes north? Series B, to be given the first week of April. 1. How large is the robin compared with the English sparrow? 2. What is the color of the beak, the eye, around and above the eye? 3. The color of the top of the head, the back, the throat, the breast. 4. Do all the robins have equally bright colors on head, back, and breast? 5. What is the color of the wing feathers? 6. What is the color of the tail feathers? Where is the white on them? Can the white spots be seen except during flight of the bird? Of what use to the robin are these spots? 7. Is there white on the underside of the robin as it flies over you? Where? 8. What is the color of the feet and legs? Series C, to be given the second week of April. 1. At what time of day does the robin sing? Is it likely to sing before a rain? How many different songs does a robin sing? 2. What note does a robin give when it sees a cat? 3. What sounds do the robins make when they see a crow or a hawk? 4. Does a robin run, or walk, or hop? 5. Do you think it finds the hidden earthworm by listening? If so, describe the act. 6. Describe how a robin acts as it pulls a big earthworm out of the ground. 7. Do robins eat other food than earthworms? Series D, to be given by the middle of April. 1. At what date did your pair of robins begin to build their nest? 2. Where was the nest placed, and with what material was it begun? 3. Can you tell the difference in colors between the father and mother birds? Do both parents help in making the nest? 4. How and with what material is the plastering done? How is the nest molded into shape? Do both birds do this part of the work? 5. Where is the mud obtained, and how carried to the nest? 6. How is the nest lined? Series E, to be given a week after Series D. 1. What is the number and color of the eggs in the nest? 2. Do both parents do the sitting? Which sits on the nest during the night? 3. Give the date when the first nestling hatches. 4. How does the young robin look? The color and size of its beak. Why is its beak so large? Can it see? Is it covered with down? Compare it to a young chick and describe the difference between the two. 5. What does the young robin do if it feels any jar against the nest? Why does it do this? 6. Do the young robins make any noise? 7. What do the parents feed their young? Do both parents feed them? Are the young fed in turns? 8. Does each pair of robins have a certain territory for hunting worms, which is not trespassed upon by other robins? Series F, to be given 3 days after Series E. 1. How long after the hatching before the young robin's eyes are open? Can you see where the feathers are going to grow? How do the young feathers look? 2. How long after hatching before the young birds are covered with feathers? 3. Do their wing or tail feathers come first? 4. How is the nest kept clean? 5. Give the date when the young robins leave the nest. How do the old robins act at this important crisis? 6. Describe the young robin's flight. Why is it so unsteady? 7. How do the young robins differ in colors of breast from the parents? 8. Do the parents stay with the young for a time? What care do they give them? 9. If the parents raise a second brood, do they use the same nest? Series G, to be given for summer reading and observations. 1. Do the robins sing all summer? Why? 2. Do the robins take your berries and cherries? How can you prevent them from doing this? 3. How does the robin help us? 4. How long does it stay with us in the fall? 5. What are the chief enemies of the robin, and how does it fight or escape them? How can we help protect it? 6. Do you think the same robins come back to us each year? End of section 16. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 17 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. The Bluebird. Teacher's Story. Stern as were our Pilgrim fathers, they could not fail to welcome certain birds with plumage the color of June skies, whose sweet voices brought hope and cheer to their homesick hearts at the close of that first long, hard winter of 1621. The red breasts of these birds brought to memory the robins of old England, and so they were called blue robins, and this name expresses well the relationship implied, because the bluebirds and robins of America are both members of the thrush family, a family noted for exquisite song. The bluebirds are usually ahead of the robins in the northward journey, and arrive in New York often amid the blizzards of early March, their soft, rich, curly notes bringing, even to the doubting mind, glad convictions of coming spring. There is a family resemblance between voices of bluebird and robin, a certain rich quality of tone, but the robin's song is far more assertive and complex than is the soft, purling song of the bluebird, which has been vocalized as truly, truly. These love songs cease with the hard work of feeding the nestlings in April, but may be heard again as a prelude to the second brood in June. The red breast of the bluebird is its only color resemblance to the robin, although the young bluebirds and robins are both spotted, showing the thrush colors. The robin is so much larger than the bluebird that commonly the relationship is not noticed. This is easily explained because there is nothing to suggest a robin in the exquisite cerulean blue of the bluebird's head, back, tail, and wings. This color is most brilliant when the bluebird is on the wing, in the sunshine. However, there is a certain mirror-like quality in these blue feathers, and among leaf shadows, or even among bare branches, they, in a measure, reflect the surroundings and render the bird less noticeable. The female is paler, being grayish-blue above, and with only a tinge of red-brown on the breast. Both birds are white beneath. The bluebirds haunt open woods, fields of second growth, and especially old orchards. They flit about in companies of 3 or 4 until they mate for nesting. While feeding, the bluebird usually sits on a low branch, keeping a keen eye on the ground below, now and then dropping suddenly on an unsuspecting insect, and then returning to its perch. It does not remain on the ground hunting food as does the robin. The nest is usually built in a hole in a tree or post, and is made of soft grass. A hollow apple tree is a favorite nesting site. In building birdhouses, we should bear in mind that a cavity about 10 inches deep and 6 inches in height and width will give a pair of bluebirds room for building a nest. The opening should not be more than 2 or 2½ inches in diameter, and there should be no threshold. This latter is a very particular point. If there is a threshold, or place to alight upon, the sparrows are likely to dispute with the bluebirds and drive them away. But the sparrow does not care for a place which has no threshold. The box for the bluebird may be made out of old boards, or maybe a section of an old tree trunk. It should be fastened from 6 to 15 feet above the ground, and should be in no wise noticeable in color from its surroundings. To protect the nest from cats, barbed wire should be wound around the tree or post below the box. If the box for the nest is placed upon a post, the barbed wire will also protect it from squirrels. The eggs are bluish-white. The young birds, in their first feathers, are spotted on the back and have whitish breasts mottled with brown. The food of the nestlings is almost entirely insects. In fact, this bird during its entire life is a great friend to man. The food of the adult is more than 3/4 insects, and the remainder is wild berries and fruit, the winter food being largely mistletoe berries. It makes a specialty of injurious beetles, caterpillars, and grasshoppers, and never touches any of our cultivated fruits. We should do everything in our power to encourage and protect these birds from their enemies, which are chiefly cats, squirrels, and English sparrows. The migration takes place in flocks during autumn, but it is done in a most leisurely manner, with frequent stops where food is plenty. The bluebirds we see in September are probably not the ones we have had with us during the summer, but are those which have come from farther north. They winter largely in the Gulf States. The writer has often heard them singing in midwinter in southern Mississippi. The bluebirds seem to be the only ones that sing while at their winter resorts. They live the year round in the Bermudas, contrasting their heavenly blue plumage with the vivid red of the cardinals. The bluebird should not be confused with the indigo bunting. The latter is darker blue and has a blue breast. Winged lute that we call a bluebird, you blend in a silver strain the sound of the lapping waters, the patter of spring's sweet rain, the voice of the winds, the sunshine, and fragrance of blossoming things. Ah, you are an April poem that God has dowered with wings. The Bluebird, Rexford. Lesson 11. The Bluebird. Leading Thought. The bluebird is related to the robins and thrushes, and is as beneficial as it is beautiful. We should study its habits and learn how to make nesting boxes for it, and protect it in all ways. Methods. The observations of this lesson must be made in the field and by the pupils individually. Give to each an outline of questions to answer through seeing. There should follow reading lessons on the bluebird's value to us and its winter migrations, and the lesson should end in discussions of best way to build boxes for its use in nesting season, its protection from cats and other enemies. Observations. 1. Which comes north earlier in spring, the robin or the bluebird? 2. How do the two resemble each other and differ from each other? 3. Describe the bluebird's song. Do they sing all summer? 4. Describe the colors of the bluebird as follows: the head, back, breast, underparts, wings, tail. How does the male bluebird differ from his mate in colors? 5. Where were the bluebirds you saw? What were they doing? If feeding, how did they act? 6. Can you see the color of the bluebird as plainly when it is in a tree as when it is flying? If not, why? 7. Where do the bluebirds build their nests? Of what materials are the nests made? Do both parents work at the nest building? 8. What is the color of the eggs? How do the young birds look when old enough to leave the nest, as compared with their parents? 9. What do bluebirds eat? How do they benefit us? Do they do our fruit any injury? 10. What can we do to induce the bluebirds to live near our houses? How can we protect them? 11. Where do the bluebirds spend the winter? 12. Make a colored picture of a bluebird. How can we tell the bluebird from the indigo bunting? 13. What are the bluebird's chief enemies? Hark! 'Tis the bluebird's venturous strain, high on the old fringed elm at the gate, sweet-voiced, valiant on the swaying bough, alert, elate, dodging the fitful spits of snow, New England's poet laureate, telling us spring has come again. Thomas Bailey Aldrich. End of section 17. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 18 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The White-Breasted Nuthatch. Teacher's Story. The busy nuthatch climbs his tree around the great bole spirally, peeping into wrinkles gray, under ruffled lichens gay, lazily piping one sharp note from his silver-mailed throat. Maurice Thompson. Blithe and mellow is the ringing ank-ank note of the nuthatch, and why need we allude to its nasal timbre? While it is not a strictly musical note, it has a most enticing quality and translates into sound the picture of bare-branched trees and the feeling of enchantment which permeates the forest in winter. It is one of the most woodsy notes in the bird repertoire. And while the singer of this note is not so bewitching as his constant chum, the chickadee, yet it has many interesting ways quite its own. Nor is this ank-ank its only note. I have often heard a pair talking to each other in sweet, confidential syllables, wit, 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 very different from the loud note meant for the world at large. The nuthatches and chickadees hunt together all winter. It is no mere business partnership, but a matter of congenial tastes. The chickadees hunt over the twigs and smaller branches, while the nuthatches usually prefer the tree trunks and the bases of the branches. Both birds like the looks of the world upside down, and while the chickadee hangs head down from a twig, the nuthatch is quite likely to alight head down on a tree bole, holding itself safely in this position by thrusting its toes out at right angles to the body, thus getting a firm hold upon the bark. Sometimes its foot will be twisted completely around, the front toes pointed up the tree. The foot is well adapted for clinging to the bark, as the front toes are strong, and the hind toe is very long, and is armed with a strong claw. Thus equipped, this bird runs about on the tree so rapidly it has earned the name of tree mouse. It often ascends a tree trunk spirally, but is not so hidebound in this habit as is the brown creeper. It runs up or down freely head first, and never flops down backwards like a woodpecker. In color, the nuthatch is bluish-gray above, with white throat and breast, and reddish underparts. The sides of the head are white, the black cap extends back upon the neck, but is not pulled down to the eyes like the chickadee's. The wing feathers are dark brown, edged with pale gray. The upper middle tail feathers are bluish like the back. The others are dark brown and tipped with white in such a manner that the tail, when spread, shows a broad white border on both sides. The most striking contrast between the chickadee and nuthatch in markings is that the latter lacks the black bib. However, its entire shape is very different from that of the chickadee, and its beak is long and slender, being as long or longer than its head, while the beak of the chickadee is a short, sharp little pick. The bill of the nuthatch is exactly fitted to reach in crevices of the bark and pull out hiding insects, or to hammer open the shell of nut or acorn, and get both the meat of the nut and the grub feeding upon it. It will wedge an acorn into a seam in the bark and then throw back its head, woodpecker fashion, and drive home its chisel beak. But it does not always use common sense in this habit. I have often seen one cut off a piece of suet, fly off and thrust it into some crevice, and hammer it as hard as if it were encased in a walnut shell. This always seems bad manners, like carrying off fruit from table d'hote, but the nuthatch is polite enough in using a napkin, for after eating the suet, it invariably wipes its bill on a branch, first one side then the other, most assiduously, until it is perfectly clean. The nuthatches are a great benefit to our trees in winter, for then is when they hunt for hiding pests on the trunks. Their food consists of beetles, caterpillars, pupae of various insects, also seeds of ragweed, sunflowers, acorns, etc. While the nuthatch finds much of its food on trees, yet Mr. Torrey has seen it awkwardly turning over fallen leaves, hunting for insects, and Mr. Basket says it sometimes catches insects on the wing and gets quite out of breath from this unusual exercise. It is only during the winter that we commonly see the nuthatches, for during the nesting season they usually retire to the deep woods, where they may occupy a cavity in a tree used by a woodpecker last year, or may make a hole for themselves with their sharp beaks. The nest is lined with leaves, feathers, and hair. From 5 to 9 creamy speckled eggs are the treasure of this cave. Lesson 12. The Nuthatch. Leading Thought. The nuthatch is often a companion of the chickadees and woodpeckers. It has no black bib like the chickadee, and it alights on a tree trunk head downward, which distinguishes it from woodpeckers. Methods. This bird, like the chickadee and downy, gladly shares the suet banquet we prepare for them, and may be observed at leisure while at table. The contrast between the habits of the nuthatch and those of its companions make it a most valuable aid in stimulating close and keen observation on the part of the pupils. Observations. 1. Where have you seen the nuthatches? Were they with other birds? What other birds? 2. Does a nuthatch usually alight on the ends of the branches of a tree, or on the trunk and larger limbs? Does it usually alight head down or up? When it runs down the tree, does it go head first, or does it back down? When it ascends the tree, does it follow a spiral path? Does it use its tail for a brace when climbing, as does the downy? 3. How are the nuthatch's toes arranged to assist it in climbing? Are the 3 front toes of each foot directed downward when the bird alights head downward? How does it manage its feet when in this position? 4. What is the general color of the nuthatch above and below? The color of the top and sides of head, color of back, wings, tail, throat, breast? 5. Does the black cap come down to the eyes on the nuthatch, as on the chickadee? Has the nuthatch a black bib? 6. What is the shape of the beak of the nuthatch? For what is it adapted? How does it differ from the beak of the chickadee? 7. What is the food of the nuthatch? Where is it found? Does it open nuts for the grubs or the nut meat? Observe the way it strikes its beak into the suet. Why does it strike so hard? 8. How would you spell the bird's note? Have you heard it give more than one note? 9. How does the nuthatch benefit our trees? At what season does it benefit them most? Why? 10. Where do the nuthatches build their nests? Why do we see the nuthatches oftener in winter than in summer? End of section 18. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 19 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Chickadee. Teacher's Story. He is the hero of the woods. There are courage and good nature enough in that compact little body, which you may hide in your fist, to supply a whole grove full of May songsters. He has the Spartan virtue of an eagle, the cheerfulness of a thrush, the nimbleness of cock sparrow, the endurance of the sea-birds, condensed into his tiny frame, and there have been added a pertness and ingenuity all his own. His curiosity is immense, and his audacity equal to it. I have even had one alight upon the barrel of the gun over my shoulders, as I sat quietly under his tree. Ernest Ingersoll. However careless we may be of our bird friends when we are in the midst of the luxurious life of summer, even the most careless among us give pleased attention to the birds that bravely endure with us the rigors of winter. And when this winged companion of winter proves to be the most fascinating little ball of feathers ever created, constantly overflowing with cheerful song, our pleased attention changes to active delight. Thus it is that in all the lands of snowy winters the chickadee is a loved comrade of the country wayfarer. That happy song, chickadee-dee-dee, finds its way to the dullest consciousness and the most callous heart. The chickadees appear in small flocks in the winter and often in company with the nuthatches. The chickadees work on the twigs and ends of branches, while the nuthatches usually mine the bark of the trunk and larger branches. The former hunting insect eggs, and the latter insects tucked away in winter quarters. When the chickadee is prospecting for eggs, it looks the twig over, first above, and then hangs head down and inspects it from below. It is a thorough worker and doesn't intend to overlook anything whatever. And however busily it is hunting, it always finds time for singing, whether on the wing or perched upon a twig, or hanging from it like an acrobat, head down. It sends forth its happy chickadee-dee to assure us that this world is all right and good enough for anybody. Besides this song, it begins in February to sing a most seductive Phoebe, giving a rising inflection to the first syllable and a long falling inflection to the last, which makes it a very different song from the short, jerky notes of the phoebe bird, which cuts the last syllable short and gives it a rising inflection. More than this, the chickadee has some chatty, conversational notes, and now and then performs a bewitching little yodel, which is a fit expression of its own delicious personality. The general effect of the colors of the chickadee is grayish-brown above and grayish-white below. The top of the head is black, the sides white, and it has a seductive little black bib under its chin. The back is grayish, the wings and tail are dark gray, the feathers having white margins. The breast is grayish-white, changing to buff or brownish at the sides and below. It is often called the black-capped titmouse, and it may always be distinguished by black cap and black bib. It is smaller than the English sparrow. Its beak is a sharp little pick, just fitted for taking insect eggs off twigs and from under bark. Insects are obliged to pass the winter in some stage of their existence, and many of them wisely remain in the egg until there is something worth doing in the way of eating. These eggs are glued fast to the food trees by the mother insect, and thus provides abundant food for the chickadees. It has been estimated that one chickadee will destroy several hundred insect eggs in one day, and it has been proven that orchards frequented by these birds are much more free from insect pests than other orchards in the same locality. They can be enticed into orchards by putting up beef fat or bones, and thus we can secure their valuable service. In summer these birds attack caterpillars and other insects. When it comes to nest building, if the chickadees cannot find a house to rent, they proceed to dig out a proper hole from some decaying tree, which they line with moss, feathers, fur, or some other soft material. The nest is often not higher than 6 to 10 feet from the ground. One which I studied was in a decaying fence post. The eggs are white, sparsely speckled, and spotted with lilac or rufous. The young birds are often 8 in number, and how these fuzzy birdlings manage to pack themselves in such a small hole is a wonder, and probably gives them good discipline in bearing hardships cheerfully. Lesson 13. The Chickadee. Leading Thought. The chickadee is as useful as it is delightful. It remains in the north during the winter, working hard to clear our trees of insect eggs, and singing cheerily all day. It is so friendly that we can induce it to come even to the window-sill by putting out suet to show our friendly interest. Methods. Put beef fat on the trees near the schoolhouse in December, and replenish it afresh about every 2 or 3 weeks. The chickadees will come to the feast and may be observed all winter. Give the questions a few at a time, and let the children read in the bird books a record of the benefits derived from these birds. Observations. 1. Where have you seen the chickadees? What were they doing? Were there several together? 2. What is the common song of the chickadee? What other notes has it? Have you heard it yodel? Have you heard it sing Phoebe, Phoebe? How does this song differ from that of the phoebe bird? Does it sing on the wing or when at rest? 3. What is the color of the chickadee? Top and sides of head, back, wings, tail, throat, breast, underparts. Compare size of chickadee with that of English sparrow. 4. What is the shape of the chickadee's bill, and for what is it adapted? What is the food in winter? Where does the bird find it? How does it act when feeding and hunting for food? 5. Does the chickadee usually alight on the ends of the branches or on the larger portions near the trunk of the tree? 6. How can you distinguish the chickadees from their companions, the nuthatches? 7. Does the chickadee ever seem discouraged by the snow and cold weather? Do you know another name for the chickadee? 8. Where does it build its nest? Of what material? Have you ever watched one of these nests? If so, tell about it. 9. How does the chickadee benefit our orchards and shade trees? How can we induce it to feel at home with us and work for us? End of section 19. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 20 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Downy Woodpecker. Teacher's Story. Friend Downy is the name this attractive little neighbor has earned, because it is so friendly to those of us who love trees. Watch it as it hunts each crack and crevice of the bark of your favorite apple or shade tree, seeking assiduously for cocoons and insects hiding there, and you will soon, of your own accord, call it friend. You will soon love its black and white uniform, which consists of a black coat, speckled and barred with white, and whitish-gray vest and trousers. The front of the head is black, and there is a black streak extending backward from the eye, with a white streak above and also below it. The male has a vivid red patch on the back of the head, but his wife shows no such giddiness. Plain black and white are good enough for her. In both sexes the throat and breast are white, the middle tail feathers black, while the side tail feathers are white, barred with black at their tips. The downy has a way of alighting low down on a tree trunk, or at the base of a larger branch, and climbing upward in a jerky fashion. It never runs about over the tree, nor does it turn around and go down head first, like the nuthatch. If it wishes to go down a short distance, it accomplishes this by a few awkward backward hops. But when it really wishes to descend, it flies off and down. The downy, as other woodpeckers, has a special arrangement of its physical machinery to enable it to climb trees in its own manner. In order to grasp the bark on the side of the tree more firmly, its fourth toe is turned backward, to work as companion with the thumb. Thus it is able to clutch the bark as with a pair of nippers, 2 claws in front and 2 claws behind, and as another aid, the tail is arranged to prop the bird like a bracket. The tail is rounded in shape, and the middle feathers have rather strong quills, but the secret of the adhesion of the tail to the bark lies in the great profusion of barbs which, at the edge of the feathers, offer bristling tips, and when applied to the side of the tree act like a wire brush, with all the wires pushing downward. This explains why the woodpecker cannot go backward without lifting the tail. But even more wonderful than this is the mechanism by which the downy and hairy woodpeckers get their food, which consists largely of wood borers and larvae working under the bark. When the woodpecker wishes to get a grub in the wood, it seizes the bark firmly with its feet, uses its tail as a brace, throws its head and upper part of the body as far back as possible, and then drives a powerful blow with its strong beak. The beak is adapted for just this purpose, as it is wedge-shaped at the end, and is used like a mason's drill sometimes, and sometimes like a pick. When the bird uses its beak as a pick, it strikes hard, deliberate blows, and the chips fly. But when it is drilling, it strikes rapidly, and not so hard, and quickly drills a small, deep hole, leading directly to the burrow of the grub. When finally the grub is reached, it would seem well nigh impossible to pull it out through a hole which is too small and deep to admit the beak being used as pincers. This is another story, and a very interesting one. The downy and hairy can both extend their tongues far beyond the point of the beak, and the tip of the tongue is hard and horny and covered with short, backward slanting hooks, acting like a spear or harpoon, and when thrust into the grub pulls it out easily. The bones of the tongue have a spring arrangement. When not in use, the tongue lies soft in the mouth, like a wrinkled earthworm, but when in use the bones spring out, stretching it to its full length, and it is then slim and small. The process is like fastening a pencil to the tip of a finger glove. When drawn back, the finger is wrinkled together, but when thrust out, straightens. This spring arrangement of the bones of the woodpecker's tongue is a marvelous mechanism, and should be studied through pictures. Since the food of the downy and the hairy is where they can get it all winter, there is no need for them to go south. Thus, they stay with us and work for us the entire year. We should try to make them feel at home with us in our orchards and shade trees by putting up pieces of beef fat to convince them of their welcome. No amount of free food will pauperize these birds, for as soon as they have eaten of the fat, they commence to hunt for grubs on the tree, and thus earn their feast. They never injure live wood. James Whitcomb Riley describes the drumming of the woodpecker as weeding out the lonesomeness, and that is exactly what the drumming of the woodpecker means. The male selects some dried limb of hard wood, and there beats out his well-known signal, which advertises far and near, "Wanted, a wife!" And after he wins her, he still drums on for a time to cheer her while she is busy with her family cares. The woodpecker has no voice for singing like the robin or thrush, and luckily he does not insist on singing, like the peacock, whether he can or not. He chooses rather to devote his voice to terse and businesslike conversation, and when he is musically inclined, he turns drummer. He is rather particular about his instrument, and having found one that is sufficiently resonant, he returns to it day after day. While it is ordinarily the male that drums, I once observed a female drumming. I told her that she was a bold minx, and ought to be ashamed of herself, but within 20 minutes she had drummed up 2 red-capped suitors, who chased each other about with great animosity, so her performance was evidently not considered improper in woodpecker society. I have watched a rival pair of male downies fight for hours at a time, but their duel was of the French brand, much fuss and no bloodshed. They advanced upon each other with much haughty glaring and scornful bobs of the head, but when they were sufficiently near to stab each other, they beat a mutual and circumspect retreat. Although we hear the male downies drumming every spring, I doubt if they are calling for new wives. I believe they are, instead, calling the attention of their lawful spouses to the fact that it is time for nest-building to begin. I have come to this conclusion because the downies and hares, which I have watched for years, have always come in pairs to partake of suet during the entire winter, and while only one at a time sits at meal, and the lord and master is somewhat bossy, yet they seem to get along as well as most married pairs. The downy's nest is a hole, usually in a partly decayed tree. An old apple tree is a favorite site, and a fresh excavation is made each year. There are from 4 to 6 white eggs, which are laid on a nice bed of chips as fine almost as sawdust. The door to the nest is a perfect circle, and about 1.25 inches across. The hairy woodpecker is fully 1/3 larger than the downy, measuring 9 inches from tip of beak to tip of tail, while the downy only measures about 6 inches. The tail feathers at the side are white for the entire length, while they are barred at the tips in the downy. There is a black parting through the middle of the red patch on the back of the hary's head. The 2 species are so much alike that it is difficult for the beginner to tell them apart. Their habits are very similar, except that the hairy lives in the woods and is not so commonly seen in orchards or shade trees. The food of the hairy is much like that of the downy, and it is, therefore, a beneficial bird and should be protected. Lesson 14. The Downy Woodpecker. Leading thought. The downy woodpecker remains with us all winter, feeding upon insects that are wintering in crevices and beneath the bark of our trees. It is fitted especially by shape of beak, tongue, feet, and tail to get such food, and it is a friend in need to our forest, shade, and orchard trees. Methods. If a piece of beef fat be fastened upon the trunk or branch of a tree, which can be seen from the schoolroom windows, there will be no lack of interest in this friendly little bird, for the downy will sooner or later find this feast spread for it, and will come every day to partake. Give out the questions, a few at a time, and discuss the answers with the pupils. Observations. 1. What is the general color of the downy above and below? The color of the top of the head, sides of the head, the throat and breast, the color and markings of the wings, color and markings of the middle and side tail feathers. 2. Do all downy woodpeckers have the red patch at the back of the head? If not, why? 3. What is the note of the downy? Does it make any other sound? Have you ever seen one drumming? At what time of year? On what did it drum? What did it use for a drumstick? What do you suppose was the purpose of this music? 4. How does the downy climb a tree trunk? How does it descend? How do its actions differ from those of the nuthatch? 5. How are the woodpecker's toes arranged to help it climb a tree trunk? How does this arrangement of toes differ from that of other birds? 6. How does the downy use its tail to assist it in climbing? What is the shape of the tail, and how is it adapted to assist? 7. What does the downy eat, and where does it find its food? Describe how it gets at its food. What is the shape of its bill, and how is it fitted for getting the food? Tell how the downy's tongue is used to spear the grub. 8. Why does the downy not go south in winter? 9. Of what use is this bird to us? How should we protect it and entice it into our orchards? 10. Write an English theme on the subject, how the downy builds its nest and rears its young. A few seasons ago, a downy woodpecker, probably the individual one who is now my winter neighbor, began to drum early in March in a partially decayed apple tree that stands in the edge of a narrow strip of woodland near me. When the morning was still and mild, I would often hear him through my window before I was up, or by 6:30 o'clock, and he would keep it up pretty briskly till 9 or 10 o'clock, in this respect resembling the grouse, which do most of their drumming in the forenoon. His drum was the stub of a dry limb about the size of one's wrist. The heart was decayed and gone, but the outer shell was loud and resonant. The bird would keep his position there for an hour at a time. Between his drummings he would preen his plumage and listen, as if for the response of the female or for the drum of some rival. How swift his head would go when he was delivering his blows upon the limb! His beak wore the surface perceptibly. When he wished to change the key, which was quite often, he would shift his position an inch or two to a knot which gave out a higher, shriller note. When I climbed up to examine his drum, he was much disturbed. I did not know he was in the vicinity, but it seems he saw me from a near tree and came in haste to the neighboring branches, and with spread plumage and a sharp note demanded plainly enough what my business was with his drum. I was invading his privacy, desecrating his shrine, and the bird was much put out. After some weeks, the female appeared. He had literally drummed up a mate. His urgent and oft-repeated advertisement was answered. Still, the drumming did not cease, but was quite as fervent as before. If a mate could be won by drumming, she could be kept and entertained by more drumming. Courtship should not end with marriage. If the bird felt musical before, of course he felt much more so now. Besides that, the gentle deities needed propitiating in behalf of the nest and young, as well as in behalf of the mate. After a time, a second female came, when there was a war between the two. I did not see them come to blows, but I saw one female pursuing the other about the place, and giving her no rest for several days. She was evidently trying to run her out of the neighborhood. Now and then she, too, would drum briefly, as if sending a triumphant message to her mate. Winter Neighbors, John Burroughs. End of Section 20. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 21 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Sapsucker. Teacher's Story. The sapsucker is a woodpecker that has strayed from the paths of virtue. He has fallen into temptation by the wayside, and, instead of drilling a hole for the sake of the grub at the end of it, he drills for drink. He is a tippler, and sap is his beverage, and he is also fond of the soft inner bark. He often drills his holes in regular rows, and thus girdles a limb or a tree, and for this is pronounced a rascal by men who have themselves ruthlessly cut from our land millions of trees that should now be standing. It is amusing to see a sapsucker take his tipple, unless his saloon happens to be one of our prized young trees. He uses his bill as a pick, and makes the chips fly as he taps the tree. Then he goes away and taps another tree. After a time he comes back, and, holding his beak close to the hole for a long time, seems to be sucking up the sap. He then throws back his head and swigs it down with every sign of delirious enjoyment. The avidity with which these birds come to the bleeding wells which they have made has in it all the fierceness of a toper crazy for drink. They are particularly fond of the sap of the mountain ash, apple, thorn apple, canoe birch, cut-leaf birch, red maple, red oak, white ash, and young pines. However, the sapsucker does not live solely on sap. He also feeds upon insects, wherever he can find them. When feeding their young, the sapsuckers are true fly-catchers, snatching insects while on the wing. The male has the crown and throat crimson, edged with black, with a black line extending back of the eye, bordered with white above and below. There is a large black circular patch on the breast which is bordered at the sides and below with lemon yellow. The female is similar to the male and has a red forehead, but she has a white bib instead of a red one beneath the chin. The distinguishing marks of the sapsucker should be learned by the pupils. The red is on the front of the head instead of on the crown, as is the case with the downy and hairy. When it is flying, the broad white stripes extending from the shoulders backward form a long oval figure, which is very characteristic. The sapsuckers spend the winter in the southern states, where they drill wells in the white oak and other trees. From Virginia to northern New York and New England, where they breed, they are seen only during migration, which occurs in April. Then the birds appear 2 and 3 together, and are very bold in attacking shade trees, especially the white birch. They nest only in the northern United States and northward. The nest is usually a hole in a tree about 40 feet from the ground, and is likely to be in a dead birch. Lesson 15. The Sapsucker. Leading Thought. The sapsucker has a red cap, a red bib, and a yellow breast. It is our only woodpecker that does injury to trees. We should learn to distinguish it from the downy and hairy, as the latter are among the best bird friends of the trees. Methods. Let the observations begin with the study of the trees which have been attacked by the sapsucker, which are almost everywhere common, and thus lead to an interest in the culprit. Observations. 1. Have you seen the work of the sapsucker? Are the holes drilled in rows completely around the tree? If there are 2 rows or more, are the holes set evenly, one below another? 2. Do the holes sink into the wood, or are they simply through the bark? Why does it injure or kill a tree to be girdled by these holes? Have you ever seen the sapsuckers making these holes? If so, how did they act? 3. How many kinds of trees can you find punctured by these holes? Are they likely to be young trees? 4. How can you distinguish the sapsucker from the other woodpeckers? How have the hairy and downy, which are such good friends of the trees, been made to suffer for the sapsucker's sins? 5. What is the color of the sapsucker? As follows: forehead, sides of head, back, wings, throat, upper and lower breast. What is the difference in color between the male and female? 6. In what part of the country do the sapsuckers build their nests? Where do they make their nests, and how? In the following winter the same bird, a sapsucker, tapped a maple tree in front of my window in 56 places, and when the day was sunny and the sap oozed out, he spent most of his time there. He knew the good sap days, and was on hand promptly for his tipple. Cold and cloudy days he did not appear. He knew which side of the tree to tap, too, and avoided the sunless northern exposure. When one series of well holes failed to supply him, he would sink another, drilling through the bark with great ease and quickness. Then, when the day was warm and the sap ran freely, he would have a regular sugar-maple debauch, sitting there by his wells hour after hour, and as fast as they became filled sipping out the sap. This he did in a gentle, caressing manner that was very suggestive. He made a row of wells near the foot of the tree, and other rows higher up, and he would hop up and down the trunk as they became filled. Winter Neighbors by John Burroughs. End of section 21. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 22 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Red-Headed Woodpecker. Teacher's Story. The redhead is well named, for his helmet and visor show a vivid glowing crimson that stirs the sensibilities of the color lover. It is readily distinguished from the other woodpeckers because its entire head and bib are red. For the rest, it is a beautiful dark metallic blue with the lower back, a band across the wing, and the underparts white. Its outer tail feathers are tipped with white. The female is colored like the male, but the young have the head and breast gray, streaked with black and white, and the wings barred with black. It may make its nest by excavating a hole in a tree or a stump, or even in a telegraph pole. The eggs are glossy white. This woodpecker is quite different in habits from the hairy and downy, as it likes to flit along from stump to fence post and catch insects on the wing, like a flycatcher. The only time that it pecks wood is when it is making a hole for its nest. As a drummer, the redhead is most adept, and his roll is a long one. He is an adaptable fellow, and if there is no resonant dead limb at hand, he has been known to drum on tin roofs and lightning rods, and once we also observed him executing a most brilliant solo on the wire of a barbed fence. He is especially fond of beech nuts and acorns, and being a thrifty fellow as well as musical, in time of plenty he stores up food against time of need. He places his nuts in crevices and forks of the branches, or in holes in trees, or any other hiding place. He can shell a beech nut quite as cleverly as can the deer mouse, and he is own cousin to the carpenter woodpecker of the Pacific coast, which is also red-headed, and which drills holes in the oak trees, wherein he drives acorns like pegs for later use. Lesson 16. The Red-Headed Woodpecker. Leading Thought. The red-headed woodpecker has very different habits from the downy, and is not so useful to us. It lives upon nuts and fruit, and such insects as it can catch upon the wing. Methods. If there is a redhead in the vicinity of your school, the children will be sure to see it. Write the following questions upon the blackboard and offer a prize to the first one who will make a note on where the redhead stores his winter food. Observations. 1. Can you tell the redhead from the other woodpeckers? What colors especially mark his plumage? 2. Where does the redhead nest? Describe eggs and nest. 3. What have you observed the redhead eating? Have you noticed it storing nuts and acorns for the winter? Have you noticed it flying off with cherries or other fruit? 4. What is the note of the redhead? Have you ever seen one drumming? What did he use for a drum? Did he come back often to this place to make his music? Another trait our woodpeckers have that endears them to me, and that has never been pointedly noticed by our ornithologists, is their habit of drumming in the spring. They are songless birds, and yet all are musicians. They make the dry limbs eloquent of the coming change. Did you think that loud, sonorous hammering which proceeded from the orchard, or from the near woods on that still March or April morning, was only some bird getting its breakfast? It is Downy, but he is not rapping at the door of a grub. He is rapping at the door of spring, and the dry limb thrills beneath the ardor of his blows. Or, later in the season, in the dense forest or by some remote mountain lake,
Does that measured rhythmic beat that breaks upon the silence, first 3 strokes, following each other rapidly, succeeded by 2 louder ones with longer intervals between them, and that has an effect upon the alert ear, as if the solitude itself had at least found a voice, does that suggest anything less than a deliberate musical performance? In fact, our woodpeckers are just as characteristically drummers as is the ruffed grouse, and they have their particular limbs and stubs to which they resort for that purpose. Their need of expression is apparently just as great as that of the songbirds, and it is not surprising that they should have found out that there is music in a dry seasoned limb which can be evoked beneath their beaks. The woodpeckers do not each have a particular dry limb to which they resort at all times to drum, like the one I have described. The woods are full of suitable branches, and they drum more or less here and there, as they are in quest of food. Yet I am convinced each one has its favorite spot, like the grouse, to which it resorts, especially in the morning. The sugar-maker in the maple woods may notice that this sound proceeds from the same tree or trees about his camp with great regularity. A woodpecker in my vicinity has drummed for 2 seasons on a telegraph pole, and he makes the wires and glass insulators ring. Another drums on a thin board on the end of a long grape arbor, and on still mornings he can be heard a long distance. A friend of mine in a southern city tells me of a red-headed woodpecker that drums upon a lightning rod on his neighbor's house. Nearly every clear, still morning at certain seasons, he says, this musical rapping may be heard. He alternates his tapping with his stridulous call, and the effect on a cool autumn morning is very pleasing. John Burroughs in Birds, Bees, and Sharp Eyes. End of section 22. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 23 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. The Flicker, or Yellowhammer. Teacher's Story. The first time I ever saw a flicker, I said, "What a wonderful meadowlark, and what is it doing on that ant-hill?" But another glance revealed to me a red spot on the back of the bird's neck, and as soon as I was sure that it was not a bloody gash, I knew that it marked no meadowlark. The top of the flicker's head and its back are slaty gray, which is much enlivened by a bright red band across the nape of the neck. The tail is black above and yellow-tipped with black below. The wings are black, but have a beautiful luminous yellow beneath, which is very noticeable during flight. There is a locket adorning the breast, which is a thin black crescent, much narrower than that of the meadowlark. Below the locket, the breast is yellowish-white, thickly marked with circular black spots. The throat and sides of the head are pinkish-brown, and the male has a black mustache, extending backward from the beak with a very fashionable droop. Naturally enough, the female, although she resembles her spouse, lacks his mustache. The beak is long, strong, somewhat curved, and dark-colored. This bird is distinctly larger than the robin. The white patch on the rump shows little or none when the bird is at rest, for this white mark is a color call, it being a rear signal by means of which the flock of migrating birds are able to keep together in the night. The yellowhammer's flight is wave-like and jerky and quite different from that of the meadowlark. Nor does it stay so constantly in the meadows, but often frequents woods and orchards. The flicker has many names, such as golden-winged woodpecker, yellowhammer, high-hole, yarrup, wake-up, clape, and many others. It earned the name of high-hole because of its habit of excavating its nest high up in trees, usually between 10 and 25 feet from the ground. It especially loves an old apple tree as a site for a nest, and most of our large old orchards can boast a pair of these handsome birds during the nesting season of May and June.
The flicker is not above renting any house he finds vacant, excavated by some other bird last year. He earned his name of Yarup, or Wake-up, from his spring song, which is a rollicking, jolly wicka, 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 wick, the song commonly heard the last of March or early April. The chief food of the flicker is ants, although it also eats beetles, flies, and wild fruit, but does little or no damage to planted crops. So long has it fed upon ants that its tongue has become modified, like that of an ant-eater. It is covered with a sticky substance, and when it is thrust into an ant-hill, all of the little citizens, disturbed in their communal labors, at once bravely attack the intruder and become glued fast to it, and are thus withdrawn and transferred to the capacious stomach of the bird. It has been known to eat 3,000 ants at a single meal. Those who have observed the flicker during the courting season declare him to be the most silly and vain of all bird wooers. Mr. Basket says, when he wishes to charm his sweetheart, he mounts a small twig near her, and lifts his wings, spreads his tail, and begins to nod right and left as he exhibits his mustache to the charmer. He sets his jet locket first on one side of the twig and then on the other. He may even go so far as to turn his head half around to show her the pretty spot on his back hair. In doing all this, he performs the most ludicrous antics, and has the silliest expression of face and voice, as if in losing his heart, as someone phrases it, he had lost his head also. The nest is quite deep, and the white eggs are from 4 to 10 in number. The feeding of the young flickers is a painful process to watch. The parent takes the food into its own stomach and partially digests it. Then, thrusting its own bill down the throat of the young one, it pumps the soft food into it, ker-chug, ker-chug, until it seems as if the young one must be shaken to its foundations. The young flickers, as soon as they leave the nest, climb around freely on the home tree in a delightful, playful manner. Lesson 17. The Flicker. Leading Thought. The flicker is a true woodpecker, but has changed its habits and spends much of its time in meadows, hunting for ants and other insects. It makes its nest in trees, like its relatives. It can be distinguished from the meadowlark by the white patch above the tail, which shows during flight. Methods. This is one of the most important birds of the meadow, and the work may be done in September, when there are plenty of young flickers, which have not learned to be wary. The observations may be made in the field. A few questions given at a time. Observations. 1. Where do you find the flicker in summer and early autumn? How can you tell it from the meadowlark, in color and in flight? 2. What is it doing in the meadows? How does it manage to trap ants? 3. What is the size of the flicker as compared to the robin? What is its general color as compared to the meadowlark? 4. Describe the colors of the flicker as follows: top and sides of the head, back of the neck, lower back, tail, wings, throat, and breast. The color and shape of the beak. Is there a difference in markings between the males and females? 5. Does a patch of white above the tail show except when the bird is flying? Of what use is this to the bird? 6. What is the flicker's note? At what time of spring do you hear it first? 7. Where does the flicker build its nest, and how? What is the color of the eggs? How many are there? 8. How does it feed its young? How do the young flickers act? 9. How many names do you know for the flicker? The high-hole appears to drum more promiscuously than does the downy. He utters his long, loud spring call, wick, 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 and then begins to rap with his beak upon his perch before the last note has reached your ear. I have seen him drum, sitting upon the ridge of the barn. The log-cock, or pileated woodpecker, the largest and wildest of our northern species, I have never heard drum. His blows should wake the echoes. When the woodpecker is searching for food, or laying siege to some hidden grub, the sound of his hammering is dead or muffled, and is heard but a few yards. It is only upon dry, seasoned timber, free of its bark, that he beats his reveille to spring and woos his mate. John Burroughs, in Birds, Bees, and Sharp Eyes. End of section 23. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 24 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Meadowlark. Teacher's Story. The first intimation we have in early spring that the meadowlark is again with us comes to us through his soft, sweet, sad note, which Van Dyck describes so graphically when he says it leaks slowly upward from the ground. One wonders how a bird can express happiness in these melancholy, sweet, slurred notes, and yet undoubtedly it is a song expressing joy, the joy of returning home, the happiness of love, and of nest-building. But after one has spent a winter in the Gulf States, and has witnessed the slaughter there of this most valuable bird, and after the northern stomach and heart have turned sick at the sight of breasts, once so full of song, done brown on the luncheon table, one no longer wonders that the meadowlark's song of joy is fraught with sadness. There should be national laws to protect the birds that are of value to one part of the United States from being slaughtered in their winter haunts, unless they are there a nuisance and injurious to crops, which is not the case with the meadowlark. The meadowlark, as is indicated by its name, is a bird of the meadow. It is often confused with another bird of the meadow, which has very different habits, the flicker. The two are approximately of the same size and color, and each has a black crescent or locket on the breast, and each shows the white feather during flight. The latter is the chief distinguishing character. The outer tail feathers of the meadowlark are white, while the tail feathers of the flicker are not white at all, but it has a single patch of white on the rump. The flight of the two is quite different. The lark lifts itself by several sharp movements and then soars smoothly over the course, while the flicker makes a continuous up and down, wave-like flight. The songs of the two would surely never be confused, for the meadowlark is among our sweetest singers, to which class the flicker with his flick-a-flick hardly belongs. The colors of the meadowlark are most harmonious shades of brown and yellow, well set off by the black locket on its breast. Its wings are light brown, each feather being streaked with black and brown. The line above the eye is yellow, bordered with black above and below. A buff line extends from the beak backward over the crown. The wings are light brown and have a mere suggestion of white bars. Portions of the outer feathers on each side of the tail are white, but this white does not show except during flight. The sides of the throat are greenish. The middle part and breast are lemon yellow, with the large black crescent just below the throat. The beak is long, strong, and black, and the meadowlark is decidedly a low-browed bird, the forehead being only slightly higher than the upper part of the beak. It is a little larger than the robin, which it rivals in plumpness. The meadowlark has a particular liking for meadows which border streams. It sings when on the ground, on the bush or fence, and while on the wing. And it sings during the entire period of its northern stay, from April to November, except while it is molting in late summer. Mr. Matthews, who is an eminent authority on bird songs, says that the meadowlarks of New York have a different song than those of Vermont or Nantucket, although the music has always the same general characteristics. The western species has a longer and more complex song than ours of the East. It is one of the few California birds that is a genuine joy to the eastern visitor. During February and March, its heavenly music is as pervasive as the California sunshine. The nest is built in a depression in the ground near a tuft of grass.
It is constructed of coarse grass and sticks, and is lined with finer grass. There is usually a dome of grass blades woven above the nest, and often a long covered vestibule leading to the nest is made in a similar fashion. This is evidently for protection from the keen eyes of hawks and crows. The eggs are laid about the last of May and are usually from 5 to 7 in number. They are white, speckled with brown and purple. The young larks are usually large enough to be out of the way before haying time in July. The food of the meadowlark during the entire year consists almost exclusively of insects which destroy the grass of our meadows. It eats great quantities of grasshoppers, cutworms, chinchbugs, armyworms, wireworms, weevils, and also destroys some weed seeds. Each pupil should make a diagram in his notebook showing the proportions of the meadowlark's different kinds of food. This may be copied from Audubon leaflet number 3. The killing of the meadowlark in New York State is a punishable offense, as it should be in every state of the Union. Everyone who owns a meadow should use his influence to the uttermost to protect this valuable bird. It has been estimated that the meadowlark saved to every township where hay is produced $25 each year on this crop alone. Lesson 18. The Meadowlark. Leading Thought. The meadowlark is of great value in delivering the grass of our meadows from insect destroyers. It has a song which we all know. It can be identified by color as a large light brown bird with white feathers on each side of the tail, and in flight by its quick up and down movements, finishing with long, low, smooth sailing. Method. September and October are good months for observations on the flight, song, and appearance of the meadowlark, and also for learning how to distinguish it from the flicker. The notes must be made by the pupils in the field, and after they know the bird and its song, let them, if they have the opportunity, study the bird books and bulletins, and prepare written accounts of the way the meadowlark builds its nest and of its economic value. Observations. 1. Where have you seen the meadowlark? Did you ever see it in the woods? Describe its flight. How can you identify it by color when it is flying? How do its white patches and its flight differ from those of the flicker? 2. Try and imitate the meadowlark's notes by song or whistle. Does it sing while on the ground, or on a bush or fence, or during flight? 3. Note the day when you hear its last song in the fall, and also its first song in the spring. Does it sing during August and September? Why? Where does it spend the winter? On what does it feed while in the south? How are our meadowlarks treated when on their southern sojourn? 4. Is the meadowlark larger or smaller than the robin? Describe from your own observation, as far as possible, the colors of the meadowlark as follows: top of head, line above the eye, back, wings, tail, throat, breast, locket, color and shape of beak. Make a sketch of your own, or copy from Louis Fuertes's excellent picture of the meadowlark in the Audubon leaflet, and color it accurately. 5. When is the nest built? Where is it placed? Of what material is it built? How is it protected from sight from above? Why this protection? How many eggs? What are their colors and markings? 6. What is the food of the meadowlark? Copy the diagram from the Audubon leaflet, showing the proportions of different kinds of insects which it destroys. Why should the farmers of the South also protect the meadowlark by law? Sweet, 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 oh happy that I am! Listen to the meadowlarks across the fields that sing. Sweet, 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 oh subtle breath of balm! Oh winds that blow, oh buds that grow, oh rapture of the spring! Sweet, 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 oh happy world that is! Dear heart, I hear across the fields
my mateling pipe and call. Sweet, 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 O world so full of bliss, for life is love, the world is love, and love is over all. Ina Coolbrith. End of section 24. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 25 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The English Sparrow. Teacher's Story. So dainty in plumage and hue, a study in gray and in brown, how little we knew the pest he would prove to the town. From dawn until daylight grows dim, perpetual chatter and scold, no winter migration for him, not even afraid of the cold. Scarce a songbird he fails to molest, belligerent, meddlesome thing. Wherever he goes as a guest, he is sure to remain as a king. Mary Isabella Forsyth. The English sparrow, like the poor and the housefly, is always with us, and since he is here to stay, let us make him useful if we can devise any means of doing so. There is no bird that gives the pupils a more difficult exercise in describing colors and markings than does he, and his wife is almost equally difficult. I have known fairly skilled ornithologists to be misled by some variation in color of the hen sparrow, and it is safe to assert that the majority of people do not know her from Adam. The male has the top of the head gray, with a patch of reddish-brown on either side. The middle of the throat and upper breast is black, the sides of the throat white, the lower breast and underparts grayish-white. The back is brown, streaked with black. The tail is brown, rather short, and not notched at the tip. The wings are brown, with 2 white bars and a jaunty dash of reddish-brown. The female has the head grayish-brown, the breast, throat, and underparts grayish-white. The back is brown, streaked with black and dirty yellow, and she is, on the whole, a washed-out-looking ladybird. The differences in color and size between the English sparrow and the chippy are quite noticeable, as the chippy is an inch shorter and far more slender in appearance, and is especially marked by the reddish-brown crown. When feeding, the English sparrows are aggressive, and their lack of table manners make them the goops among all birds. In the winter, they settle in noisy flocks on the street to pick up the grain undigested by the horses, or in barnyards where the grain has been scattered by the cattle. They only eat weed seeds when other food fails them in the winter, for they are a civilized bird, even if they do not act so, and they much prefer the cultivated grains. It is only during the nesting season that they destroy insects to any extent. Over 1/2 the food of nestlings is insects, such as weevils, grasshoppers, cutworms, etc. But this good work is largely offset by the fact that these same nestlings will soon give their grown-up energies to attacking grain fields, taking the seed after sowing, later the new grain in the milk, and later still the ripening grain in the sheaf. Wheat, oats, rye, barley, corn, sorghum, and rice are thus attacked. Once I saw on the upper Nile a native boat loaded with millet, which was attacked by thousands of sparrows. When driven off by the sailors, they would perch on the rigging like flies, and as soon as the men turned their backs, they would drop like bullets to the deck and gobble the grain before they were again driven off. English sparrows also destroy for us the buds and blossoms of fruit trees, and often attack the ripening fruit. The introduction of the English sparrow into America is one of the greatest arguments possible in favor of nature study, for ignorance of nature study methods in this single instance costs the United States millions of dollars every year.
The English sparrow is the European house sparrow, and people had a theory that it was an insect eater, but never took the pains to ascertain if this theory were a fact. About 1850, some people with more zeal than wisdom introduced these birds into New York, and for 20 years afterwards there were other importations of the sparrows. In 20 years more, people discovered that they had taken great pains to establish in our country one of the worst nuisances in all Europe. In addition to all the direct damage which the English sparrows do, they are so quarrelsome that they have driven away many of our native beneficial birds from our premises, and now vociferously acclaim their presence in places which were once the haunts of birds with sweet songs. After they drive off the other birds, they quarrel among themselves, and there is no rest for tired ears in their vicinity. There are various noises made by these birds which we can understand if we are willing to take the pains. The harassing chirping is their song. They squall when frightened and peep plaintively when lonesome, and make a disagreeable racket when fighting. But, to give the devil his due, we must admit that the house sparrow is as clever as it is obnoxious, and its success is doubtless partly due to its superior cleverness and keenness. It is quick to take a hint, if sufficiently pointed. Firing a shotgun twice into a flock of these birds has driven them from our premises, and tearing down their nests assiduously for a month seems to convey to them the idea that they are not welcome. Another instance of their cleverness I witnessed one day. I was watching a robin, worn and nervous with her second brood, fervently hunting earthworms in the lawn to fill the gaping mouths in the nest in the Virginia creeper shading the piazza. She finally pulled up a large pink worm, and a hen sparrow flew at her viciously. The robin dropped the worm to protect herself, and the sparrow snatched it and carried it off triumphantly to the grape arbor, where she had a nest of her own full of gaping mouths. She soon came back, and at a safe distance watched the robin pull out another worm, and by the same tactics again gained the squirming prize. 3 times this was repeated in an hour, and then the robin, discouraged, flew up into a Norway spruce, and in a monologue of sullen cluckings tried to reason out what had happened. The English sparrow's nest is quite in keeping with the bird's other qualities. It is usually built in a hole or box or in some protected corner beneath the eaves. It is also often built in vines on buildings and occasionally in trees. It is a good example of fuss and feathers, coarse straw or any other kind of material, and feathers of hens or of other birds, mixed together without fashion or form, constitute the nest. In these sprawling nests, the whitish, brown, or gray-flecked eggs are laid and the young reared, and so far as I can ascertain, no one has ever counted the number of broods reared in one season. The nesting begins almost as soon as the snow is off the ground, and lasts until late fall. During the winter, the sparrows gather in flocks in villages and cities, but in the spring they scatter throughout the country where they can find more grain. The only place where this bird is welcome is possibly in the heart of a great city, where no other bird could pick up a livelihood. It is a true cosmopolite, and is the first bird to greet the traveler in Europe or northern Africa. These sparrows will not build in boxes suspended by a wire, and they do not like a box where there is no resting place in front of the door leading to the nest. After the pupils have made observations upon the habits of the house sparrow, they may find facts which will teach further the economic importance of this bird. Lesson 19. The English Sparrow. Leading thought. The English sparrow was introduced into America by people who knew nothing of its habits. It has finally overrun our whole country, and to a great extent has driven out from towns and villages our useful American songbirds, and it should be discouraged and not allowed to nest around our houses and grounds. As a sparrow, it has interesting habits which we should observe. Methods. Let the pupils make their observations in the street or wherever they find the birds. The greatest value of this lesson is to teach the pupils to observe the coloring and markings of a bird accurately and describe them clearly. This is the best of training for later work with the wild birds. Observations. 1. How many kinds of birds do you find in a flock of English sparrows? 2. The ones with the black cravat are naturally the men of the family, while their sisters, wives, and mothers are less ornamented. Describe in your notebook or from memory the colors of the cock sparrow as follows: top of head, sides of the head, the back, the tail, the wings, wing bars, throat and upper breast, lower breast, and underparts. 3. Describe the hen sparrow in the same manner, and note the difference in markings between the two. Are the young birds, when they first fly, like the father or the mother? 4. Compare the English sparrow with the chippy, and describe the differences in size and color. 5. Is the tail, when the bird is not flying, square across the end or notched? 6. What is the shape of the beak? For what sort of food is this shaped beak meant? 7. What is the food of the English sparrows, and where do they find it? Describe the actions of a flock feeding in the yard or street. Are the English sparrows kindly or quarrelsome in disposition? 8. Why do the English sparrows stay in the north during the coldest of winters? Do they winter out in the country or in villages? 9. Describe by observation how they try to drive away the robins or other native birds. 10. Describe the nest of this sparrow. Of what material is it made? How is it supported? How sheltered? Is it a well-built nest? 11. Describe the eggs. How many broods are raised a year? What kind of food do the parents give the nestlings? 12. If you have ever seen these sparrows do anything interesting, describe the circumstance. 13. In what ways are these birds a nuisance to us? 14. How much of English sparrow talk do you understand? 15. How can we build bird boxes so that the English sparrows will not try to take possession of them? Do not tire the child with questions. Lead him to question you instead. Be sure in any case that he is more interested in the subject than in the questions about the subject. End of section 25. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 26 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Chipping Sparrow. Teacher's Story. This midget lives in our midst, and yet not among all bird kind is there one which so ignores us as does the chippy. It builds its nest about our houses. It hunts for food all over our premises. It sings like a tuneful grasshopper in our ears. It brings up its young to disregard us, and every hour of the day it zip-zips us to scorn. And although it has well earned the name of doorstep sparrow, since it frugally gathers the crumbs about our kitchen doors, yet it rarely becomes tame, or can be induced to eat from the hand, unless it is trained so to do as a nestling. Its cinnamon-brown cap and tiny black forehead, the gray streak over the eye, and the black through it, the gray cheeks and the pale gray, unspotted breast distinguish it from the other sparrows, although its brown back streaked with darker, and brown wings and black tail have a very sparrowish look. The two whitish wing bars are not striking. It has a bill fit for shelling seeds, a characteristic of all the sparrows. Despite its seed-eating bill, the chippy's food is about 38% insects,
And everyone should read what Mr. Forbush says about the good work this little bird does in our gardens and to our trees. It takes in large numbers of cabbage caterpillars, the pea louse, the beet leaf miners, leaf hoppers, grasshoppers, cutworms, and does its best to annihilate the caterpillars of the terrible gypsy and brown-tail moths. In fact, it works for our benefit even in its vegetable food, as this consists largely of the seeds of weeds and undesirable grasses. It will often fly up from its perch after flies or moths, like a flycatcher, and the next time we note it, it will be hopping around hunting for the crumbs we have scattered for it on the piazza floor. The song of the chippy is more interesting to it than to us. It is a continuous performance of high, shrill, rapid notes, all alike so far as I can detect. When it utters many of these in rapid succession, it is singing, but when it gives them singly, they are call notes or mere conversation. One peculiarity of the nest has given this sparrow the common name of hairbird, for the lining is almost always of long, coarse hair, usually treasure trove from the tails of horses or cattle, switched off against boards, burrs, or other obstacles. Of the many nests I have examined, black horsehair was the usual lining, but 2 nests in our yard show the chippy to be a resourceful bird. Evidently the hair market was exhausted, and the soft dead needles of the white pine were used instead and made a most satisfactory lining. The nest is tiny and shallow. The outside is of fine grass or rootlets, carefully but not closely woven together. It is placed in vine or tree, usually not more than 10 or 15 feet from the ground. A vine of a piazza is a favorite nesting site. Once a bold pair built directly above the entrance to our front door, and mingled cheerfully with other visitors. Usually, however, the nest is so hidden that it is not discovered until after the leaves have fallen. The eggs are light blue tinged with green, with fine purplish-brown specks or markings scrawled about the larger end. The chippy comes to us in April, and usually raises 2 broods of from 3 to 5 piggish youngsters, which even after they are fully grown follow pertinaciously their tired and frazzled-out parents and beg to be fed. The chippy parents evidently have no idea of discipline, but indulge their teasing progeny until our patience, at least, is exhausted. The young differ from their parents in having streaked breasts and lacking the reddish crown. In the fall the chippy parents lose their red-brown caps and have streaked ones instead, and then they fare forth in flocks for a seed harvest in the fields. Thereafter our chippy is a stranger to us. We do not know it in its new garb, and it dodges into the bushes as we pass, as if it had not tested our harmlessness on our own doorstone. Lesson 20. Leading Thought. The chipping sparrow is a cheerful and useful little neighbor. It builds a nest, lined with horsehair, in the shrubbery and vines about our homes, and works hard in ridding our garden of insect pests and seeds of weeds. Methods. Begin this lesson with a nest of the chippy, which is so unmistakable that it may be identified when found in the winter. Make the study of this nest so interesting that the pupils will wait anxiously to watch for the birds which made it. As soon as the chippies appear, the questions should be asked, a few at a time, giving the children several weeks for the study. The nest. Observations. 1. Where was this nest found? How high from the ground? 2. Was it under shelter? How was it supported? 3. Of what material is the outside of the nest? How is it fastened together? How do you suppose the bird wove this material together? 4. Of what material is the lining? Why is the bird that built this nest called the hairbird? From what animal do you think the lining of the nest came? How do you suppose the bird got it? 5. Do you think the nest was well hidden when the leaves were about it? Measure the nest across and also its depth. Do you think the bird that made it is as large as the English sparrow? The bird. 6. How can you tell the chippy from the English sparrow? 7. Describe in your notebook or orally the colors of the chippy as follows: beak, forehead, crown, marks above and through the eyes, cheeks, throat, breast, wings, and tail. Note if the wings have whitish bars, and how many. 8. Describe the shape of the beak as compared with that of the robin. What is this shaped bill meant for? 9. What is the food of the chippy? Why has it been called the doorstep sparrow? 10. Note if the chippy catches flies or moths on the wing like the phoebe bird. 11. Why should we protect the chippy and try to induce it to live near our gardens? 12. Does it run or hop when seeking food on the ground? 13. How early in the season does the chippy appear, and where does it spend the winter? 14. Can you describe the chippy's song? How do you think it won the name of chipping sparrow? 15. If you have the luck to find a pair of chippies nesting, keep a diary of your observations in your notebook covering the following points. Do both parents build the nest? How is the framework laid? How is the finishing done? The number and color of the eggs? Do both parents feed the young? How do young chippies act when they first leave the nest? How large are the young birds before the parents stop feeding them? What are the differences in color and markings between parents and young? The field sparrow. A bubble of music floats the slope of the hillside over, a little wandering sparrow's notes, and the bloom of yarrow and clover, and the smell of sweet fern and the bayberry leaf on his ripple of song are stealing, for he is a cheerful thief, the wealth of the fields revealing. One syllable clear and soft as a raindrop's silvery patter, or a tinkling fairy bell heard aloft in the midst of the merry chatter. Of robin and linnet and wren and jay, one syllable oft repeated, he has but a word to say, and of that he will not be cheated. The singer I have not seen, but the song I arise and follow, the brown hills over, the pastures green, and into the sunlit hollow. With the joy that his life unto mine has lent, I can feel my glad eyes glisten, though he hides in his happy tent, while I stand outside and listen. This way would I also sing, my dear little hillside neighbor, a tender carol of peace to bring to the sunburnt fields of labor is better than making a loud adieu. Trill on amid clover and yarrow. There's a heartbeat echoing you, and blessing you, blithe little sparrow. Lucy Larcom. End of section 26. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 27 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Song Sparrow. Teacher's Story. He does not wear a Joseph's coat of many colors, smart and gay. His suit is Quaker brown and gray, with darker patches at his throat. And yet of all the well-dressed throng, not one can sing so brave a song. It makes the pride of looks appear a vain and foolish thing to hear his sweet, 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 very merry cheer. A lofty place he does not love. He sits by choice and well at ease, in hedges and in little trees that stretch their slender arms above the meadow brook. And then he sings till all the field with pleasure rings. And so he tells in every ear that lowly homes to heaven are near, in sweet, 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 very merry cheer. Henry Van Dyke. Children should commit to memory the poem from which the above stanzas were taken. Seldom in literature have detailed, accurate observation and poetry been so happily combined as in these verses. The lesson might begin in March, when we are all listening eagerly for bird voices, and the children should be asked to look out for a little brown bird which sings, "Sweet, sweet, sweet, very merry cheer," or, as Thoreau interprets it, "Maids, maids, maids, hang on the tea kettle, ettle, ettle." In early childhood I learned to distinguish this sparrow by its tea kettle song. Besides this song, it has others quite as sweet, and when alarmed it utters a sharp ta-chink, ta-chink. The song sparrow prefers the neighborhood of brooks and ponds which are bordered with bushes, and also the hedges planted by nature along rail or other field fences, and it has a special liking for the shrubbery about gardens. Its movements and flight are very characteristic. It usually sits on the tip-top of a shrub or low tree when it sings, but when disturbed never rises in the air, but drops into a low flight and plunges into a thicket, with a defiant twitch of the tail which says plainly, "Find me if you can." The color and markings of this bird are typical of the sparrows. The head is a warm brown, with a gray streak along the center of the crown, and one above each eye, with a dark line through the eye. The back is brown with darker streaks. The throat is white with a dark spot on either side. The breast is white spotted with brown, with a large dark blotch at its very center. This breast blotch distinguishes this bird from all other sparrows. The tail and wings are brown, and without buff or white bars or other markings. The tail is long, rounded, and very expressive of emotions, and makes the bird look more slender than the English sparrow. The nest is usually placed on the ground, or in low bushes not more than 5 feet from the ground. It varies much in both size and material. It is sometimes constructed of coarse weeds and grasses, and sometimes only fine grass is used. Sometimes it is lined with hair, and again with fine grass. Sometimes it is deep, but occasionally is shallow. The eggs have a whitish ground color, tinged with blue or green, but are so blotched and marked with brown that they are safe from observation of enemies. The nesting season begins in May, and there are usually 3 and sometimes 4 broods, but, so far as I have observed, a nest is never used for 2 consecutive broods. The song sparrow stays with us in New York State very late in the fall, and a few stay in sheltered places all winter. The quality in this bird which endears him to us all is the spirit of song which stays with him. His sweet trill may be heard almost any month of the year, and he has a charming habit of singing in his dreams if sudden noise disturbs his slumber. The song sparrow is not only the dearest of little neighbors, but it also works lustily for our good, and for its own food at the same time. It destroys cutworms, plant lice, caterpillars, cankerworms, ground beetles, grasshoppers, and flies. In winter, it destroys thousands of weed seeds, which otherwise would surely plant themselves to our undoing. Every boy and girl should take great pains to drive away stray cats, and to teach the family puss not to meddle with birds, for cats are the worst of all the song sparrow's enemies, destroying thousands of its nestlings every year. Lesson 21. The Song Sparrow. Leading Thought. The beautiful song of this sparrow is heard earlier in the spring than the notes of bluebird or robin. The dark blotch in the center of its speckled breast distinguishes this sparrow from all others. It is very beneficial and should be protected from cats. Methods. All the observations of the song sparrow must be made in the field, and they are easily made because the bird builds near houses, in gardens, and in the shrubbery. Poetry and other literature about the song sparrow should be given to the pupils to read or to memorize. Observations. 1. Have you noticed a little brown bird singing a very sweet song in the early spring? Did the song sound as if set to the words, "Little maid, little maid, little maid, put on the tea kettle, ettle, ettle"? 2. Where was this bird when you heard him singing? How high was he perched above the ground? What other notes did you hear him utter? 3. Describe the colors and markings of the song sparrow on head, back, throat, breast, wings, and tail. Is this bird as large as the English sparrow? What makes him look more slim? 4. How can you distinguish the song sparrow from the other sparrows? When disturbed, does it fly up or down? How does it gesture with its tail as it disappears in the bushes? 5. Where and of what material does the song sparrow build its nest? 6. What colors and markings are on the eggs? Do you think these colors and markings are useful in concealing the eggs when the mother bird leaves the nest? 7. How late in the season do you see the song sparrows and hear their songs? Does this bird, when disturbed, fly up or down? 8. How can we protect these charming little birds and induce them to build near our houses? 9. What is the food of the song sparrows, and how do they benefit our fields and gardens? The sing-away bird. Have you ever heard of the sing-away bird that sings where the runaway river runs down with its rills from the bald-headed hills that stand in the sunshine and shiver? Oh, sing, sing away, how the pines and the birches are stirred by the trill of the sing-away bird. And the bald-headed hills with their rocks and their rills to the tune of his rapture are ringing, and their faces grow young, all the gray mists among, while the forest break forth into singing. Oh, sing, sing away, and the river runs singing along, and the flying winds catch up the song. 'Twas a white-throated sparrow that sped a light arrow of song from his musical quiver, and it pierced with its spell every valley and dell on the banks of the runaway river. Oh, sing, sing away. The song of the wild singer had the sound of a soul that is glad. Lucy Larcom. End of section 27. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 28 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Mockingbird. Teacher's Story. Among all the vocalists in the bird world, the mockingbird is unrivaled in the variety and richness of his repertoire, and he has thus won his place among men, convincing many ignorant people by the means of his voice that a bird is good for something besides victuals. The mockingbirds go as far north as southern New England, but they are found at their best in the southern states and in California. On the Gulf Coast, the mockers begin singing in February. In warmer climates, they sing almost the year through. During the nesting season, the father mocker is so busy with his cares and duties during the day that he does not have time to sing, and so devotes the nights to serenading. He may sing almost all night long if there is moonlight, but even on dark nights he gives now and then a happy, sleepy song. Not all mockingbirds are mockers. Some sing their own song, which is rich and beautiful, while others learn, in addition, not only the songs of other birds, but their call notes as well. One authority noted a mocker which imitated the songs of 20 species of birds during a 10-minute performance. When singing, the mocker shows his relationship to the brown thrasher by lifting the head and depressing and jerking the tail. A good mocker will learn a tune, or parts of it, if it is whistled often enough in his hearing. He will also imitate other sounds, and will often improve on a song he has learned from another bird by introducing frills of his own. When learning a song, he sits silent and listens intently, but will not try to sing it until it is learned.
Although the mockingbirds live in wild places, they prefer the haunts of men, taking up their home sites in gardens and cultivated grounds. Their flight is rarely higher than the treetops, and is decidedly jerky in character, with much twitching of the long tail. For nesting sites they choose thickets or the lower branches of trees, being especially fond of orange trees. The nest is usually from 4 to 20 feet from the ground. The foundation of the nest is made of sticks, grasses, and weed stalks, interlaced and crisscrossed. On these is built the nest of softer materials, such as rootlets, horsehair, cotton, or, in fact, anything suitable which is at hand. The nest is often in plain sight, since the mocker trusts to his strength as a fighter to protect it. He will attack cats with great ferocity and vanquish them. He will kill snakes. Often good-sized black snakes have been known to end thus. The mocker, in making his attack, hovers above his enemy and strikes it at the back of the head or neck. He will also drive away birds much larger than himself. The female lays from 4 to 6 pale greenish or bluish eggs, blotched with brown, and which hatch in about 2 weeks. Then comes a period of hard work for the parents, as both are indefatigable in catching insects to feed the young. The mocker, by the way, is a funny sight when he is chasing a beetle on the ground, lifting his wings in a pugnacious fashion. The mockers often raise 3 broods a season. The young birds have spotted breasts, showing their relationship to the thrasher. As a wooer, the mocker is a bird of much ceremony, and dances into his lady's graces. Mrs. F. W. Rowe, in describing this, says that the birds stand facing each other with heads and tails erect and wings drooping. Then the dance would begin, and this consisted of the 2 hopping sideways in the same direction, and in rather a straight line a few inches at a time, always keeping directly opposite each other, and about the same distance apart. They would chasse this way 4 or 5 feet, then go back over the same line in the same manner. Mrs. Rowe also observed that the male mockers have hunting preserves of their own, not allowing any other males of their species in these precincts. The boundary was sustained by tactics of both offense and defense, but certain other species of birds were allowed to trespass without reproof. Maurice Thompson describes in a delightful manner the mounting and dropping songs of the mocker, which occur during the wooing season. The singer flits up from branch to branch of a tree, singing as he goes, and finally, on the topmost bough, gives his song of triumph to the world. Then, reversing the process, he falls backward from spray to spray, as if drunk with the ecstasy of his own song, which is an exquisitely soft, gurgling series of notes, liquid and sweet, that seem to express utter rapture. The mockingbirds have the same colors in both sexes. The head is black, the back is ashy gray, the tail and wings are so dark brown that they look black. The tail is very long, and has the outer tail feathers entirely white, and the 2 next inner ones are white for more than half their length. The wings have a strikingly broad white bar, which is very noticeable when the bird is flying. The underparts and breast are grayish-white. The beak and legs are blackish. The food of the mockingbirds is about half insects and half fruit. They live largely on the berries of the red cedar, myrtle, and holly, and we must confess are often too devoted to the fruits in our orchards and gardens. But let us put down to their credit that they do their best to exterminate the cotton boll caterpillars and moths, and also many other insects injurious to crops. The mocker is full of tricks, and is distinctly a bird of humor. He will frighten other birds by screaming like a hawk, and then seem to chuckle over the joke. Sidney Lanier describes him well. Whate'er birds did or dreamed, this bird could say. Then down he shot, bounced airily along the sward, twitched in a grasshopper, made song, mid-flight, perched, pranked, and to his art again. Lesson 22. The Mockingbird. Leading Thought. The mockingbird is the only one of our common birds that sings regularly at night.
It imitates the songs of other birds and has also a beautiful song of its own. When feeding their nestlings, the mockers do us a great service by destroying insect pests. Method. Studies of this bird are best made individually by the pupils, through watching the mockers which haunt the houses and shrubbery. If there are mockingbirds near the schoolhouse, the work can be done in the most ideal way by keeping records in the school of all the observations made by the pupils, thus bringing out an interesting mockingbird story. The experiment in teaching songs to the birds may best be made with pet mockers. Observations. 1. At what months of the year and for how many months does the mocker sing in this locality? 2. Does he sing only on moonlight nights? Does he sing all night? 3. Can you distinguish the true mockingbird song from the songs which he has learned from other birds? Describe the actions of a mocker when he is singing. 4. How many songs of other birds have you heard a mocker give, and what are the names of these birds? 5. Have you ever taught a mocker a tune by whistling it in his presence? If so, tell how long before he learned it, and how he acted while learning. Describe the flight of the mockingbirds. Do they fly high in the air like crows? 7. Do these birds like best to live in wild places, or about houses and gardens? 8. Where do they choose sites for their nests? Do they make an effort to hide the nest? If not, why? 9. Of what material is the nest made? How is it lined? How far from the ground is it placed? 10. What are the colors of the eggs? How many are usually laid? How long before they hatch? 11. Give instances of the parents' devotion to the young birds. 12. Have you seen two mockingbirds dancing before each other just before the nesting season? 13. In the spring, have you heard a mocker sing while mounting from the lower to the upper branches of a tree, and then, after pouring forth his best song, fall backward with a sweet gurgling song as if intoxicated with his music? 14. How many broods does a pair of mockers raise during one season? How does the color of the breast of the young differ from that of the parent? 15. How does the father bird protect the nestlings from other birds, cats, and snakes? 16. Does the mocker select certain places for his own hunting grounds, and drive off other mockers which trespass? 17. Describe the colors of the mockingbird as follows: beak, head, back, tail, wings, throat, breast, underparts, and feet. 18. What is the natural food of the mockingbirds, and how do they benefit the farmer? How does the mocker act when attacking a ground beetle? 19. Have you seen mockingbirds frighten other birds by imitating the cry of a hawk? Have you seen them play other kinds of tricks? 20. Write a little story which shall include your own observations on the ways of pet mockingbirds which you have known. Soft and low the song began, I scarcely caught it as it ran, through the melancholy trill of the plaintive whippoorwill, through the ringdove's gentle wail, chattering jay and whistling quail, sparrow's twitter, catbird's cry, redbird's whistle, robin's sigh, blackbird, bluebird, swallow, lark, each his native note might mark. Oft he tried the lesson o'er, each time louder than before. Burst at length the finished song, loud and clear it poured along. All the choir in silence heard, hushed before this wondrous bird. All transported and amazed, scarcely breathing, long I gazed. Now it reached the loudest swell, lower, lower now it fell. Lower, lower, lower still, scarce it sounded o'er the rill. Joseph Rodman Drake. End of section 28. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 29 of Handbook of Nature-Study, This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. The Catbird. Teacher's Story. The catbird sings a crooked song in minors that are flat, and when he can't control his voice, he mews just like a cat, then nods his head and whisks his tail, and lets it go at that. Oliver Davy. As a performer, the catbird distinctly belongs to the vaudeville, even going so far as to appear in slate-colored tights. His specialties range from the most exquisite song to the most strident of scolding notes. His nasal "nia, nia" is not so very much like a cat's meow after all, but when addressed to the intruder it means "get out." And not in the whole gamut of bird notes is there another which so quickly inspires the listener with this desire. I once trespassed upon the territory of a well-grown catbird family, and the squalling that ensued was ear-splitting. As I retreated, the triumphant youngsters followed me for a few rods, with every sign of triumph in their actions and voices. They obviously enjoyed my apparent fright. The catbirds have rather a pleasant cluck-cluck when talking to each other, hidden in the bushes, and they also have a variety of other notes. The true song of the catbird, usually given in the early morning, is very beautiful. Mr. Matthews thinks it is a medley gathered from other birds, but it seems to me very individual. However, true to his vaudeville training, this bird is likely to introduce into the middle or at the end of his exquisite song some phrase that suggests his cat-call. He is, without doubt, a true mocker, and will often imitate the robin's song, and also, if opportunity offers, learns to converse fluently in chicken language. One spring morning I heard outside my window the mellow song of the Cardinal, which is a rare visitor in New York. But there was no mistaking the "Torido, torido." I sprang from my bed and rushed to the window, only to see a catbird singing the Cardinal song, and thus telling me that he had come from the sunny south, and the happy companionship of these brilliant birds. Often, when the catbird is singing, he sits on the topmost spray of some shrub, lifting his head and depressing his tail like a brown thrasher, and again he sings completely hidden in the thicket. In appearance, the catbird is tailor-made, belonging to the same social class as the cedar bird and the barn swallow. However, it affects quiet colors, and its well-fitting costume is all slate gray, except the top of the head and the tail, which are black. The feathers beneath the base of the tail are brownish. The catbird is not so large as the robin, and is of very different shape. It is far more slender and has a long, emotional tail. The way the catbird twitches and tilts its tail as it hops along the ground or alights in a bush is very characteristic. It is a particularly alert and nervous bird, always on the watch for intruders, and the first to give warning to all other birds of their approach. It is a good fighter in defending its nest, and there are several observed instances where it has fought to defend the nest of other species of birds, and it has gone even further in its philanthropy by feeding their orphaned nestlings. The catbird chooses a nesting site in a low tree or shrub or briar, where the nest is built usually about 4 feet from the ground. The nest looks untidy, but is strongly made of sticks, coarse grass, weeds, bark strips, and occasionally paper. It is lined with soft roots, and is almost always well hidden in dense foliage. The eggs are from 3 to 5 in number, and are dark greenish-blue. Both parents work hard feeding the young, and for this purpose destroy many insects which we can well spare. 62% of the food of the young has been found in one instance to be cutworms, showing what a splendid work the parents do in our gardens. In fact, during a large part of the summer, while these birds are rearing their 2 broods, They benefit us greatly by destroying the insect pests, and although later they may attack our fruits and berries, it almost seems as if they had earned the right to their share. If we only had the wisdom to plant along the fences some elderberries or Russian mulberries, the catbirds as well as the robins would feed upon them instead of the cultivated fruits. The catbirds afford a striking example for impressing upon children that each species of birds haunts certain kinds of places. The catbirds are never found in deep woods, nor in open fields, but always near low thickets along streams and in shrubbery along fences, in tangles of vines, and especially do they like to build about our gardens, if we protect them. They are very fond of bathing, and if fresh water is given them for this purpose, we may have the opportunity to witness the most thorough bath a bird can take. A catbird takes a long time to bathe and preen its feathers, and indulges in most luxurious sun baths, and thus deservedly earns the epithet of well-groomed. It is one of the most intelligent of all our birds, and soon learns what is what, and repays in the most surprising way the trouble of careful observation. Lesson 23. The Catbird. Leading Thought. The catbird has a beautiful song, as well as the harsh mew, and can imitate other birds, although not so well as the mockingbird. It builds in low thickets and shrubbery, and during the nesting season is of great benefit to our gardens. Methods. First, let the pupils study and report upon the songs, scoldings, and other notes of this, our northern mockingbird. Then let them describe its appearance and habits. Of course, the study must be made outside of school hours in the field. Observations. 1. Do you think the squall of the catbird sounds like the mew of a cat? When does the bird use this note, and what for? What other notes have you heard it utter? 2. Describe as well as you can the catbird's true song. Are there any harsh notes in it? Where does he sit while singing? Describe his actions while singing. 3. Have you ever heard the catbird imitate the songs of other birds or other noises? 4. Describe the catbird as follows: its size and shape compared to the robin, the color and shape of head, beak, wings, tail, breast, and underparts. 5. Describe its peculiar actions and its characteristic movements. 6. Where do catbirds build their nests? How high from the ground? What material is used? Is the nest compact and carefully finished? Is it hidden? 7. What is the color of the eggs? Do both parents care for the young? 8. What is the food of the catbird? Why is it an advantage to us to have catbirds build in our gardens? 9. Do you ever find catbirds in the deep woods or out in the open meadows? Where do you find them? 10. Put out a pan of water where the catbirds can use it, and then watch them make their toilets and describe the process. Describe how they take sun baths. He sits on a branch of yon blossoming bush, this madcap cousin of robin and thrush, and sings without ceasing the whole morning long, now wild, now tender, the wayward song that flows from his soft gray fluttering throat. But often he stops in his sweetest note, and shaking a flower from the blossoming bough, drawls out, "Meow, meow." The Catbird, Edith M. Thomas. End of section 29. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 30 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Belted Kingfisher. Teacher's Story. This patrol of our streams and lake shores, in his cadet uniform, is indeed a military figure, as well as a militant personality. As he sits upon his chosen branch, overhanging some stream or lake shore, his crest a-bristle, his keen eye fixed on the water below, his whole bearing alert, one must acknowledge that this fellow puts ginger into his environment, and that the spirit which animates him is very far from the dolce far niente which permeates the ordinary fisherman. However, he does not fish for fun, but for business. His keen eye catches the gleam of a moving fin, and he darts from his perch, holds himself for a moment on steady wings above the surface of the water to be sure of his quarry, and then there is a dash and a splash, and he returns to his perch with the wriggling fish in his strong beak. He at once proceeds to beat its life out against a branch, and then to swallow it sensibly, head first, so that the fins will not prick his throat, nor the scales rasp it. He swallows the entire fish, trusting to his internal organs to select the nourishing parts, and later he gulps up a ball of the indigestible scales and bones. The kingfisher is very different in form from an ordinary bird. He is larger than a robin, and his head and foreparts are much larger in proportion. This is the more noticeable because of the long feathers of the head which he lifts into a crest, and because of the shortness of the tail. The beak is very long and strong, in order to seize the fish and hold it fast, but the legs are short and weak. The third and fourth toes are grown together for a part of their length. Perhaps this is of use to the bird in pushing earth from the burrow when excavating. The kingfisher has no need for running and hopping like the robin, and therefore does not need the robin's strong legs and feet. His colors are beautiful and harmonious. The upper parts are grayish-blue, the throat and collar white, as is also the breast, which has a bluish-gray band across the upper part, this giving the name of the belted kingfisher to the bird. The feathers of the wings are tipped with white, and the tail feathers narrowly barred with white. The underside of the body is white in the males, while in the females it is somewhat chestnut in color. There is a striking white spot just in front of the eye. The kingfisher parents build their nest in a burrow which they tunnel horizontally in a bank. Sometimes there is a vestibule of several feet before the nest is reached, and at other times it is built very close to the opening. Both parents are industrious in catching fish for their nestlings, but the burden of this duty falls heaviest upon the male. Many fish bones are found in the nest, and they seem so clean and white that they have been regarded as nest lining. Wonderful tales are told of the way the English kingfishers use fish bones to support the earth above their nests, and tributes have been paid to their architectural skill. But it is generally conceded that the lining of fish bones in nests of our kingfisher is incidental, since the food of the young is largely fish, although frogs, insects, and other creatures are often eaten with relish. It is interesting to note the process by which the young kingfisher gets its skill in fishing. I have often seen one dive horizontally for a yard or two beneath the water, and come up indignant and sputtering because the fish had escaped. It was fully 2 weeks after this before this one learned to drop like a bullet on its quarry. The note of the kingfisher is a loud brattle, not especially pleasant close at hand, but not unmusical at a little distance. It is a curious coincidence that it sounds very much like the clicking of the fisherman's reel. It is a sound that conjures visions of shade-dappled streams and the dancing blue waters of tree-fringed lakes and ponds. There seems to be a division of fishing ground among the kingfishers, one bird never trespassing upon its neighbor's preserves, unless it be the parent pair working near each other for the nestlings, or the nestlings still under their care. We never see two kingfishers in the same locality. Lesson 24. The Kingfisher. Leading Thought. The kingfisher is fitted, by form of body and beak, to be a fisherman. Methods. If the school be near a stream or pond, the following observations may be made by the pupils. Otherwise, let the boys who go fishing make a study of the bird and report to the school. Observations. 1. Where have you seen the kingfisher? Have you often seen it on a certain branch, which is its favorite perch? Is this perch near the water? What is the advantage of this position to the bird? 2. What does the kingfisher feed upon? How does it obtain its food? Describe the actions of one of these birds while fishing. 3. With what weapons does the kingfisher secure the fish? How long is its beak compared with the rest of its body? How does it kill the fish? Does it swallow the fish head or tail first? Why? Does it tear off the scales or fins before swallowing it? How does it get rid of these and the bones of the fish? 4. Which is larger, the kingfisher or the robin? Describe the difference in shape of the bodies of these two birds, also in the size and shape of feet and beaks, and explain why they are so different in form. What is there peculiar about the kingfisher's feet? Do you know which two toes are grown together? 5. What are the colors of the kingfisher in general? The colors of head, sides of head, collar, back, tail, wings, throat, breast, and underparts. Is there a white spot near the eye? If so, where? Do you know the difference in colors between the parent birds? 6. Where is the nest built? How is it lined? 7. What is the note of the kingfisher? Does it give it while perching or while on the wing? Do you ever find more than one kingfisher on the same fishing grounds? The Kingfisher of England. For the handsome kingfisher go not to the tree, no bird of the field or the forest is he. In the dry river rock he did never abide, and not on the brown heath all barren and wide. He lives where the fresh sparkling waters are flowing, where the tall heavy typha and loosestrife are growing, by the bright little streams that all joyfully run, a while in the shadow and then in the sun. He lives in a hole that is quite to his mind, with the green mossy hazel roots firmly entwined, where the dark alder bough waves gracefully o'er, and the sword flag and arrowhead grow at his door. There, busily, all the day long, he seeks for small fishes the shallows among, for he builds his nest of the pearly fish-bone, deep in the bank, far retired and alone. Then the brown water-rat from his burrow looks out to see what his neighbor kingfisher's about, and the green dragon-fly, flitting slowly away, just pauses one moment to bid him good day. Oh, happy kingfisher, what care should he know, by the clear pleasant streams as he skims to and fro, now lost in the shadow, now bright in the sheen of the hot summer sun, glancing scarlet and green. Mary Howitt. End of section 30. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 31 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Screech Owl. Teacher's Story. Disquiet yourselves not, 'tis nothing but a little downy owl. Shelley. Of all the fascinating sounds to be heard at night in the woods, the screech owl's song is surely the most so. Its fascination does not depend on music, but upon the chills which it sends up and down the spine of the listener, thus attacking a quite different set of nerves than do other bird songs. The weird wail, tremulous and long drawn out, although so blood-curdling, is, from the standpoint of the owlet, the most beautiful music in the world. By means of it he calls to his mate, cheering her with the assurance of his presence in the world. Evidently she is not a nervous creature. The screech owls are likely to sing at night during any part of the year, nor should we infer that when they are singing they are not hunting, for perchance their music frightens their victims into fatal activity. Although the note is so unmistakable, yet there is great variation in the songs of the individuals, the great variety of quavers in the song offering ample opportunity for the expression of individuality. Moreover, these owls often give themselves over to tremulous whispering, and they emphasize excitement by snapping their beaks in an alarming manner. Any bird that is flying about and singing in the night-time must be able to see where it is going, and the owls have special adaptations for this. The eyes are very large, and the yellow iris opens and closes about the pupil quite similar to the arrangement in the cat's eye, except that the pupil in the owl's eye is round when contracted instead of elongated. In the night this pupil is expanded until it covers most of the eye. The owl does not need to see behind and at the sides, since it does not belong to the birds which are the victims of other birds and animals of prey. The owl is a bird that hunts instead of being hunted, and it needs only to focus its eyes on the creature it is chasing. Thus its eyes are in the front of the head like our own, but it can see behind, in case of need, for the head turns upon the neck as if it were fitted on a ball-bearing joint. I have often amused myself by walking around a captive screech owl, which would follow me with its eyes by turning the head until it almost made the circle. Then the head would twist back with such lightning rapidity that I could hardly detect the movement. It seemed almost as if the head was on a pivot, and could be moved around and around indefinitely. Although the owl, like the cat, has eyes fitted for night hunting, it can also see fairly well during the daytime. A beak, with the upper mandible ending in a sharp hook, signifies that its owner lives upon other animals and needs to rend and tear flesh. The owl's beak thus formed is somewhat buried in the feathers of the face, which gives it a striking resemblance to a Roman nose. This, with the great staring round eyes, bestows upon the owl an appearance of great wisdom. But it is not the beak which the owl uses for a weapon of attack. Its strong feet and sharp-curved claws are its weapons for striking the enemy, and also for grappling with its prey. The outer toe can be moved back at will, so that in grasping its prey or its perch, 2 toes may be directed forward and 2 backward, thus giving a stronger hold. The ear is very different in form from the ear of other birds. Instead of being a mere hole opening into the internal ear, it consists of a fold of skin forming a channel which extends from above the eye around to the side of the throat. Thus equipped, while hunting in the dark, the owl is able to hear any least rustle of mouse or bird, and to know which direction to descend upon it. There has been no relation established between the ear tufts of the screech owl and its ears, so far as I know, but the way the bird lifts the tufts when it is alert always suggests this movement in some way opens up the ear. In color, there are 2 types among the screech owls, one reddish-brown, the other gray. The back is streaked with black. The breast is marked with many shaft lines of black. The whole effect of the owl's plumage makes it resemble a branch of a tree or a part of the bark, and thus it is protected from prying eyes during the daytime when it is sleeping. Its plumage is very fluffy, and its wing feathers, instead of being stiff to the very edge, have soft fringes which cushion the stroke upon the air. The owl's flight is, therefore, absolutely noiseless, and the bird is thus able to swoop down upon its prey without giving warning of its approach. The screech owls are partial to old apple orchards for nesting sites. They will often use an abandoned nest of a woodpecker. The eggs are almost as round as marbles and as white as chalk, showing very clearly that they are laid within a dark hole, otherwise their color would attract the eyes of enemies. There are usually 4 eggs. The fubsy little owlets climb out of their home cave by the end of May, and are the funniest little creatures imaginable. They make interesting but decidedly snappy pets. They can be fed on insects and raw beef. It is most interesting to see one wake up late in the afternoon after its daytime sleep. All day it has sat motionless upon its perch, with its toes completely covered with its fluffy feather skirt. Suddenly its eyes open, the round pupils enlarging or contracting with great rapidity, as if adjusting themselves to the amount of light. When the owl winks, it is like a moon in eclipse. So large are the eyes, and so entirely are they obscured by the lids which seem like circular curtains. When it yawns, its wide bill absurdly resembles a human mouth, and the yawn is very human in its expression. It then stretches its wings, and it is astonishing how long this wing can be extended below the feet. It then begins its toilet. It dresses its feathers with its short beak, nibbling industriously in the fluff. It scratches its underparts and breast with its bill, then cleans the bill with its foot, meanwhile moving the head up and down, as if in an attempt to see better its surroundings. The owls are loyal lovers, and are said to remain mated through life, the twain being very devoted to their nests and nestlings. Sometimes the two wise-looking little parents sit together on the eggs, a most happy way to pass the wearisome incubation period. The screech owls winter in the north, and they are distinctly foresighted in preparing for winter. They have often been observed catching mice during the late fall and placing them in some hollow tree for cold storage, whence they may be taken in time of need. Their food consists to some extent of insects, especially night-flying moths and beetles, also caterpillars and grasshoppers. However, the larger part of their food is mice. Sometimes small birds are caught, and the English sparrow is a frequent victim. Chickens are rarely taken, except when small, since this owlet is not as long as a robin. It swallows its quarry as whole as possible, trusting to its inner organs to do the sifting and selecting. Later it throws up pellets of the indigestible bones, hair, etc. By the study of these pellets, found under owl roosts, the scientists have been able to determine the natural food of the bird, and they all unite in assuring us that the screech owl does the farmer much more good than harm, since it feeds so largely upon creatures which destroy his crops. Lesson 25. The Screech Owl. Leading Thought. This owl is especially adapted to get its prey at night. It feeds largely on field mice, grasshoppers, caterpillars, and other injurious insects, and is therefore the friend of the farmer. Method. This lesson should begin when the children first hear the cry of this owl. An owlet in captivity is a fascinating object for the children to observe. However, it is so important that the children learn the habits of this owl that the teacher is advised to hinge the lesson on any observations whatever made by the pupils, and illustrate it with pictures and stories. Observations. 1. Have you ever heard the screech owl? At what time of the day or night? Why was this? Why does the owl screech? How did you feel when listening to the owl's song? 2. Describe the owl's eyes. Are they adapted to see by night? What changes take place in them to enable the owl to see by daytime also? In what way are the owl's eyes similar to the cat's? Why is it necessary for an owl to see at night? Are the owl's eyes placed so that they can see at the sides like other birds? How does it see an object at the sides or behind it? 3. Note the owl's beak. For what purpose is a hooked beak? How does the owl use its beak? Why do we think that the owl looks wise? 4. Describe the feet and claws of the screech owl. What are such sharp hooked claws meant for? Does an owl on a perch always have 3 toes directed forward and 1 backward? 5. Describe the colors of the screech owl. Are all the owls of the same color? How do these colors protect the bird from its enemies? 6. How is the owl's plumage adapted to silent flight? Why is silent flight advantageous to this bird? 7. How does the owl's ear differ from the ears of other birds? Of what special advantage is this? As the owl hunts during the night, what does it do in the daytime? How and by what means does it hide itself? 8. Where does the screech owl make its nest? Do you know anything about the devotion of the parent owls to each other and to their young? How many eggs are laid? What is their color? At what time of the year do the little owls appear? 9. Where does the screech owl spend the winter? What do the screech owls feed upon? Do they chew their food? How do they get rid of the indigestible portion of their food? How does this habit help the scientists to know the food of the owls? 10. How does the screech owl work injury to the farmers? How does it benefit them? Does not the benefit outweigh the injury? 11. How many other kinds of owls do you know? What do you know of their habits? 2 wise owls. We are 2 dusky owls, and we live in a tree. Look at her! Look at me! Look at her, she's my mate, and the mother of 3 pretty owlets, and we have a warm, cozy nest just as snug as can be. We are both very wise, for our heads, as you see, look at her, look at me, are as large as the heads of 4 birds ought to be, and our horns, you'll agree, make us look wiser still, sitting here on the tree. And we care not how gloomy the night time may be, we can see, through the forest to roam. It suits her, it suits me, and we're free, we are free, to bring back what we find to our nest in the tree. Anonymous. End of section 31. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 32 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. The Hen Hawks. Teacher's Story. Above the tumult of the canyon lifted, the gray hawk breathless hung, or on the hill a winged shadow drifted, where furze and thorn bush clung. Bret Harte. It is the teacher's duty and privilege to try to revolutionize some popular misconceptions about birds, and 2 birds in great need in this respect are the so-called hen hawks. They are most unjustly treated, largely because most farmers consider that a hawk is a hawk and should always be shot to save the poultry, although there is as much difference in the habits of hawks as there is in those of men. The so-called hen hawks are the red-shouldered and the red-tailed species, the latter being somewhat the larger and rarer of the 2. Both are very large birds. The red-shouldered has cinnamon-brown epaulets, the tail blackish, crossed by 5 or 6 narrow white bars, and the wing feathers are also barred. The red-tailed species has dark brown wings, the feathers not barred, and is distinguished by its tail, which is brilliant cinnamon color, with a black bar across it near the end. It is silvery white beneath. When the hawk is soaring, its tail shows reddish as it wheels in the air. Both birds are brown above and whitish below, streaked with brown. The flight of these hawks is alike and is very beautiful. It consists of soaring on outstretched wings in wide circles high in the air, and is the ideal of graceful aerial motion. In rising, the bird faces the wind and drops a little in the circle as its back turns to the leeward, and thus it climbs an invisible winding stair until it is a mere speck in the sky. This wonderful flight on motionless wings is what has driven to despair our inventors of airships, who have not been able to fathom the mystery of it from a practical standpoint. When the bird wishes to drop, it lifts and holds its wings above its back,
and comes down like a lump of lead, only to catch itself, whenever it chooses, to begin again to climb the invisible spiral. And all this is done without fatigue, for these birds have been observed to soar thus for hours together without coming to earth. When thus soaring, the two species may be distinguished from each other by their cries. The red-tailed gives a high, sputtering scream, which Chapman likens to the sound of escaping steam, while the red-shouldered calls in a high, not unmusical note, ki-u, ki-u, or tear, tear. The popular fallacy for the teacher to correct about these birds is that they are enemies of the farmers. Not until one has actually been seen to catch the chickens should it be shot, for very few of them are guilty of this sin. 66% of the food of the red-tailed species consists of injurious animals, i.e., mice and gophers, etc., and only 7% consists of poultry. The victims are probably old or disabled fowls and fall an easy prey. This bird much prefers mice and reptiles to poultry. The more common red-shouldered hawk feeds generally on mice, snakes, frogs, fish, and is very fond of grasshoppers. 90% of its food consists of creatures which injure our crops or pastures, and scarcely 1.5% is made up of poultry and game. These facts have been ascertained by the experts in the Department of Agriculture at Washington, who have examined the stomachs of hundreds of these hawks, taken from different localities. Furthermore, Dr. Fisher states that a pair of the red-shouldered hawks bred for successive years within a few hundred yards of a poultry farm containing 800 young chickens and 400 ducks, and the owner never saw them attempt to catch a fowl. However, there are certain species of hawks which are to be feared. These are the Cooper's hawk and the sharp-shinned hawk, the first being very destructive to poultry, and the latter killing many wild birds. These are both somewhat smaller than the species we are studying. They are dark gray above and have very long tails, and when flying they flap their wings for a time and then glide a distance. They do not soar on motionless outspread pinions by the hour. When hawks are seen soaring, they are likely to be hunting for mice in the meadows below them. Their eyes are remarkably keen. They can see a moving creature from a great height, and can suddenly drop upon it like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky. Their wonderful eyes are far-sighted when they are circling in the sky, but as they drop, the focus of the eyes changes automatically with great rapidity, so that by the time they reach the earth, they are near-sighted, a feat quite impossible for our eyes, unless aided by glasses or telescope. These so-called hen hawks will often sit motionless for hours at a time on some dead branch or dead tree. They are probably watching for something eatable to stir within the range of their keen vision. When seizing its prey, a hawk uses its strong feet and sharp, curved talons. All hawks keep their claws sharp and polished, even as the warrior keeps his sword bright, so as to be ready for use. The legs are covered by a growth of feathers extending down from above, looking like feather trousers. The beak is hooked and very sharp, and is used for tearing apart the flesh of the quarry. When a hawk fights some larger animal or man, it throws itself over upon its back and strikes its assailant with its strong claws as well as with its beak, but the talons are its chief weapons. Both species build a large, shallow nest of coarse sticks and grass, lined with moss, feathers, etc. It is a rude, rough structure, and is placed in tall trees from 50 to 75 feet from the ground. Only 2 to 4 eggs are laid. These are whitish, spotted with brown. These hawks are said to remain mated for life, and are devoted to each other and their young. Hawks and eagles are very similar in form and habits, and if the eagle is a noble bird, so is the hawk. Lesson 26. The Red-Shouldered and Red-Tailed Hawks. Leading thought. Ignorant people consider all hawks dangerous neighbors, because they are supposed to feed exclusively on poultry. This idea is false, and we should study carefully the habits of hawks before we shoot them. The ordinary large reddish hen hawks, which circle high above meadows, are doing great good to the farmer by feeding upon the mice and other creatures which steal his grain and girdle his trees. Methods. Begin by observations on the flight of one of these hawks, and supplement this with such observations as the pupils are able to make, or facts which they can discover by talking with hunters or others, and by reading. Observations. 1. How can you tell a hawk, when flying, from a crow or other large bird? Describe how it soars. Does it move off in any direction? If so, does it move off in circles? How often does it make strokes with its wings? Does it rise when it is facing the wind and fall as it turns its back to the wind? 2. Have you seen a hawk flap its wings many times and then soar for a time? If so, what hawk do you think it was? How does it differ in habits from the hen hawks? 3. Have you noticed a hawk, when soaring, drop suddenly to earth? If so, why did it do this? 4. How does a hawk hunt? How can it see a mouse in a meadow when it is so high in the air that it looks like a circling speck in the sky? If it is so far-sighted as this, how can it be nearsighted enough to catch the mouse when it is close to it? Would you not have to use field glasses or telescope to do this? 5. When a hawk alights, what sort of place does it choose? How does it act? 6. Do hawks seize their prey with their claws or their beaks? What sort of feet and claws has the hawk? Describe the beak. What do you think this shaped beak is meant for? 7. Why do people shoot hawks? Why is it a sign of ignorance in people to wish to shoot all hawks? 8. What is the food of the red-shouldered hawk as shown by the bulletin of the U.S. Department of Agriculture or by the Audubon leaflets? 9. Where does the hawk place its nest? Of what does it build its nest? 10. Compare the food and the nesting habits of the red-shouldered and red-tailed hawks. 11. How devoted are the hawks to their mates and their young? Does a hawk, losing its mate, live alone ever after? 12. Describe the colors of the hen hawks, and describe how you can tell the two species apart by the colors and markings of the tail. 13. What is the cry of the hawk? How can you tell the two species apart by this cry? Does the hawk give its cry only when on the wing? 14. Why should an eagle be considered so noble a bird, and the hawk be so scorned? What difference is there between them in habits? Yet, ere the noon as brass the heaven turns, the cruel sun smites with unerring aim. The sight and touch of all things blinds and burns, and bare hot hills seem shimmering into flame. On outspread wings a hawk, far poised on high, quick swooping screams, and then is heard no more. The strident shrilling of a locust nigh breaks forth and dies in silence as before. Summer Drought by J. P. Irvine. End of section 32. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 33 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Swallows and the Chimney Swift. Teacher's Story.
These friendly little birds spend their time darting through the air on swift wings, seeking and destroying insects which are foes to us and our various crops. However, it is safe to assume that they are not thinking of us as they skim above our meadows and ponds, hawking our tiny foes, for like most of us they are simply intent upon getting a living. Would that we might perform this necessary duty as gracefully as they. In general, the swallows have a long, slender, graceful body, with a long tail which is forked or notched, except in the case of the eave swallow. The beak is short but wide where it joins the head. This enables the bird to open its mouth wide and gives it more scope in the matter of catching insects. The swift flight of the swallows enables them to catch insects on the wing. Their legs are short, their feet are weak and fitted for perching. It would be quite impossible for a swallow to walk or hop like a robin or blackbird. The eave, or cliff swallows. These swallows build under the eaves of barns or in similar locations. In early times they built against the sides of cliffs, but when man came and built barns, they chose them for their dwelling sites. The nest is made of mud pellets and is somewhat globular in shape, with an entrance at one side. When building on the sides of cliffs or in unprotected portions of a barn, a covered passage is built around the door, which gives the nest the shape of a gourd or retort. But, when protected beneath the eaves, the birds seem to think this vestibule is unnecessary. The mud nest is warmly lined with feathers and soft materials, and there are often many nests built so closely together that they touch. The eave swallow comes north about May 1st, and soon after that may be seen along streams or other damp places, gathering mud for the nests. It seems necessary for the bird to find clay mud in order to render the nest strong enough to support the eggs and nestlings. The eggs are white, blotched with reddish-brown. The parents cling to the edge of the nest when feeding the young. Both the barn and eave swallows are blue above, but the eave swallow has the fore-cream head white and the rump of pale brick red, and its tail is square across the end as seen in flight. The barn swallow has a chestnut forehead, and its outer tail feathers are long, making a distinct fork during flight, and it is not red upon the rump. The barn swallows. These birds choose a barn where there is a hole in the gable or where the doors are kept open all the time. They build upon beams or rafters, making a cup-shaped nest of layers of pellets of mud, with grass between. It is well lined with feathers. The nest is usually the shape of half of a shallow cup, which has been cut in two lengthwise, the cut side being plastered against the side of the rafter. Sometimes the nests are more or less supported upon a beam or rafter. The eggs are white and dotted with reddish-brown. The barn swallows, aside from their constant twittering, have also a pretty song. Both parents work at building the nest and feeding the young. There are likely to be several pairs nesting in the same building. The parents continue to feed the young long after they have left the nest. Often a whole family may be seen sitting on a telegraph wire or wire fence, the parents still feeding the well-grown youngsters. This species comes north in the latter part of April and leaves early in September. It winters as far south as Brazil. The barn swallow has a distinctly tailor-made appearance. Its red-brown vest and iridescent blue coat, with deeply forked coat-tails, give it an elegance of style which no other bird, not even the chic cedar waxwing, can emulate. The bank swallow. When we see a sandy bank apparently shot full of holes as by small cannon balls, we may know that we have found a tenement of bank swallows. These birds always choose the perpendicular banks of creeks or of railroad cuts or of sand pits for their nesting sites. They require a soil sufficiently soft to be tunneled by their weak feet, and yet not so loose as to cave in upon the nest. The tunnel may extend from 1 to 4 feet horizontally in the bank, with just enough diameter to admit the body of the rather small bird. The nest is situated at the extreme end of the tunnel, and is lined with soft feathers and grasses. The bank swallows arrive late in April and leave early in September. They may be distinguished from the other species by their grayish color above. The throat and breast are white, with a broad brownish band across the breast. The tail is slightly forked. The rough-winged swallow, which is similar in habits to the bank swallow, may be distinguished from it by its gray breast, which has no dark band. The tree swallow. This graceful little bird builds naturally in holes in trees, but readily accepts a box if it is provided. It begins to build soon after it comes north in late April, and it is well for us to encourage the tree swallows to live near our houses by building houses for them and driving away the English sparrows. The tree swallows live upon many insects which annoy us and injure our gardens and damage our orchards. They are, therefore, much more desirable neighbors than the English sparrows. The tree swallows congregate in great numbers for the southern migration very early in the season, often in early August. They are likely to congregate in marshes, as are also the other swallows. In color, the tree swallow has a green metallic back and head, a pure white breast with no band across it, and these peculiarities distinguish it from all other species. The purple martin. The martin is a larger bird than the largest swallow, being 8 inches in length, while the barn swallow does not measure quite 7. The male is shining steel blue above and below. The female is brownish above, has a gray throat, brownish breast, and is white beneath. The martins originally nested in hollow trees, but for centuries have been cared for by man. The Indians were wont to put out empty gourds for them to nest in, and as soon as America was settled by Europeans, martin boxes were built extensively. But when the English sparrows came, they took possession of the boxes, and the martins have to a large extent disappeared. This is a pity, since they are beneficial birds, feeding upon insects which are injurious to our farms and gardens. They are also delightful birds to have around, and we may possibly induce them to come back to us by building houses for them and driving away the sparrows. The chimney swift. When the old-fashioned fireplaces went out of use and were walled up, leaving the great old chimneys useless, these sociable birds took possession of them. Here they built their nests, and reared their young, and twittered and scrambled about, awakening all sleepers in the neighborhood at earliest dawn, and in many ways made themselves a distinct part of family life. With the disappearance of these old chimneys and the growing use of the smaller chimney, the swifts have been more or less driven from their close association with people, and now their nests are often found in hay barns or other secluded buildings, although they still gather in chimneys when opportunity offers. The chimney swifts originally built nests in hollow trees and caves, but with the coming of civilization they took possession of the chimneys disused during the summer, and here is where we know them best. The nests are shaped like little wall pockets. They are made of small sticks of nearly uniform size, which are glued together and glued fast to the chimney wall by means of the saliva secreted in the mouth of the bird. After the nesting season, the swifts often gather in great flocks and live together in some large chimney. Toward nightfall, they may be seen circling about in great numbers and dropping into the mouth of the chimney one by one, as if they were being poured into a funnel. In the morning they leave in reverse manner, each swift flying about in widening circles as it leaves the chimney. The swifts are never seen to alight anywhere except in hollow trees or chimneys or similar places. Their tiny feet have sharp claws for clinging to the slightest roughness in the upright wall. The tail acts as a prop, each tail feather ending in a spine, which is pressed against the chimney side when the bird alights, and thus enables it to cling more firmly. In this fashion the swifts roost, practically hung up against a wall. The swift has a short beak and wide mouth, which it opens broadly to engulf insects as it darts through the air.
Chimney swifts have been known to travel at the rate of 110 miles an hour. This bird should never be confused with the swallows, for when flying, its tail seems simply a sharp point, making the whole body cigar-shaped. This character alone distinguishes it from the long-tailed sparrows. In color it is sooty brown, with a gray throat and breast. The wings are long and narrow, and apparently curved. The manner of flight and appearance in the air make it resemble the bat more than it does the swallow. Lesson 27. The Swallows and Swifts. Leading thought. The swallows are very graceful birds and are exceedingly swift flyers. They feed upon insects which they catch upon the wing. There are 5 native swallows which are common: the eave or cliff, the barn, the bank, the tree swallow, and the purple martin. The chimney swift, although often called so, is not a swallow. It is more nearly related to the hummingbird than to the swallows. Method. The questions should be given as an outline for observation, and may be written on the blackboard or placed in the field notebook. The pupils should answer them individually and from field observation. We study the swifts and swallows together to teach the pupils to distinguish them apart. Observations. 1. What is the general shape of the swallow? What is the color of the forehead, throat, upper breast, neck, rump, and tail? 2. Is the tail noticeably forked, especially during flight? 3. Describe the flight of the swallow. What is the purpose of its long, swift flight? How are the swallow's wings fitted for carrying the bird swiftly? 4. Describe the form of the beak of the swallow. How does it get its food? What is its food? 5. In what particular locations do you see the swallows darting about? At what time of day do they seem most active? 6. Describe the swallow's legs and feet, and explain why they look so different from those of the robin and blackbird. The eave or cliff swallow. 7. Where do the eave swallows build their nests? Of what material is the outside? The lining? Describe the shape of the nest and how it is supported. 8. How early in the spring do the eave swallows begin to make their nests? Where and by what means do they get the material for nest building? Are there a number of nests usually grouped together? 9. Describe the eave swallow's egg. Where do the parents sit when feeding the young? What is the note of the eave swallow? 10. What are the differences between the barn and the eave swallow in color and shape of tail? The barn swallow. 11. Where does the barn swallow place its nest? What is the shape of the nest? Of what material is it made? 12. What is the color of the eggs? Describe the feeding of the young and the sounds made by them and their parents. Do both parents work together to build the nest and feed the young? 13. Is there usually more than one nest in the same locality? When the young swallows are large enough to leave the nest, describe how the parents continue to care for them. 14. Have you ever heard the barn swallows sing? Describe their conversational notes. 15. When do the barn swallows migrate, and where do they go during the winter? How can you distinguish the barn swallow from the eave swallow? The bank swallow. 16. Where do the bank swallows build? What sort of soil do they choose? 17. How does a bank look which is tenanted by these birds? 18. How far do the bank swallows tunnel into the earth? What is the diameter of one of these tunnels? Do they extend straight, or do they rise or deflect? 19. With what tools is the tunnel excavated? Where is the nest situated in the tunnel, and how is it lined? 20. How can you distinguish this species from the barn and eave and tree swallows? At what time do the bank swallows leave us for migration south? The tree swallow. 21. Where does the tree swallow make its nest? How does its nest differ from that of the barn, eave, or bank swallow? When does it begin to build? 22. How can we encourage the tree swallow to build near our houses? Why is the tree swallow a much more desirable bird to have in birdhouses than the English sparrow? 23. Describe the peculiar migrating habits of the tree swallow. How can you tell this species from the barn, the eave, and the bank swallows? The purple martin. 24. Compare the purple martin with the swallows and describe how it differs in size and color. 25. Where did the martins build their nests before America was civilized? Where do they like to nest now? How do the purple martins benefit us, and how can we induce them to come to us? The chimney swift. 26. Where do the chimney swifts build their nests? Of what materials is the nest made? What is its shape, and how is it supported? Where does the chimney swift get its glue for nest building? 27. Describe how the chimney swifts enter their nesting place at night. Where and how do they perch? Describe the shape of the swift's tail and its use to the bird when roosting. 28. On what does the chimney swift feed, and how does it procure this food? Describe how its beak is especially fitted for this. 29. How can you distinguish the chimney swift from the swallows? In what respect does the chimney swift resemble the swallows? In what respects does it differ from them? End of section 33. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 34 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Hummingbird. Teacher's Story. Formerly it was believed that this daintiest of birds found the nectar of flowers ample support for its active life. But the later methods of discovering what birds eat by examining the contents of their stomachs show that the hummingbird is an insect eater of most ravenous appetite. Not only does it catch insects in mid-air, but undoubtedly takes them while they are feasting on the nectar of the tubular flowers which the hummingbird loves to visit. Incidentally, the hummingbird carries the pollen for these flowers, and may be counted as a friend in every respect, since usually the insects in the nectaries of the flowers with long tubular corollas are stealing nectar without giving in return compensation to the flower by carrying its pollen. Such insects may be the smaller beetles, ants, and flies. The adaptations of the hummingbird's beak and long double-tubed tongue are especially for securing this mingled diet of insects and nectar. It is interesting to note that the young hummingbirds have the beak much shorter than when mature. Its beak is exactly fitted to probe those flowers where the hummingbird finds its food. The tongue has the outer edges curved over, making a tube on each side. These tubes are provided with minute brushes at the tips, and thus are fitted both for sucking nectar and for sweeping up the insects. The natural home of the hummingbird seems to have been in the American tropics. Our one species east of the Rocky Mountains, with which we are all familiar, has a ruby throat. This comes to us after a very long journey each year.
One species on the Pacific coast is known to travel 3,000 miles to the north for the summer and back again in winter. Hummingbirds are not supposed to sing, but to use their voices for squeaking when angry or frightened. However, I once had the privilege of listening to a true song by a hummingbird on the Pacific coast. The midget was perched upon a twig, and lifted up his voice with every appearance of ecstasy in pouring forth his lay. To my uncultured ear, this song was a fine, shrill, erratic succession of squeaks. "As fine as a cambric needle," said my companion. The nest of the hummingbird is a most exquisite structure. It is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter on the inside, and about 1/2 an inch deep. It is, in shape, a symmetrical cup. The outside is covered with lichens to make it exactly resemble the branch on which it rests. The inside is lined with the down of plant seeds and plant fibers. The lichens are often fastened to the outside with the silk web of spiders or caterpillars. The nest is usually saddled on a branch of the tree from 10 to 50 feet above the ground. The eggs are 2 in number and white. They look like tiny beans. The young are black and look at first glance more like insects than like birds. Lesson 28. The Hummingbird. Leading Thought. The hummingbird in flight moves its wings so rapidly that we cannot see them. It can hold itself poised above flowers while it thrusts its long beak into them for nectar and insects. Method. Give the questions to the pupils and let them make the observations when they have the opportunity. Observations. 1. Where do you find the hummingbird? What flowers was it visiting? At what time of day? Can you tell whether it is a hummingbird or a hawk moth which is visiting the flowers? At what time of day do the hawk moths appear? 2. Does the hummingbird ever come to rest? Describe its actions while resting. 3. What are the colors of the back, throat, breast, and underparts? How do you distinguish the mother hummingbird from her mate? 4. How does the hummingbird act when extracting the nectar? How does it balance itself in front of a flower? Have you ever seen hummingbirds catch insects in the air? If so, describe how they did it. 5. Describe the hummingbird's nest. How large is it in diameter? What is the covering outside? With what is it lined? End of section 34. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 35 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Red-Winged Blackbird. Teacher's Story. The blackbirds are among our earliest visitors in the spring. They come in flocks and beset our leafless trees like punctuation marks, meanwhile squeaking like musical wheelbarrows. What they are, where they come from, where they are going, and what they are going to do are the questions that naturally arise at the sight of these sable flocks. It is not easy to distinguish grackles, cowbirds, and rusty blackbirds at a glance, but the redwing proclaims his identity from afar. The bright red epaulets, margined behind with pale yellow, is a uniform to catch the admiring eye. The bird's glossy black plumage brings into greater contrast his bright decorations. That he is fully aware of his beauty, who can doubt who has seen him come sailing down at the end of his strong, swift flight, and balancing himself on some bending reed, drop his long tail as if it were the crank of his music-box, and holding both wings lifted to show his scarlet decorations, sing his quong-quiree. Little wonder that such a handsome military-looking fellow should be able, now and then, to win more than his share of feminine admiration. But what though he become an entirely successful bigamist or even trigamist? He has proven himself to be a good protector of each and all of his wives and nestlings. However, he often has but one mate. The redwing flutes his "O Kali" is Emerson's graphic description of the sweet song of the redwing. He also has many other notes. He clucks to his mates, and clucks more sharply when suspicious, and has one alarm note that is truly alarming. The male redwings come from the south in March. They appear in flocks, often 3 weeks before their mates arrive. The female looks as though she belonged to quite a different species. Although her head and back are black, the black is decidedly rusty. It is quite impossible to describe her. She is so inconspicuously speckled with brown, black, whitish buff, and orange. Most of us never recognize her unless we see her with her spouse. As she probably does most of the nest building, her suit of salt, pepper, and mustard renders her invisible to the keen eyes of birds of prey. Only when she is flying does she show her blackbird characteristics, her tail being long and of obvious use as a steering organ, and she walks with long, stiff strides. The redwings are ever to be found in and about swamps and marshes. The nest is built, usually in May. It is made of grasses, stalks of weeds, and is lined with finer grass or reeds. It is bulky and is placed in low bushes or among the reeds. The eggs are pale blue, streaked, and spotted with purple or black. The young resemble the mother in color, the males being obliged to wait a year for their epaulets. As to the food of the redwings, here in the north, Mr. Forbush says, "Although the redwings almost invariably breed in the swamp or marsh, they have a partiality for open fields and plowed lands. However, most of the blackbirds that nest in the smaller swamps adjacent to farm lands get a large share of their food from the farmers' fields. They forage about the fields and meadows when they first come north in the spring. Later they follow the plow, picking up grubs, worms, and caterpillars. And, should there be an outbreak of cankerworms in the orchard, the blackbirds will fly at least half a mile to get cankerworms for their young." Wilson estimates that the redwings of the United States would, in 4 months, destroy 16,200 million larvae. They eat the caterpillars of the gypsy moth, the forest tent caterpillar, and other hairy larvae. They are among the most destructive birds to weevils, click beetles, and wire worms. Grasshoppers, ants, bugs, and flies form a portion of the redwing's food. They eat comparatively little grain in Massachusetts, although they get some from newly sown fields in spring, as well as from the autumn harvest. But they feed very largely on the seeds of weeds and wild rice in the fall. In the south, they join with the bobolink in devastating the rice fields, and in the west they are often so numerous as to destroy the grain in the fields. But here the good they do far outweighs the injury, and for this reason they are protected by law. Lesson 29. The Red-Winged Blackbird. Leading Thought. The red-winged blackbird lives in the marshes, where it builds its nest. However, it comes over to our plowed lands and pastures, and helps the farmer by destroying many insects which injure the meadows, crops, and trees. Method. The observations should be made by the pupils individually in the field. These birds may be looked for in flocks early in the spring, but the study should be made in May or June, when they will be found in numbers in almost any swamp. The questions may be given to the pupils a few at a time, or written in their field notebooks, and the answers discussed when discovered. Observations. 1. How can you distinguish the red-winged blackbird from all other blackbirds? Where is the red on his wings? Is there any other color besides black on the wings? Where? What is the color of the rest of the plumage? 2. What is there peculiar in the flight of the redwing? Is its tail long or short? How does it use its tail in flight? What is its position when the bird alights on a reed? 3. What is the song of the redwing? Describe the way he holds his wings and tail when singing,
balanced on a reed or some other swamp grass. Does he show off his epaulets when singing? Why? What note does he give when he is surprised or suspicious? When frightened? 4. When does the redwing first appear in the spring? Does he come alone or in flocks? Does his mate come with him? Where do the redwings winter? In what localities do the red-winged blackbirds live? Why do they live there? What is the color of the mother redwing? Would you know by her looks that she was a blackbird? What advantage is it to the pair that the female is so dull in color? 5. At what time do these birds nest? Where is the nest built? Of what material? How is it concealed? What is the color of the eggs? 6. Do the young birds resemble in color their father or their mother? Why is this an advantage? 7. Is the redwing ever seen in fields adjoining the marshes? What is he doing there? Does he walk or hop when looking for food? What is the food of the redwings? Do they ever damage grain? Do they not protect grain more than they damage it? 8. What great good do the redwings do for forest trees? For orchards? 9. At what time in the summer do the redwings disappear from the swamps? Where do they gather in flocks? Where is their special feeding ground on the way south for the winter? End of section 35. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 36 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Baltimore Oriole. Teacher's Story. I know his name, I know his note, that so with rapture takes my soul. Like flame the gold beneath his throat, his glossy cope as black as coal. O Oriole, it is the song you sang me from the cottonwood, too young to feel that I was young, too glad to guess if life were good. William Dean Howells. Dangling from the slender drooping branches of the elm in winter, these pocket nests look like some strange persistent fruit, and, indeed, they are the fruit of much labor on the part of the oriole weavers, those skilled artisans of the bird world. Sometimes the oriole, for the summer voyage his hammock swings in a sapling, placing it near the main stem and near the top. Otherwise it is almost invariably hung at the end of branches, and is rarely less than 20 feet from the ground. The nest is pocket-shaped, and usually about 7 inches long, and 4½ inches wide at the largest part, which is the bottom. The top is attached to forked twigs at the Y, so that the mouth or door will be kept open, to allow the bird to pass in and out. When within, the weight of the bird causes the opening to contract somewhat, and protects the inmate from prying eyes. Often the pocket hangs free, so that the breezes may rock it. But in one case we found a nest with the bottom stayed to a twig by guy lines. The bottom is much more closely woven than the upper part for a very good reason, since the open meshes admit air to the sitting bird. The nest is lined with hair or other soft material, and although this is added last, the inside of the nest is woven first. The orioles like to build the framework of twine, and it is marvelous how they will loop this around a twig almost as evenly knotted as if crocheted. In and out of this net the mother bird with her long sharp beak weaves bits of wood fiber, strong fine grass, and scraps of weeds. The favorite lining is horsehair, which simply cushions the bottom of the pocket. Dr. Detweiler had a pet oriole which built her nest of his hair, which she pulled from his head. Is it possible that orioles get their supply of horsehair in a similar way?
If we put in convenient places bright colored twine or narrow ribbons, the orioles will weave them into the nest. But the strings should not be long, lest the birds become entangled. If the nest is strong, the bird will use it a second year. That Lord Baltimore found in New America a bird wearing his colors must have cheered him greatly, and it is well for us that this brilliant bird brings to our minds kindly thoughts of that tolerant, high-minded English nobleman. The oriole's head, neck, throat, and part of the back are black. The wings are black, but the feathers are margined with white. The tail is black, except that the ends of the outer feathers are yellow. All the rest of the bird is golden orange, a luminous color which makes him seem a splash of brilliant sunshine. The female, although marked much the same, has the back so dull and mottled that it looks olive brown. The rump, breast, and underparts are yellow, but by no means showy. The advantage of these quiet colors to the mother bird is obvious, since it is she that makes the nest and sits in it without attracting attention to its location. In fact, when she is sitting, her brilliant mate places himself far enough away to distract the attention of meddlers, yet near enough for her to see the flash of his breast in the sunshine, and to hear his rich and cheering song. He is a good spouse, and brings her the materials for the nest, which she weaves in, hanging head downward from a twig, and using her long sharp beak for a shuttle. And his glorious song is for her alone. Some hold that no two orioles have the same song. I know of 2 individuals, at least, whose songs were sung by no other birds. One gave a phrase from the Waldvogel's song in Siegfried. The other whistled over and over, "Sweet birdie, hello, hello." The orioles can chatter and scold as well as sing. The oriole is a brave defender of his nest, and a most devoted father, working hard to feed his ever-hungry nestlings. We can hear these hollow mites peeping for more food, tee-dee-dee, tee-dee-dee, shrill and constant if we stop for a moment under the nest in June. The young birds dress in the safe colors of the mother, the males not donning their bright plumage until the 2nd year. A brilliant-colored fledgling would not live long in a world where sharp eyes are in constant quest for little birds to fill empty stomachs. The food of the oriole places it among our most beneficial birds, since it is always ready to cope with the hairy caterpillars avoided by most birds. It has learned to abstract the caterpillar from his spines, and is thus able to swallow him minus his whiskers. The orioles are waging a great war against the terrible brown-tail and gypsy moths in New England. They also eat click beetles and many other noxious insects. Once, when we were breeding big caterpillars in the Cornell insectary, an oriole came in through the open windows of the greenhouse, and thinking he had found a bonanza, proceeded to work it, carrying off our precious crawlers before we discovered what he was at. The orioles winter in Central America, and give us scarcely 4 months of their company. They do not usually appear before May, and leave in early September. Lesson 30. The Oriole. Leading Thought. The oriole is the most skillful of all our bird architects. It is also one of our prized songbirds, and is very beneficial to the farmer and fruit grower, because of the insect pests which it destroys. Method. Begin during winter or early spring with a study of the nest, which may be obtained from the elms of the roadsides. During the first week in May, give the questions concerning the birds and their habits. Let the pupils keep the questions in their notebooks and answer them when they have opportunity. The observations should be summed up once a week. Observations by pupils. 1. Where did you find the nest? On what species of tree? Was it near the trunk of the tree or the tip of the branch? 2. What is the shape of the nest? How long is it? How wide? Is the opening as large as the bottom of the nest? How is it hung to the twigs so that the opening remains open and does not pull together with the weight of the bird at the bottom? Is the bottom of the nest stayed to a twig, or does it hang loose? 3. With what material and how is the nest fastened to the branches? Of what material is the outside made? How is it woven together? Is it more loosely woven at the top than at the bottom? How many kinds of material can you find in the outside of the nest? 4. With what is the nest lined? How far up is it lined? With what tool was the nest woven? If you put out bright-colored bits of ribbon and string, do you think the orioles will use them? Why should you not put out long strings? 5. At what date did you first see the Baltimore Oriole? Why is it called the Baltimore Oriole? How many other names has it? Describe in the following way the colors of the male oriole: top of head, back, wings, tail, throat, breast, underparts. What are the colors of his mate? How would it endanger the nest and nestlings if the mother bird were as bright-colored as the father bird? 6. Which weaves the nest, the father or the mother bird? Does the former assist in any way in the nest building? 7. Where does the father bird stay, and what does he do while the mother bird is sitting on the eggs? 8. What is the oriole's song? Has he more than one song? What other notes has he? After the young birds hatch, does the father bird help take care of them? 9. By the middle of June, the young birds are usually hatched, and if you know where an oriole nest is hung, listen and describe the call of the nestlings for food. 10. Which parent do the young birds resemble in their colors? Why is this a benefit? 11. What is the oriole's food? How is the oriole of benefit to us in ways which other birds are not? 12. Do the orioles use the same nest 2 years in succession? How long does the oriole stay in the north? Where does it spend its winters? Hush! 'Tis he! My oriole, my glance of summer fire, is come at last, and ever on the watch, twitches the pack-thread I had lightly wound about the bough to help his housekeeping. Twitches and scouts by turns, blessing his luck, yet fearing me who laid it in his way. Nor, more than wise are we in our affairs, divines the providence that hides and helps. Heave ho, he whistles as the twine slackens its hold. Once more now, and a flash lightens across the sunlight to the elm, where his mate dangles at her cup of felt. Under the Willows, Lowell. End of section 36. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 37 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Crow. Teacher's Story. Thoreau says, "What a perfectly New England sound is the voice of the crow. If you stand still anywhere in the outskirts of the town and listen, this is perhaps the sound which you will be most sure to hear, rising above all sounds of human industry, and leading your thoughts to some far-away bay in the woods. The bird sees the white man come and the Indian withdraw, but it withdraws not. Its untamed voice is still heard above the tinkling of the forge. It sees a race pass away, but it passes not away. It remains to remind us of aboriginal nature." The crow is probably the most intelligent of all our native birds. It is quick to learn and clever in action, as many a farmer will testify who has tried to keep it out of cornfields with various devices, the harmless character of which the crow soon understood perfectly. Of all our birds, this one has the longest list of virtues and of sins, as judged from our standpoint. But we should listen to both sides of the case before we pass judgment. I find with crows, as with people, I like some more than I do others. I do not like at all the cunning old crow which steals the suet I have put on the trees in winter for the chickadees and nuthatches. And I have hired a boy with a shotgun to protect the eggs and nestlings of the robins and other birds in my neighborhood from the ravages of one or two cruel old crows that have developed the nest-hunting habit. On the other hand, I became a sincere admirer of a crow flock which worked in a field close to my country home, and I have become the chosen friend of several tame crows who were even more interesting than they were mischievous. The crow is larger than any other of our common blackbirds. The northern raven is still larger, but is very rarely seen. Although the crow's feathers are black, yet in the sunlight a beautiful purple iridescence plays over the plumage, especially about the neck and back. It has a compact but not ungraceful body, and long, powerful wings. Its tail is medium-sized, and is not notched at the end. Its feet are long and strong. The track shows 3 toes directed forward, and 1 long one directed backward. The crow does not sail through the air, as does the hawk, but progresses with an almost constant flapping of the wings. Its beak is very strong, and is used for tearing the flesh of its prey and for defense, and, in fact, for almost anything that a beak could be used for. Its eye is all black, and is very keen and intelligent. When hunting for food in the field, it usually walks, but sometimes hops. The raven and the fish crows are the nearest relatives of the American crow, and next to them the jays. We would hardly think that the blue jay and the crow were related to look at them, but when we come to study their habits, much is to be found in common. The crow's nest is usually very large. It is made of sticks, of grapevines and bark, sod, horsehair, moss, and grasses. It is placed in trees or in tall bushes, rarely less than 20 feet from the ground. The eggs are pale bluish-green or nearly white with brownish markings. The young crows hatch in April or May. Both parents are devoted to the care of the young, and remain with them during most of the summer. I have often seen a mother crow feeding her young ones, which were following her with obstreperous caws, although they were as large as she. While the note of the crow is harsh when close at hand, it has a musical quality in the distance. Mr. Matthews says, "The crow, when he sings, is nothing short of a clown. He ruffles his feathers, stretches his neck like a cat with a fishbone in her throat, and with a most tremendous effort delivers a series of hen-like squawks." But aside from his caw, the crow has some very seductive soft notes. I have held long conversations with 2 pet crows, talking with them in a high, soft tone, and finding that they answered readily in a like tone, in a most responsive way. I have also heard these same tones among the wild crows when they were talking together. One note is a guttural tremolo, most grotesque. Crows gather in flocks for the winter. These flocks number from 50 to several hundred individuals, all having a common roosting place, usually in pine or hemlock forests, or among other evergreens. They go out from these roosts during the day to get food, often making a journey of many miles. During the nesting season they scatter in pairs, and do not gather again in flocks until the young are fully grown. When crows are feeding in the fields, there is usually, if not always, a sentinel posted on some high point, so that he can give a warning of danger. This sentinel is always an experienced bird, and is keen to detect a dangerous from a harmless intruder. I once made many experiments with these sentinels. I finally became known to those of a particular flock, and I was allowed to approach within a few yards of where the birds were feeding, a privilege not accorded to any other person in the neighborhood. The crow is a general feeder, and will eat almost any food. Generally, however, it finds its food upon the ground. The food given to nestlings is very largely insects, and many pests are thus destroyed. The crows damage the farmer by pulling the sprouting corn, and by destroying the eggs and young of poultry. They also do much harm by destroying the eggs and nestlings of our native birds, which are beneficial to the farmer. They also do some harm by distributing the seeds of poison ivy and other noxious plants. All these must be set down in the account against the crow, but on the credit side must be placed the fact that it does a tremendous amount of good work for the farmer by eating injurious insects, especially the grubs and cutworms which work in the ground, destroying the roots of grasses and grains. It also kills many mice and other rodents, which are destructive to our crops. The best method of preventing crows from taking sprouting corn is to tar the seed corn which is planted around the edge of the field. If any of the pupils in your school have had any experience with tame crows, they will relate interesting incidents of the love of the crow for glittering objects. I once knew a tame crow which stole all of the thimbles in the house and buried them in the garden. He would watch to see when a thimble was laid aside when the sewing was dropped, and would seize it almost immediately. This same crow persisted in taking the clothespins off the line and burying them, so that he was finally imprisoned on wash days. He was fond of playing marbles with a little boy of the family. The boy would shoot a marble into a hole, and then Billy, the crow, would take a marble in his beak and drop it into the hole. The bird understood the game perfectly, and was highly indignant if the boy took his turn and made shots twice in succession. Lesson 31. The Crow. Leading Thought. The crow has the keenest intelligence of any of our common birds. It does good work for us, and also does damage. We should study its ways before we pronounce judgment, for in some localities it may be a true friend, and in others an enemy. Methods. This work should begin in winter with an effort on the part of the boys to discover the food of the crows while snow is on the ground. This is a good time to study their habits and their roosts. The nests are often found in winter, although usually built in evergreens. The nesting season is in early April, and the questions about nests should be given then. Let the other questions be given when convenient. The flight, the notes, the sentinels, the food, the benefit, and damage may all be taken as separate topics. The following topics for essays should be given to correlate with work in English. What a pet crow of my acquaintance did. Evidences of crow intelligence. A plea a crow might make in self-defense to the farmer who wished to shoot him. The best methods of preventing crows from stealing planted corn. Observations. 1. How large is the crow compared with other blackbirds? 2. Describe its colors when seen in the sunlight. 3. Describe the general shape of the crow. 4. Are its wings long and slender or short and stout? 5. Is the tail long or short? Is it notched or straight across the end? 6. Describe the crow's feet. Are they large and strong or slender? How many toes does the track show in the snow or mud? How many are directed forward and how many backward? 7. Describe a crow's flight compared with that of the hawk. 8. Describe its beak and what it is used for. 9. What is the color of the crow's eye? 10. When hunting for food, does the crow hop or walk? 11. Which are the crow's nearest relatives? 12. Where and of what material do the crows build their nests? 13. Describe the eggs. At what time of year do the young crows hatch? Do both parents take care of and feed the young? How long do the parents care for the young after they leave the nest? 14. What are the notes of the crow? If you have heard one give any note except caw, describe it. 15. Where and how do crows live in winter? Where do they live in summer? 16. Do they post sentinels if they are feeding in the fields? If so, describe the action of the sentinel on the approach of people. 17. Upon what do crows feed? What is fed to the nestlings? 18. How do the crows work injury to the farmer? How do they benefit the farmer? Do you think they do more benefit than harm to the farmer and fruit grower? 19. Have you known of instances of the crow's fondness for shining or glittering articles like pieces of crockery or tin? End of section 37. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 38 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Cardinal Grosbeak. Teacher's Story. There never lived a Lord Cardinal who possessed robes of state more brilliant in color than the plumage of this bird. By the way, I wonder how many of us ever think when we see the peculiar red, called cardinal, that it gained its name from the dress of this high functionary of the church. The Cardinal Grosbeak is the best name for the red bird, because that describes it exactly, both as to its color and its chief characteristic, since its beak is thick and large. The beak is also red, which is a rare color in beaks, and in order to make its redness more emphatic, it is set in a frame of black feathers. The use of such a large beak is unmistakable, for it is strong enough to crush the hardest of seed shells, or to crack the hardest and driest of grains. What cheer, what cheer! That is the Grosbeak's way, with his sooty face and his coat of red, sings Maurice Thompson. But besides the name given above, this bird has been called in different localities: the redbird, Virginia redbird, crested redbird, winter redbird, Virginia nightingale, the red corncracker. But it remained for James Lane Allen to give it another name in his masterpiece, the Kentucky Cardinal. The cardinal is a trifle smaller than the robin, and is by no means slim and graceful like the catbird or the scarlet tanager, but is quite stout and is a veritable chunk of brilliant color and bird dignity. The only other bird that rivals him in redness is the scarlet tanager, which has black wings. The summer tanager is also a red bird, but is not so vermilion and is more slender and lacks the crest. The cardinal surely finds his crest useful in expressing his emotions. When all is serene, it lies back flat on the head, but with any excitement, whether of joy or surprise or anger, it lifts until it is as peaked as an old-fashioned nightcap. The cardinal's mate is of quiet color. Her back is greenish-gray and breast buffy, while her crest, wings, and tail reflect in faint ways the brilliancy of his costume. The redbird's song is a stirring succession of syllables uttered in a rich, ringing tone, and may be translated in a variety of ways. I have heard him sing 1,000 times, "Torido, torido, torido," but Dr. Dawson has heard him sing, "Cheepoo, cheepoo, wee woo, wee woo, birdie, 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 choo, choo, choo," and "Chittacoo, chittacoo, he weet, he weet." His mate breaks the custom of other birds of her sex, and sings a sweet song, somewhat softer than his. Both birds utter a sharp note, zip, zip. The nest is built in bushes, vines, or low trees, often in holly, laurel, or other low evergreens, and is rarely more than 6 or 8 feet above the ground. It is made of twigs, weed stems, tendrils, the bark of the grapevine, and coarse grass. It is lined with fine grass and rootlets. It is rather loosely constructed, but firm, and is well hidden, for it causes these birds great anguish to have their nest discovered. 3 or 4 eggs are laid, which are bluish-white or grayish, dully marked with brown. The father cardinal is an exemplary husband and father. He cares for and feeds his mate tenderly, and sings to her gloriously while she is sitting. and he works hard catching insects for the nestlings. He is also a brave defender of his nest and will attack any intruder, however large, with undaunted courage. The fledglings all have the dull color of the mother and have dark-colored bills. Their dull color protects the young birds from the keen eyes of their enemies while they are not yet able to take care of themselves. If the male fledglings were the color of their father, probably not one would escape a tragic death. While the mother bird is hatching the second brood, the father keeps the first brood with him and cares for them. Often the whole family remains together during the winter, making a small flock. However, the flocking habit is not characteristic of these birds, and we only see them in considerable numbers when the exigencies of seeking food in the winter naturally bring them together. The cardinals are fond of the shrubbery and thickets of river bottoms, near grain fields, or where there is plenty of wild grass, and they only visit our premises when driven to us by winter hunger. Their food consists of the seeds of rank weeds, corn, wheat, rye, oats, beetles, grasshoppers, flies, and to some extent wild and garden berries, but they never occur in sufficient numbers to be a menace to our crops. The cardinals may often be seen in the cornfields after the harvest, and will husk an overlooked ear of corn and crack the kernels with their beaks in a most dexterous manner. During the winter we may coax them to our grounds by scattering corn in some place not frequented by cats. Thus we may induce them to nest near us, since the cardinal is not naturally a migrant, but likes to stay in one locality summer and winter. It has been known to come as far north as Boston and southern New York, but it is found in greatest numbers in our southern states. Many nestlings were formerly taken to ship in cages to Europe, but the National Association for Bird Protection has put a stop to this. In Ohio, no cardinal is allowed to be caged, and this same law should protect this beautiful bird in every southern state, since it does not live long or happily in confinement. The cardinal's song is not at its best in a cage, but, as the poet Naylor says, "Along the dust-white river road, the saucy redbird chirps and trills, his liquid notes resound and rise, until they meet the cloudless skies, and echo o'er the distant hills." Lesson 32. The Cardinal Grosbeak. Leading Thought. The cardinal is the most brilliantly colored of all our birds, and because of its color and song, it has been destroyed by thousands as cage birds. We should seek to preserve it as a beautiful ornament to our groves and grounds. Methods. This work must be done by personal observation in the field. The field notes should be discussed in school. The effect of the whole lesson should be to stimulate an interest in protecting these beautiful birds. If possible, send for outline figures of the cardinal for the children to color. These outlines may be had at the cost of 15 cents per dozen from the Audubon Society, 141 Broadway, New York City. Observations. 1. Do you know the cardinal? Why is it so called? 2. How many names do you know for this bird? 3. Is the cardinal as large as the robin? Is it graceful in shape or stout? 4. Is there any color except red upon it? If so, where? 5. What other vividly red birds have we, and how can we distinguish them from the cardinal? 6. Describe the cardinal's crest and how it looks when lifted. Why do you think it lifts it? 7. Describe its beak as to color, shape, and size. What work is such a heavy beak made for? 8. Is the cardinal's mate the same color as he? Describe the color of her head, back, wings, tail, breast. 9. Can you imitate the cardinal's song? What words do you think he seems to sing? Does his mate sing also? Is it usual for mother birds to sing? What other notes besides songs do you hear him utter? 10. Where does the cardinal usually build its nest? How high from the ground? Of what materials? Is it compact or bulky? How many eggs, and what are their colors? 11. How does the father bird act while his mate is brooding? How does he help take care of the young in the nest? 12. How do the fledglings differ in color from their father, from their mother? Of what use to the young birds is their sober color? 13. What happens to the fledglings of the first brood while the mother is hatching the eggs of the second brood? 14. In what localities do you most often see the cardinals? Do you ever see them in flocks? 15. What is the food of the cardinals? What do they feed their nestlings? 16. How can you induce the cardinals to build near your home? 17. What do you know about the laws protecting the redbirds? Upon the gray old forest's rim I snuffed the crab-tree's sweet perfume, and farther, where the light was dim, I saw the bloom of May-apples, beneath the tent of umbral leaves above them bent, where, oft, with shifting light and shade, the blue-eyed ivy wildly strayed. The Solomon seal, in graceful play, swung where the straggling sunlight lay, the same as when I earliest heard the cardinal bird. W. S. Gallagher. End of section 38. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 39 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. Geese. Teacher's Story. To be called a goose should be considered most complimentary, for of all the birds the goose is probably the most intelligent. An observant lady who keeps geese on her farm assures me that no animal, not even a dog or horse, has the intelligence of the goose. She says that these birds learn a lesson after a few repetitions, and surely her geese were patterns of obedience. While I was watching them one morning, they started for the brook via the cornfield. She called to them sharply, "No, no, you mustn't go that way." They stopped and conferred. She spoke again, and they waited, looking at her as if to make up their minds to this exercise of self-sacrifice. But when she spoke the third time, they left the cornfield and took the other path to the brook. She could bring her geese into their house at any time of day by calling to them, "Home, home!" As soon as they heard these words, they would start and not stop until the last one was housed. In ancient Greece, maidens made pets of geese, and often there was such a devotion between the bird and girl that when the latter died, her statue, with that of the goose, was carved on her burial tablet. The loyalty of a pet goose came under the observation of Miss Ada Georgia. A lone gander was the special pet of a small boy in Elmira, New York, who took sole care of him. The bird obeyed commands like a dog, but would never let his little master out of his sight if he could avoid it. Occasionally he would appear in the schoolyard, where the pupils would tease him by pretending to attack his master, at the risk of being whipped with his wings so severely that it was a test of bravery among the boys to so challenge him. His fidelity to his master was extreme. Once when the boy was ill in bed, the bird wandered about the yard honking disconsolately and refused to eat. He was driven to the side of the house where his master could look from the window, and he immediately cheered up, took his food, and refused to leave his post beneath the window while the illness lasted. The goose is a stately bird whether on land or water. Its long legs give it good proportions when walking, and the neck, being so much longer than that of the duck, gives an appearance of grace and dignity. The duck, on the other hand, is beautiful only when on the water, or on the wing. Its short legs, placed far back and far out at the sides, make it a most ungraceful walker. The beak of the goose is harder in texture, and is not flat like the duck's. No wonder the bird was a favorite with the ancient Greeks, for the high ridge from the beak to the forehead resembles much the famous Grecian nose. The plumage of geese is very beautiful and abundant, and for this reason they are profitable domestic birds. The picking occurs late in summer when the feathers are nearly ready to be molted. At this time the geese flap their wings often and set showers of loose feathers flying. A stocking or a bag is slipped over the bird's head, and she is turned breast side up, with her head firmly between the knees or under the arm of the picker. The tips of the feathers are seized with the fingers and come out easily. Only the breast, the underparts, and the feathers beneath the wings are plucked. Geese do not seem to suffer while being plucked, except through the temporary inconvenience and ignominy of having their heads thrust into a bag. It hurts their dignity more than their bodies. The wings of geese are very large and beautiful. Although our domestic geese have lost their powers of flight to a great extent, yet they often stretch their wings and take little flying hops, teetering along as if they can scarcely keep to earth. This must surely be reminiscent of the old instinct for traveling in the skies. The tail of the goose is a half circle, and is spread when flying. Although it is short, it seems to be sufficiently long to act as a rudder. The legs of the goose are much longer than those of the duck. They are not set so far back toward the rear of the body, and therefore the goose is the much better runner of the two. The track made by the goose's foot is a triangle, with two scallops on one side, made by the webs between the three front toes. The hind toe is placed high up. The foot and the unfeathered portion of the leg, protected by scales, are used as oars when the bird is swimming. When she swims forward rapidly, her feet extend out behind her, and act on the principle of a propeller. But when swimming around in the pond, she uses them at almost right angles to the body. Although they are such excellent oars, they are also efficient on land. Although when running her body may waddle somewhat, her head and neck are held aloft in stately dignity. The Toulouse are our common gray geese. The Emdens are pure white, with orange bill and bright blue eyes. The African geese have a black head, with a large black knob on the base of the black bill. The neck is long, snake-like, light gray, with a dark stripe down the back. The wings and tail are dark gray. There is a dewlap at the throat. The brown Chinese geese have also a black beak and a black knob at the base of the bill. The neck is light brown with a dull yellowish stripe down the neck. The back is dark brown, breast, wings, and tail grayish-brown. The white Chinese are shaped like the brown Chinese, but the knob and bill are orange and the eyes light blue. The habits of geese. Geese are monogamous and are loyal to their mates. Old-fashioned people declare that they choose their mates on St. Valentine's Day, but this is probably a pretty myth. When once mated, the pair live together year after year until one dies. An interesting instance of this is one of the traditions in my own family. A fine pair of geese, belonging to my pioneer grandfather, had been mated for several years, and had reared handsome families. But one spring, a conceited young gander fell in love with the old goose, and as he was young and lusty, he whipped her legitimate lord and master, and triumphantly carried her away, although she was manifestly disgusted with this change in her domestic fortunes. The old gander sulked, and refused to be comforted by the blandishments of any young goose whatever. Later the old pair disappeared from the farmyard, and the upstart gander was left wifeless. It was inferred that the old couple had run away with each other into the encompassing wilderness, and much sympathy was felt for them because of the sacrifice of their lives for loyalty. However, this was misplaced sentiment, for, later in the summer, the happy pair was discovered in a distant slashing, with a fine family of goslings, and were all brought home in triumph. The old gander, while not able to cope with his rival, was still able to trounce any of the animal marauders which approached his home and family. The goose lines her nest with down and the soft feathers which she plucks from her breast. The gander is very devoted to his goose while she is sitting. He talks to her in gentle tones and is fierce in her defense. The eggs are about twice as large as those of the hen, and have the ends more rounded. The period of incubation is 4 weeks. The goslings are beautiful little creatures, covered with soft down, and have large bright eyes. The parents give them most careful attention from the first. One family which I studied consisted of the parents and 18 goslings. The mother was a splendid African bird. She walked with dignified step, her graceful neck assuming serpentine curves, and she always carried her beak lifted, which gave her an appearance of majestic haughtiness. The father was just a plebeian white gander, probably of Emden descent, but he was a most efficient protector. The family always formed a procession in going to the creek, the majestic mother at the head, the goslings following her, and the gander bringing up the rear to be sure there were no stragglers. If a gosling strayed away or fell behind, the male went after it, pushing it back into the family circle. When entering the coop at night, he pushed the little ones in gently with his bill. When the goslings took their first swim, both parents gently pushed them into the water, rooted them in, as the farmer said. Any attempt to take liberties with the brood was met with bristling anger and defiance on the part of the gander. The mistress of the farm told me that he had whipped her black and blue when she tried to interfere with the goslings. The gander and goose always show suspicion and resentment by opening the mouth wide, making a hissing noise, showing the whole round tongue in mocking defiance. When the gander attacks, he thrusts his head forward, even with or below the level of his back, and seizes his victim firmly with his hard-toothed bill so that it cannot get away, and then, with his strong wings, beats the life out of it. I remember vividly a whipping which a gander gave me when I was a child, holding me fast by the blouse while he laid on the blows. Geese feed much more largely upon land vegetation than do ducks. A good growth of clover and grass make excellent pasture for them. In the water they feed upon water plants, but do not eat insects and animals to any extent. Undoubtedly goose language is varied, and expresses many things. Geese talk to each other and call from afar. They shriek in warning, and in general make such a turmoil that people do not enjoy it. The goslings, even when almost grown, keep up a constant pee-wee, pee-wee, which is nerve-wracking. There is a good opportunity for some interesting investigations in studying out just what the different notes of the geese mean. The goose is very particular about her toilet. She cleans her breast and back, and beneath her wings with her bill, and she cleans her bill with her foot. She also cleans the top of her head with her foot, and the underside of her wing with the foot of that side. When oiling her feathers, she starts the oil gland flowing with her beak, then rubs her head over the gland until it is well oiled. She then uses her head as a dauber to apply the oil to the feathers of her back and breast. When thus polishing her feathers, she twists the head over and over and back and forth to add to its efficiency. Wild geese. There is a sound that, to the weather-wise farmer, means cold and snow, even though it is heard through the hazy atmosphere of an Indian summer day, and that is the honking of wild geese as they pass on their southward journey. And there is not a more interesting sight anywhere in the autumn landscape than the wedge-shaped flock of those long-necked birds with their leader at the front apex. "The wild goose trails his harrow," sings the poet, but only the aged can remember the old-fashioned harrow, which makes this simile graphic. The honking, which reveals to us the passing flock before our eyes can discern the birds against the sky, is the call of the wise old gander who is the leader, to those following him, and their return salute. He knows the way on this long 1,000-mile journey, and knows it by the topography of the country. If ever fog or storm hides the earth from his view, he is likely to become confused, to the dismay of his flock, which follows him to the earth with many lonely and distressful cries. The northern migration takes place in April and May, and the southern from October to December.
The journey is made with stops for rest and refreshment at certain selected places, usually some secluded pond or lake. The food of wild geese consists of water plants, seeds, and corn, and some of the smaller animals living in the water. Although the geese come to rest on the water, they go to the shore to feed. In California, the wild geese are dreaded visitors of the cornfields, and men with guns are employed regularly to keep them off. The nests are made of sticks lined with down, usually along the shores of streams, sometimes on tree stumps and sometimes in deserted nests of the osprey. There are only 4 or 5 eggs laid, and both parents are devoted to the young, the gander bravely defending his nest and family from the attacks of any enemies. Although there are several species of wild geese on the Atlantic coast, the one called by this name is usually the Canada goose. This bird is a superb creature, brown above and gray beneath, with head, neck, tail, bill, and feet of black. These black trimmings are highly ornamental, and, as if to emphasize them, there is a white crescent-shaped bib extending from just back of the eyes underneath the head. This white patch is very striking, and gives one the impression of a bandage for sore throat. It is regarded as a call color, and is supposed to help keep the flock together. The side tail coverts are also white and make another guide to follow. Often some wounded or wearied bird of the migrating flock spends the winter in farmyards with domestic geese. One morning a neighbor of mine found that during the night a wild gander, injured in some way, had joined his flock. The stranger was treated with much courtesy by its new companions, as well as by the farmer's family, and soon seemed perfectly at home. The next spring he mated with one of the domestic geese. In the late summer my neighbor, mindful of wild geese habits, clipped the wings of the gander so that he would be unable to join any passing flock of his wild relatives. As the migrating season approached, the gander became very uneasy. Not only was he uneasy and unhappy always, but he insisted that his wife share his misery of unrest. He spent days in earnest remonstrance with her, and lifting himself by his cropped wings to the top of the barnyard fence, he insisted that she keep him company on this, for web feet, uneasy resting place. Finally, after many days of tribulation, the two valiantly started south on foot. News was received of their progress for some distance, and then they were lost to us. During the winter our neighbor visited a friend living 18 miles to the southward, and found in his barnyard the errant pair. They had become tired of migrating by tramping, and had joined the farmer's flock, but we were never able to determine the length of time required for this journey. Lesson 33. Geese. Leading thought. Geese are the most intelligent of the domesticated birds, and they have many interesting habits. Method. This lesson should not be given unless there are geese where the pupils may observe them. The questions should be given a few at a time, and answered individually by the pupils after the observations are made. Observations. 1. What is the chief difference between the appearance of a goose and a duck? How does the beak of the goose differ from that of the duck in shape and in texture? Describe the nostrils and their situation. 2. What is the difference in shape between the neck of the goose and that of the duck? 3. What can you say about the plumage of geese? How are geese picked? At what time of year? From what parts of the body are the feathers plucked? 4. Are the wings of the goose large compared with the body? How do geese exercise their wings? Describe the tail of the goose and how it is used. 5. How do the legs and feet of the goose differ from those of the duck? Describe the goose's foot. How many toes are webbed? Where is the other toe? What is the shape of the track made by the goose's foot? Which portions of the legs are used for oars? When the goose is swimming forward, where are her feet? When turning around, how does she use them? Does the goose waddle when walking or running as a duck does? Why?
Does a goose toe in when walking? Why? 6. Describe the shape and color of the following breeds of domestic geese: the Toulouse, the Emden, the African, and Chinese. Habits of geese. 1. What is the chief food of geese? What do they find in the water to eat? How does their food differ from that of ducks? 2. How do geese differ from hens in the matter of mating and nesting? At what time of year do geese mate? Does a pair usually remain mated for life? 3. Describe the nest and compare the eggs with those of hens. Describe the young goslings in general appearance. With what are they covered? What care do the parents give to their goslings? Describe how the parents take their family afield. How do they induce their goslings to go into the water for the first time? How do they protect them from enemies? 4. How does the gander or goose fight? What are the chief weapons? How is the head held when the attack is made? 5. How does the goose clean her feathers, wings, and feet? How does she oil her feathers? Where does she get the oil, and with what does she apply it? 6. How much of goose language do you understand? What is the note of alarm? How is defiance and distrust expressed? How does a goose look when hissing? What is the constant note of the gosling? 7. Give such instances as you may know illustrating the intelligence of geese, their loyalty and bravery. 8. Write an English theme on the Canada goose, its appearance, nesting habits, and migrations. End of section 39. Recording by Jill Engel. Section 40 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Engel. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2. Animal Life. Chapter 1. Bird Study. The Turkey. Teacher's Story. That the turkey and not the eagle should have been chosen for our national bird was the conviction of Benjamin Franklin. It is a native of our country. It is beautiful as to plumage, and like the American Indian, it has never yielded entirely to the influences of civilization. Through the hundreds of years of domestication, it still retains many of its wild habits. In fact, it has many qualities in common with the red man. Take, for instance, its sun dance, which anyone can witness who is willing to get up early enough in the morning, and who has a flock of turkeys at hand. Miss Ada Georgia made a pilgrimage to witness this dance, and she describes it thus. While the dawn was still faint and gray, the long row of birds on the ridge-poles stood up, stretched legs and wings, and flew down into the orchard beside the barnyard, and began a curious high-stepping flip-flop dance on the frosty grass. It consisted of little awkward up-and-down jumps, varied by forward springs of about a foot with lifted wings. Both hens and males danced, the latter alternately strutting and hopping, and all singing, the hens calling "quit, quit," the males accompanying with a high-keyed rattle, sounding like a hardwood stick drawn rapidly along a picket fence. As the sun came up and the sky brightened, the exhibition ended suddenly, when the captain, a great 30-pound gobbler and leader of the flock, made a rush at one of his younger brethren, who had dared to be spreading a tail too near to his majesty. The bronze breed resembles most closely our native wild turkey, and is therefore chosen for this lesson. The colors and markings of the plumage form the bronze turkey's chief beauty. From the skin of the neck, reaching halfway to the middle of the back, is a collar of glittering bronze with greenish and purple iridescence, each feather tipped with a narrow jet band. The remainder of the back is black, except that each feather is edged with bronze. The breast is like the collar, and at its center is a tassel of black bristles called the beard, which hangs limply downward when the birds are feeding,
But when the gobbler stiffens his muscles to strut, the beard is thrust proudly forth. Occasionally the hen turkeys have a beard. The long quills, or primaries, of the wings are barred across with bands of black and white. The secondaries are very dark luminous brown, with narrower bars of white. Each feather of the fan-shaped tail is banded with black and brown, and ends with a black bar tipped with white. The tail coverts are lighter brown, but also have the black margin edged with white. The colors of the hen are like those of the gobbler, except that the bronze brilliance of breast, neck, and wings is dimmed by the faint line of white which tips each feather. The heads of all are covered with a warty, wrinkled skin, bluish-white on the crown, grayish-blue about the eyes, and the other parts red. Beneath the throat is a hanging fold called the wattle, and above the beak a fleshy pointed knob called the caruncle, which on the gobbler is prolonged so that it hangs over and below the beak. When the bird is angry, those carunculated parts swell and grow more vivid in color, seeming to be gorged with blood. The color of the skin about the head is more extensive and brilliant in the gobblers than in the hens. The beak is slightly curved, short, stout, and sharp-pointed, yellowish at the tip and dark at the base. The eyes are bright dark hazel, with a thin red line of iris. Just back of the eye is the ear, seemingly a mere hole, and yet it leads to a very efficient ear, upon which every smallest sound impinges. The legs of the young turkeys are nearly black, fading to a brownish-gray when mature. The legs and feet are large and stout, the middle toe of the three front ones being nearly twice the length of the one on either side. The hind toe is the shortest of the four. On the inner side of the gobbler's legs, about 1/3 the bare space above the foot, is a wicked-looking spur which is a most effective weapon. The wings are large and powerful. The turkey flies well for such a large bird, and usually roosts high, choosing trees or the ridge-pole of the barn for this purpose. In many ways the turkeys are not more than half domesticated. They insistently prefer to spend their nights out of doors instead of under a roof. They are also great wanderers, and thrive best when allowed to forage in the fields and woods for a part of their food. The gobbler is the most vain-glorious bird known to us. When he struts to show his flock of admiring hens how beautiful he is, he lowers his wings and spreads the stiff primary quills until their tips scrape the ground, lifting meanwhile into a semicircular fan his beautiful tail feathers. He protrudes his chest, raises the iridescent plumage of his neck like a ruff to make a background against which he throws back his red, white, and blue decorated head. He moves forward with slow, mincing steps, and calls attention to his grandeur by a series of most aggressive gobbles. But we must say for the gobbler that, although he is vain, he is also a brave fighter. When beginning a fight, he advances with wings lowered and sidewise as if guarding his body with the spread wing. The neck and the sharp beak are outstretched, and he makes the attack so suddenly that it is impossible to see whether he strikes with both wing and beak, or only with the latter, as with fury he pounces upon his adversary, apparently striving to rip his neck open with his spurs. Turkey hens usually begin to lay in April in this latitude, and much earlier in more southern states. At nesting time each turkey hen strays off alone, seeking the most secluded spot she can find to lay the large, oval, brown speckled eggs. Silent and shy, she slips away to the place daily, by the most roundabout ways, and never moving in the direction of the nest when she thinks herself observed. Sometimes the sight of any person near her nest will cause her to desert it. The writer has spent many hours when a child, sneaking in fence corners and behind stumps and tree trunks, stalking turkeys' nests. Incubation takes 4 weeks. The female is a most persistent sitter, and care should be taken to see that she gets a good supply of food and water at this time. Good sound corn or wheat is the best food for her at this period. When sitting, she is very cross and will fight most courageously when molested on her nest. Turkey nestlings are rather large, with long bare legs and scrawny thin necks. and they are very delicate during the first 6 weeks of their lives. Their call is a plaintive peep-weep, and when a little turkey feels lost, its cry is expressive of great fear and misery. But if the mother is freely ranging, she does not seem to be much affected by the needs of her brood. She will fight savagely for them if they are near her, but if they stray, and they usually do, she does not seem to miss or hunt for them, but strides serenely on her way, keeping up a constant crooning crit, crit, to encourage them to follow. As a consequence, the chicks are lost or get draggled and chilled by struggling through wet grass and leaves that are no obstacle to the mother's strong legs, and thus many die. If the mother is confined in a coop, it should be so large and roomy that she can move without trampling on the chicks, and it should have a dry floor, since dampness is fatal to the little ones. For the first week the chicks should be fed 5 times a day, and for the next 5 weeks they should have 3 meals a day. They should be given only just about enough to fill each little crop, and none left over to be trodden under their awkward little feet. Their quarters should be kept clean and free from vermin. Lesson 34. Turkeys. Leading thought. The turkey is a native of America. It was introduced into Spain from Mexico in about 1518, and since then has been domesticated. However, there are still in some parts of the country flocks of wild turkeys. It is a beautiful bird and has interesting habits. Method. If the pupils could visit a flock of turkeys, the lesson would be given to better advantage. If this is impossible, ask the questions a few at a time, and let those pupils who have opportunities for observing the turkeys give their answers before the class. Observations. 1. Of what breed are the turkeys you are studying? Bronze, black, buff, white Holland, or Narragansett? 2. What is the general shape and size of the turkey? Describe its plumage, noting every color which you can see in it. Does the plumage of the hen turkey differ from that of the gobbler? 3. What is the covering of the head of the turkey? What is its color, and how far does it extend down the neck of the bird? Is it always the same color, and if not, what causes the change? Is the head covering alike in shape and size on the male and the female? What is the part called that hangs from the front of the throat below the beak? From above the beak? 4. What is the color of the beak? Is it short or long, straight or curved? Where are the nostrils situated? 5. What is the color of the turkey's eyes? Do you think it is a keen-sighted bird? 6. Where are the ears? Do they show as plainly as a chicken's ears do? Are turkeys quick of hearing? 7. Do turkeys scratch like hens? Are they good runners? Describe the feet and legs as to shape, size, and color. Has the male a spur on his legs, and if so, where is it situated? For what is it used? 8. Can turkeys fly well? Are the wings small or comparatively large and strong for the weight of the body? Do turkeys prefer high or low places for perching when they sleep? Is it well to house and confine them in small buildings and parks, as is done with other fowls? 9. Tell, as nearly as you can discover by close observation, how the gobbler sets each part of his plumage when he is showing off or strutting. What do you think is the bird's purpose in thus exhibiting his fine feathers? Does the king of the flock permit any such action by other gobblers in his company? 10. Are turkeys timid and cowardly, or independent and brave, ready to meet and fight anything which they think is threatening to their comfort and safety? 11. When turkeys fight, what part of their bodies seem to be used as weapons? Does the male gobble during a fight, or only as a challenge or in triumph when victorious? Do the hen turkeys ever fight, or only the males? 12. How early in the spring does the turkey hen begin to lay? Does she nest about the poultry yard and the barns, or is she likely to seek some secret and distant spot where she may hide her eggs? Describe the turkey's egg as well as you can, as to color, shape, and size. Can one tell it by the taste from an ordinary hen's egg? About how many eggs does the turkey hen lay in her nest before she begins to get broody and want to sit? 13. How many days of incubation are required to hatch the turkey chick? Is it as downy and pretty as other little chicks? How often should the young chicks be fed, and what food do you think is best for them? Are turkey chicks as hardy as other chicks? 14. Is the turkey hen generally a good mother? Is she cross or gentle when sitting and when brooding her young? Is it possible to keep the mother turkey as closely confined with her brood as it is with the mother hen? What supplies should be given to her in the way of food, grits, dust baths, etc.? End of section 40. Recording by Jill Ingle. Section 41 of Handbook of Nature-Study. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jill Ingle. Handbook of Nature-Study by Anna Botsford Comstock. Part 2, Animal Life. Chapter 1, Bird Study. Lesson 35. The Study of Birds' Nests in Winter. There are very good reasons for not studying birds' nests in summer, since too much familiarity on the part of eager children is something the birds do not understand, and are likely, in consequence, to abandon both nest and locality. But after the birds have gone to sunnier climes, and the empty nests are the only mementos we have of them, then we may study these habitations carefully, and learn how to properly appreciate the small architects which made them. I think that every one of us, who carefully examines the way that a nest is made, must have a feeling of respect for its clever little builder. I know of certain schools where the children make large collections of these winter nests, properly labeling each, and thus gaining a new interest in the bird life of their locality. A nest, when collected, should be labeled in the following manner: name of the bird which built the nest, where the nest was found, if in a tree, what kind, how high from the ground. Bird Homes by A.R. Dugmore is a book which affords practical help in determining the species of birds which made the nests. After a collection of nests has been made, let the pupils study them according to the following outline. 1. Where was the nest found? A. If on the ground, describe the locality. B. If on a plant, tree, or shrub, tell the species if possible. C. If on a tree, tell where it was on a branch, in a fork, or hanging by the end of the twigs. D. How high from the ground, and what was the locality? E. If on or in a building, how situated? 2. Did the nest have any arrangement to protect it from rain? 3. Give the size of the nest, the diameter of the inside and the outside, also the depth of the inside. 4. What is the form of the nest? Are its sides flaring or straight? Is the nest shaped like a cup, basket, or pocket? 5. What materials compose the outside of the nest, and how are they arranged? 6. Of what materials is the lining made, and how are they arranged? If hair and feathers are used, on what creature did they grow? 7. How are the materials of the nest held together? That is, are they woven, plastered, or held in place by environment? 8. Had the nest anything peculiar about it in situation, construction, or material that would tend to render it invisible to the casual glance? End of section 41. Recording by Jill Ingle. End of Handbook of Nature-Study Part 1 by Anna Botsford Comstock.